Welcome to the penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Or should I say Merry Christmas, because I am here on the Christmas corner. What that means is we're here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire for this penultimate round of the championship. Only 2 rounds left in the championship, lots of points on stake. It's going to be a very important afternoon's racing.
B&B 2020, are you ready?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are at Whilton Mill for this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. My name is Chris Czora, and I'll be taking you through the afternoon's action. As you can see, looking at the paddock on the left-hand side of your screen, another big entry of riders for this penultimate round of the championship. We've got some pretty decent weather. It's fairly average for this time of year, just a shade over 10 degrees, cloudy for most of the day, but hardly any chance of rain, and let's hope that stays the same. And here we are, straight in the middle of the country. There you see the M1 motorway, which almost goes past the front door here at Whilton Mill. It's pretty much smack bang in the centre of the country, 20 minutes away, if that, from Silverstone. So we are very much in motorsport country. And on the other side of the track, of course, some of the junior karters enjoying themselves, but the serious business of bike racing getting underway this afternoon with the British Mini Bikes in a busy afternoon's race programme. Let's have a look at how things line up. We'll be underway very shortly with the Mini GP Junior Supermoto 90s as race number 1. Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group B and Group A taking us through races number 2 and 3. It's the Ugly and Clow Mini GP Junior Supermotos 140 and 50s for race number 4. The SY Moto Veterans will be race number 5. Rounding things off with the rest of the programme, it's the OMG Ovale 110 Cup as race number 6. The Brap Super Minis number 7. Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B and Group A races number 8 and 9. And the Race Fasters Mini GP 190 and 70s will be race number 10. And of course, once we finish that 10th race, we go back to the start and begin all over again with 2 blocks of races. Here we see the fantastic Whilton Mill circuit, a very popular venue with the riders. As we said a few moments ago, another big entry of riders for this penultimate round of the championship. A lot of points at stake. Still, most of the championships are wide open. But this is the time of year where riders will be beginning to look at taking a championship claim. Those who've had a good, consistent run of results. There could be 1 or 2 champions declared today, quite possibly. We'll keep an eye on that as the day goes on. And as we say, back here, of course, at Whilton Mill, we're here at the end of August. But one big change here, there is a slightly different track layout. Today we're looking at the Zulu track, which is a little bit shorter, a bit more technical. We'll see how the riders negotiate that track as the day goes on. If you're not familiar with Whilton Mill, we took a look out to the track earlier on just to give you a brief guideline of the new Zulu format which will be used today.
One of the most infamous parts of the Whilton Mill circuit is this first corner section. It's called Oblivion, and it lives up to its name because it's something of a roller coaster ride. The riders go into a fast left-hander followed by a long right-hander in the lead up to Christmas corner. Very important to get a good line out of the corner to get the run up to Christmas. There's a big crash barrier on the outside to catch the unwary. Let's hope nobody uses it today. Here we are at Christmas Corner, one of the iconic features of the Whilton Mill circuit, and to explain a new section for this penultimate round of the championship. It's called the Zulu format, and the change is here. The riders go through Christmas Corner, and where they normally go down to the Ashby section, they will turn a sharp right down this technical downhill section into the left-hander and through to the boot complex. It's a shorter circuit, it's more technical, and what it does mean is that approach into the boot section is very important. The final part of this Whilton Mill circuit is always the boot section. Now, it's called boots, quite frankly, it looks like a boot. The rider's turned into a sharp left-hander, long right-hand hairpin into the straight behind me and into pit corner. It's got a wide exit, so it's good for slipstreaming on the final corner. It's not quite as quick as Three Sisters, but there's still every chance of a slipstreaming finish.
So there is a brief guide to the Zulu track format which will be used today. As we touched on a moment ago, it's a bit shorter, a bit more technical, and one of the main reasons behind this, of course, is we're moving into October now and it'll be a bit darker later on. The Zulu track is floodlit in its entirety. There you see the floodlights just shadowing the side of the circuit, and that's the right-hand hairpin where the riders go down into that technical S's section through Zulu down towards the boot complex. So a very different track, you would say, to what we had at the previous round at Three Sisters. And of course, just to reflect on what was a pretty exciting day at Three Sisters, a bit of both sort of aspects, the good and the bad of motorsport. We did have quite a lengthy red flag, unfortunately, in an accident involving Nathan Gardner. And if you don't follow the online on the YouTube channel and on the Facebook page, just to give you an update as to Nathan's condition, he was airlifted away to hospital, but the good news is he is not seriously injured, and he was kept in for a couple of days due to picking up a head injury in that accident, but I believe he is here today helping out behind the scenes here at British Mini Bikes, and we certainly wish Nathan all the best, and good to see that he's not too seriously injured. Hope to see him on a bike very soon. That was followed, of course, by the final race of the day. A very exciting race to the finish, of course, in the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A. Whilton Mill, a very different track, of course. It's a bit more technical, but Three Sisters, a real slipstreamer type track. And it led to one of those races where anyone could have won it. I think the top 5 or 6 are covered by less than half a second. And it was a really close race to the finish with a whole group of the top riders in the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championships. The rider who won that day was Jim Lovell, who leads the championship going into this penultimate round of the series. And yesterday we went down to the pits. We spoke to Jim Lovell and got a bit more of an idea of his thoughts about last time out at Three Sisters.
Down here in the paddock with Jim Lovell and Adam Ryan from SY Motos. Now, firstly, Jim, that last round at Three Sisters, by British Mini Bike standards, even by those high standards, it was a very close finish. How did it feel to win that race?
Well, yeah, I knew it was going to be a close one from the times in the practice. I could feel them behind me the whole race. But yeah, I knew I needed to be at least top 2 to keep the championship alive, so I had to go for it.
And you had the commentators on the edge of your seat on that last corner. You ran a little bit wide and brought it back. Did you think you were going to hold on?
I wasn't too sure, to be honest. I just kept it pinned and headed for the flag.
And Whilton Mill, of course, this Zulu format, very different to Three Sisters, but still quite technical at the end here by boots. How do you rate your chances for today?
We'll have to wait and see tomorrow, really. I think I'm there or thereabouts, so I think it's going to be close. Last time here, I think it was only half a tenth over the line again between the wins, so should be some close racing.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck, Jim, and we'll hand over to Adam now. So SY Motos, of course, a big supporter of the British Mini Bikes. How have you found the season so far?
Very exciting, but also nerve-wracking being in my position. But yeah, it's been some really good close racing.
And it was a bit of a mixed bag, of course, at Three Sisters. You had quite a lengthy red flag, which is the sad side of racing, you might say, coupled by the exciting final race. So really had everything last time out.
Yeah, it's for me watching. I couldn't watch it on the track. I was having to watch your live stream because I just couldn't bear with it. I want to have a heart attack when I'm watching them out there. So yeah, really exciting.
And of course, Whilton Mill here. It's a very popular track with the riders. Always get big entries here. A bit different this time with the Zulu format, so looking forward to this penultimate round.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen it run. The boys know it because they've been coming here years and they're quite confident.
And of course the riders practice here quite a lot anyway. It's open for mini bike practice anyway, so familiar riders with the track should make things a bit more exciting as well.
Yeah, and also it switches it up for people that haven't run, that have been here before and not run that layout as well, so it makes it almost feel like a different circuit, because you've got some different lines to learn, and you know, it's not the regular layout.
Well, we look forward to seeing how the track runs today, Adam. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
So there we have a little bit of behind-the-scenes viewpoints from that spectacular previous round at Three Sisters as we wait for this penultimate round of the championship to get underway. At the moment, there is a break before the first race of the day. The marshals are taking a well-deserved lunch break. They've been out all morning whilst the riders have been having their qualifying sessions and the warm-ups. And, of course, they'll be out all afternoon once the racing gets underway. As we always say, big thanks to the marshals, to the medics and all the officials at British Mini Bikes for all their hard work. Without these people behind the scenes, we simply would not have any racing. Just a shout out to Heavy and Owen Racing, just getting in touch with us on the Facebook live stream. Glad to hear that Nathan was okay, and a good luck to Will Loader. Gutted we can't make it down today because of the Flintshire lockdown up in North Wales, but we'll be back. And of course, big shout out and commiserations, I would say, to any of the Welsh participants, much of certainly North Wales, and a lot of the south as well, very much in lockdown procedures at the moment, so they can't come to these meetings. So we certainly hope that 2021 will be on a better keel and that people can come along at their leisure to these events. And of course, that's North Wales, of course, home of the famous Glanny Gore circuit up by Corwin. So spectacular track that's been on the calendar in the past. Riders now, as we say, waiting for the racing to get underway. As we say, this is the penultimate round of the championship. Next time out will be the finale in 2 weeks' time. We go all the way north to Teesside, the longest circuit for karting, at least in the UK, and a spectacular track, and one which is a great way to end the season. So as we say, riders will be underway very shortly. Thanks for tuning in today to Alpha Live for the afternoon's race action at this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Shout out to Eagle Edwards 23, who's racing a bit later on today as well. Don't forget, of course, that all of the action is on throughout the afternoon. A shout out as well to Travis Shaw. And if you want to get behind your riders, feel free to comment on the YouTube or the Facebook channels for all of the action. Just to recap then, in terms of some of the championship action, because some of these series still pretty close. We touched on the pit bike stock 140s and the 160s. Those race categories are still very close indeed. But one rider in particular who may take the championship today is actually the race that's getting underway very soon, the Mini GP 90s. And the rider to look out for is the number 83 of Arnie Carr, who has, in that class, in Mini GP 90, has gone through the season unbeaten, and realistically, barring anything really untoward, could well take the title in the first race today, which, as I say, they will be lining up very soon. So Arnie Carr certainly one to look out for as the day goes on. I think for most of the categories, we'll be looking realistically towards Teesside to claim the titles, but this could be a very important championship round for those riders fighting for the title. Another one that's pretty close, actually. And what might be interesting to watch is the SY Motos veterans, who'll be out a bit later on today. Julian Gromit on the 75 still leads the championship, but James Mostick, who missed the first round in July at Ella Park, he's been unstoppable on the Parker racing machine since coming back, and he's only 40 points down on Julian Gromit. So a good result today here at Whilton Mill, and even despite a no score of that first round, could still be on for the championship. And of course, SY Moto veterans, always a very competitive class. There we see the riders just starting to line up, and I believe that the marshals and the officials are making their way out to their positions. So we'll be underway very shortly for our first race of the day. Don't forget, of course, 2 blocks of races for all of the riders this afternoon, taking us right the way through the afternoon, and it'll all be live with Alpha Live, of course, and we look forward to our race action and potentially our first champion of 2020 very soon indeed. So riders, there we see, just in the waiting zone making final preparations. They've been down there for about 5 minutes or so now, and the bike's being warmed up. We'll be out on track very shortly. First race of the day is the Junior Supermoto and Mini GP 90s. So kicking things off is the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s. The riders in the waiting zone making final preparations, and we'll look very shortly at how they line up on the grid in this first race of the day. Riders, of course, had their qualifying earlier on. So race number 1 underway very shortly. Junior Supermoto 90, Mini GP 90. We'll have a look in just a few moments at how they lined up. They had the qualifying session on this relatively cool track. Riders were having the practice sessions yesterday, just maybe experimenting with different tyre compounds, looking to see what the best way of running was. It's quite steady weather, you'd say, almost today. It's relatively cool, just over 10 degrees, no real chance of rain. Let's have a look at how they line up. And first on the grid is the champion-elect Arnie Carr with a 49.03 from Luca Wilkinson in second place. Third was Hudson Cooper. Fourth, Jack Newton. Daniel Stevenson in fifth place from Owen Tempest, lining up in sixth position. Charlie Cunningham, we spoke to yesterday actually, he's looking to improve on his seventh position from Billy Carter. Travis Shaw in ninth, Harvey Saville 10th. 11th was Pierce Reeves, 12th Leo Soliu, 13th position Brook Champion from Charlie Ward, Harrison Quincy in 15th position, Jack Beard, Callum Maxwell in 17th from Logan Connolly, and the final two positions on the grid. 19th was Finley Hanna and Ava Cushing with a 116.08, and as the fantastic drone footage zooms away, we get the riders out onto the track for the first time today for racing, out on the formation lap now, going through Oblivion and then the long run up to Christmas Corner. And we always say here at Whilton Mill that the camera doesn't always do justice to how steep that climb is to Christmas Corner. It can be very late on the brakes due to the uphill section. And if you look at the first few riders now making their way through, we'll get an idea of the Zulu complex in the first time. Here's the riders going through Christmas Corner. Of course, they were out a bit earlier for their warm-up session, but just a quick formation lap to get things underway. There's the 25 of Logan Connolly just round the back of the field there. Looks like one of the novice bibs there. Some of the riders who are new to the series, of course, you'll see the high-vis jackets that they wear. That is basically to let them know that there's a novice rider a little less experienced. So when the faster guys go through, just to be aware that it is an inexperienced rider, they may not be too used to seen in the racing line, might behave unpredictably, but everyone's got to start somewhere, and some of these novices have gone on to greater things as the season goes on. So here we see the riders just making their way onto the grid for this first race of the day, Mini GP 90, Junior Supermoto 90, and the rider to look out for is the number 1 on the front of the grid. Number 1 is Arnie Carr, and champion. Oh, there's trouble here even before the racing starts. One poor rider, there, just seemed to lose the front wheel and took a hefty tumble lining up on the grid. It is quite cool out there, I have to say. It's, as we said, just a shade over 10 degrees. The track isn't freezing cold by any stretch, but it could potentially be a little bit slippery. We saw 1 or 2 riders coming to grief this morning, nothing serious, but there were a few drops this morning. And riders, as we said yesterday, were looking at the tyre compounds, perhaps looking possibly to go to a softer compound just to maybe help with the grip in some of these corners. And of course we got quite a technical part of the track today as well compared to the last time we were at Whilton Mill. But number 1 is the 83 actually is the rider to look out for on the right hand side of the grid. That's Arnie Carr. This could be the race where he wins the 2020 championship. The flag goes and riders are away for the first time today at Whilton Mill. One rider, I think that's the 25 Logan Connolly, stuck on the line, but hopefully nothing serious. May just have stalled the machine and the pickup marshals already on hand, but already Arnie Carr leads them up to Christmas Corner for the first time with a decent gap from Luca Wilkinson, and Wilkinson got the jump on Arnie Carr at the start, but well, he's already gone there. We see the right-hander, really tight off-cambered right-hander going into Zulu. As we mentioned before, this part of the track is fully floodlit. It's shorter days now, they're going into the autumn, so it is important to get the lighting throughout the day, and that's one of the main reasons why we've got this Zulu. And this camera angle here gives you a really good idea of how tight and technical it can be. The faster riders really do square the turns there, nice racing line across the curbs, but it is a tricky technical part of the track. Here they go through Boot for the first time, and Arnie Carr already charging away at the front. He looks to close in on the Mini GP 90 Championship. Luca Wilkinson in second place, the number 76, 3.1 seconds down, but leads the Junior Supermotos. Billy Carter down in 10th place on the 85 is second in Mini GPs. There's the 135 of Jack Newton in third position, just going through Christmas corner from Daniel Stevenson, number 11 Hudson Cooper, the 217 just a little bit further behind. Into Zulu they go once again, all very close indeed, down the hill they go. Still a long way to go in this race. Nice line there from Hudson Cooper down the hill. Very tight series of corners, here they come into boot. There's the number 11 of Stevenson, currently in fourth place, coming under a bit of pressure now from the 217 of Hudson Cooper. Cooper is all over the back wheel, he's got to get a good exit through the pit corner now, down the finish line straight. 135 Newton just a little bit further ahead at the moment. Arnie Carr and Luca Wilkinson clear of this battle of a third place, which is going up towards Christmas corner now. And it looked to me like Stevenson got a nice line going up towards Christmas corner, not close enough to go for the braking. Through Christmas they go. Newton, nice line into Zulu, holds on to that third place. Rest of the top 10 made up of Owen Tempest in sixth place, Charlie Cunningham 7th, Travis Shaw, Pierce Reeves, Billy Carter currently in 10th position, and second of the Mini GP machines, Harvey Sauerland, Charlie Ward a bit further back on the 127. Those riders just going through Christmas corner, but we look at our battle of a third going into boot once again. There's Stevenson, fourth position, and to me it looks like Cooper very quick on the middle part of the track going through to boot. But again, Stevenson gets a nice line out to the final corner. Oh, he has a look down the inside. That was a brave move there from Stevenson going into oblivion. Almost came off for him there as well. He was a bit unlucky, but Newton holds on to the third place. And of course, Stevenson had to sacrifice a bit of pace there through oblivion. Loses a little bit of ground as they go into Christmas corner. And still tagging on in there is the 217 of Hudson Cooper as they go through Zulu once again. We just momentarily saw Luca Wilkinson going out to a shot. There's the 25 of Logan Conley, currently 18th position, and the lap down going into boot. Conley just keeping to the right-hand side of the circuit, letting the faster riders go through. So Logan Conley, who stalled the machine at the start, evidently has got going again, although at the back of the circuit, still circulating quite nicely though. Arnie Carr, 83 on the bike, number 1 on your timing screen, still leads the way, 4 laps completed. Luca Wilkinson on the 76, still there in second place, albeit 10 seconds adrift now, and much of the action is third place as Newton starts to pull away now. Jack Newton on the 135, nice line through Christmas corner. The number 11 of Daniel Stevenson still looks threatening. 217 Hudson Cooper, there's the 25 of Logan Conley in 18th position. Owen Tempest, Charlie Cunningham going through the 34. There he is, Cunningham, all the way from Scotland, making his way through into the right-hander down Zulu. So Cunningham in 7th position on number 34. Travis Shaw on the number 4 in 8th place. Just a little bit further behind, there's Conley just letting the 63 of Owen Tempest go through. There is Tempest, 63 going into boot now. Cunningham just having to be patient here as Conley looks over the shoulder, sees the faster rider coming through. And 34, Charlie Cunningham, qualified 7th yesterday, back on the pace. The action's still hotting up for that 4th place battle. It's Logan just a bit further behind in 18th place. Back in towards Christmas corner now, and the 135. Jack Newton still coming under a lot of pressure here from Daniel Stevenson and Hudson Cooper. There's been no change for position so far as they close up on the number 8 of Jack Beard, currently in 17th position, so Beard will go a lap down. Beard moving to the right-hand side of the track as Stevenson has a look down the inside going into boot, but he can't find a way through. Oh, and a bit unlucky there of Hudson Cooper, 217, balked momentarily by the back marker Jack Beard, who moves to one side, lets the quicker rider through. A bit of bad luck there, just encountered the slow rider at the wrong part of the track, you might say, but doesn't lose too much time. Certainly Jack Beard riding considerately there, letting the quicker riders go through when he possibly can. There's another one of the back markers, 36, seemed to struggle for momentum going up the hill there. That was Leo Soliu, but the front-running riders getting through. There's another one of the novices there just in front. That's Callum Maxwell on the treble 1 going down into Zulu. Maxwell just holding his line. probably the sensible thing to do on that technical Zulu section. Just let the faster riders find their own way through. And Hudson Cooper seems to have found a bit of momentum going down Zulu. Here they come into boot, trying to line up for a pass here. He does seem quick going into boot. I think Stevenson knows he's there though, guards the apex, making life difficult here for Hudson Cooper as they go around the final corner. It's still 83, Arnie Carr, your race leader. Wilkinson still in second on the 76, and Luca Wilkinson leads the junior supermotos. And there's our battle for 15th position there. Callum Maxwell and Leo Solia. Those two riders are lapped down, but still having their own battle in the midfield. Very finely poised battle for 4th position here though. Hudson Cooper appears to get some nice lines on the technical parts of the track, but can't find a way through past Stevenson at the moment on the number 11. Stevenson losing a little bit of ground on the 135 of Jack Newton. Newton's still there in 3rd place. Here comes Cooper into boot now. Can he find a way through? Stevenson guards that apex once again. He knows the riders behind him. Sticking to the inside line, forcing Cooper wide, making him do all the work here. 4 laps to go. Still Newton 3rd. Stevenson having a peek down the inside into Oblivion. Has a nice line going into Oblivion. There's the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson. Just to recap, it's still Carr that leads, Wilkinson 2nd. This battle we're focusing on here for 3rd position. Very, very close indeed between Newton, Stevenson and Cooper. Owen Tempest still in 6th place from Charlie Cunningham, Travis Shaw, Pierce Reeves, Billy Carter and Harvey Saville just a bit further behind in 11th place. Brook champion Harrison Quincy, Charlie Ward further back in the midfield. There we see Newton clipping the curb there, going down through Zulu, heading towards boot once again. Stevenson seems to have found a bit of momentum here, right on the back wheel of Newton. Cooper still there on the 217, easily recognisable with the Dayglow yellow leathers and the plastics on the bike, and Cooper trying a different line there, just seemed to run wide going through boot. I think with the name of getting some momentum, oh, he's shaking his head there, he was a bit unlucky encountering the back marker, which I think has scuppered his plans a bit. That's Logan Conley, I think, the 25. So Conley just letting the faster riders go through. Carr still leads, I believe. This could well be the championship wrapped up for Arnie Carr if things stay as they are. Good confirmation from the time scorers very soon, but I believe that's Arnie Carr's championship if he can win this race. With 1 round to go in 2 weeks' time, still at Teesside, it'll be Arnie Carr getting things wrapped up today. There's the 127. Charlie Ward, one of the Mini GP riders. Ward goes a lap down, currently in 14th place. Lost a few positions at the start of the race, but still, I believe, in 3rd from the Mini GP riders. And there's Ward, 127. Oh, but unlucky there for Cooper, just got pulled slightly by the 127. Now we'll get an opening on the track and should get past the 127 as they go into Oblivion, round the outside, and he does so. 2 laps to go. Arnie Carr still leading the race by almost 15 seconds. Lost the lead at the start for all of 2 corners, and that was about it. He's just checked away, cleared away from the rest of the field. Could be Jack Beard possibly in 17th place. Well, that's Pierce Reeves, I believe, actually, number 18. There's Pierce Reeves going a lap down as we look at the 76. Further down the field here, a bit of a midfield scrap just on the edge of the top 10. Nice move down the inside, and they come around the final corner. That's Wilkinson then in 2nd place as we go into the last lap. Wilkinson leading the junior supermotos. 85 just going through. Billy Carter a lap down. 46 Brook champion Harrison Quincy a bit further behind. There's the 135 of Jack Newton. Arnie Carr, fastest lap of the race was a 48.61. He really is motoring. Oh, was Cooper just seemed to miss a gear momentarily. Now I believe this will be the championship for Arnie Carr, coming through boot for the final time. Goes round the back marker. 83 Arnie Carr into the final corner. He has led pretty much the entire race, and this I believe will be the championship. Up on the pegs as he crosses the line. There goes 25 Logan Conley. A bit further down the field, oh, was Cunningham racing Owen Tempest to 6th place to the line there. They're a lap down, so Arnie Carr lapping up to 6th place. And I think Arnie Carr into Christmas corner almost with a Kevin Schwantz style celebration, standing up, hands in the air as he goes through. So we'll get confirmation from the officials. I'm looking at the positions here in the championship. I believe that will give Arnie Carr the championship in Mini GP 90. And I have been told that he's got a special championship gold-plated helmet to wear later on today if he secures the title. So Whether they'll have the honour of wearing that later on, we shall see. So just to recap, Arnie Carr winning the race from Luca Wilkinson, who wins Junior Supermoto 90, finishing second. Jack Newton holding on to that third place from Daniel Stevenson. Hudson Cooper in fifth. Charlie Cunningham, sixth place on the final lap. Owen Tempest, Harvey Saville, Travis Shaw, Billy Carter rounding out the top 10. So that concludes race number 1, and I believe our first champion of 2020 with Arnie Carr. We move on to race number 2. It's Pit Bike Spares, Stock 160. Group B will start the action. In association with Pit Bike Spares, it's the Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group B. The riders in the waiting zone now, and we'll have a look at the qualifying performance, see how the riders line up at the start of the racing today. This is Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group B, and riders will be out in just a few moments. Riders now out onto the track for their formation lap. Ian Walker qualifying well, Ben Johnson, Dean Quincy, Jake Marsh, Will Loader, all riders to look out for. This is how they will line up for Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B. Dean Quincy at the front on the 287 from Dylan Mellor. Gary Carter in third position. Ian Walker, Will Loader fifth, and Ben Johnson rounding out the top 6. Qualifying 7th was Jake Marsh from James Lewis. Anthony Moore in 9th. Mark James Cockfield in 10th position. Kieran Boyd, Robin Kyle in 12th place. 13th for William Horner from Tom White. Edward Roberts, Brett Neesham, Harry Clark, and Tommy Champion in 18th position. 19th for Gaz Pearson, Dean Rowland, Kira Williamson 21st, Marcus Burton, Dean Widowson 23rd, and setting no time, Dervin Elaine at the back of the field. Joined by Reed Jones, Mick Ferret-Lord, Reed Jones, Julian Gromit, Mark Jarrett, and Jack Bednarek. These riders showing us no time with Dan Merrin and Daniel Smith. I believe these may be lining up in Group A, so we shall see as the race goes on. 23 riders taking to the track for the formation lap. Down they go towards the final corner, and lining up now for their first race of the day. 10 races in the block, and riders having 2 races throughout the afternoon at this penultimate round of the championship. Don't forget, of course, to if you want to follow the series, check out the British Mini Bike pages on Facebook and Instagram, on social media, with all the information behind the scenes as we look forward to this penultimate round of the championship and our finale in 2 weeks' time at Teesside. Riders then just making final preparations. We're waiting for the starters. I think there's a problem with one of the riders at the front of the grid. Well, there's been a mix-up here with the qualifying charts, possibly. Somebody's perhaps lined up in the wrong position on the grid, just as speculation, but it does seem to be a problem on the start here. There's our start officials, and they're looking at the clipboards here with the lineups. I think there is an issue. The rider's still being held on the start line. Hopefully that this will be sorted out very soon. There we see it's one rider, I think, possibly on the wrong part of the grid. Shouldn't be anything too serious, and hopefully we'll be able to get the rider correctly positioned and out onto the track. Will go very soon indeed. Just a shout out on the YouTube channel to Ray Lovell, giving good luck to Team SY Moto, Jim Lovell and Ryan Tyres. Those riders will see a bit later on this afternoon, and if the racing is half as good as it was at Three Sisters, I'm sure that will be a very exciting race. A bit later on in the programme, of course. Plenty of action to go through this afternoon here at Whilton Mill, as the riders here lining up at the start of the Pit Bike Stock 160 Group B. So there is a pause here at the start. I believe there may possibly 1 or 2 riders in the wrong position on the grid, so our start officials just making sure that everyone's ready. Well, whatever the confusion, it looks like it's all sorted out. The flags go up, and we'll be ready to go in just a moment. Green flag. Riders getting the instruction to make sure the visor's down. Green flag goes up. Racing is about to get underway. We wait for the flag to drop, and away they go. Nice start down the inside from Dean Quincy, but nice sweep on the outside. That may have been Neil Dylan Mellor. Let's have a look in a moment as they go through Oblivion for the first time. Let's hope for a clean start. Everyone seems to have got through okay. To Christmas for the first time. Possibly confirm the rider in a moment. Yeah, maybe Dylan Mellor that got the jump going into Oblivion for the first time. Nice clean start as they go through Christmas for the first time. Everyone's staying out of trouble. There's the number 7 in there. James Cockfield, Kieran Boyd in there just on the edge of the top 10. The 7-11 going down the hill as well. James Lewis. Fast, fearsome action in the midfield there. One rider left behind at the start, but by and large everyone's staying out of trouble on the first lap as leaders come through the pit corner for the first time. The rest of the pack charging through Boot. And here they come. It's actually Ian Walker, your race leader, Fuji Moto Machine. Right on his tail, Dean Quincy, number 287. Nice run out of Christmas, up towards Christmas corner now. Walker holds on to the lead, Quincy in second, Mellor third. Those three starting to break away now from the rest of the field as they go down towards Zulu. Quincy with a nice line out of Christmas corner, tries to square the turn off into Zulu, and a great move there from Quincy. Can he hold on? No, it looks like Walker fights back, and down the inside goes Dylan Mellor into second place. So even on that tight technical Zulu section, there's still overtaking going on, and there's some really close action there as they go into Boot once again. So Walker losing the lead momentarily, gets it back, but not for very long. Oh, down the inside goes Mellor. Nice move into the pit corner. Proper block pass there from the number 30. And Mellor takes the lead. Walker holds on to second place. Quincy still in third on the 287. Oh, it looked like Walker just seemed to lose traction there going up towards Christmas corner. Oh, it's a red flag actually. That's why they've stopped. Red flag situation, I'm not too sure as to why. There must be something further down the field. The rider has gone down in the midfield. So red flag is out. I'm told it is due to an incident on the final corner, just on the exit of the Boot complex. Confirm the rider in a moment. We have had a stoppage, so a rider receiving some treatment just on the final corner. Medics are on the track there. We see the ambulance in place. But we didn't see that happen actually. We're just concentrating on that battle for the lead. So let's hope it's nothing too serious. It's one of the riders in the midfield. We'll confirm who it is if we get the official confirmation. But riders have been stopped at this pit bike stock 160 Group B. Riders just waiting to get back underway. Incident on the final corner, medics on the track, so as I said, let's hope it's nothing too serious, a bike being pushed away. And the rest of the riders just gathering, so I believe it will be pretty much a full rerun of this race. We were only on to the second lap when the red flag came out. That was a first lap incident. Now I believe the rider is Mark James Cockfield, the number 7. You can see the bike actually being pushed back to the paddock, just at the top of your screen. So the number 7 going into the barriers on the final corner, bringing out the red flag, and rider currently receiving some medical treatment, so let's hope that will be okay. Riders then waiting to get back underway, and one or two riders just heading back to the pits as well. Hopefully we'll be able to get racing back underway very soon. Now, one rider that we spoke to yesterday in the pits was Charlie Cunningham, rider we just saw out in action a few moments ago, and he's also riding in the Ovali Cup next year. We spoke to him about his progress over the weekend and some of his plans for 2021.
So we are down here with Charlie Cunningham now. Charlie, you've been up for qualifying and you were 7th, I believe, so a bit of work to do?
Yeah, it was quite hard, and hopefully we'll get up to the top 5 maybe.
Now, of course, you missed the last round at Three Sisters, but you were here at Whilton Mill last time. We've got a different track layout this time. How have you coped with the differences?
Yeah. So, that corner, I'm not so getting good on it because it's a more tighter corner than the other one. So I'm not really used to it right now, but I will get on the pace as I'm going around. And practice, I wasn't doing so good. So yeah, luckily in the practice tomorrow maybe, we'll get quite good at the track more.
So you've got 2 races, of course, later on. 7th on the grid today, so you're confident you can get a bit further up the grid?
Yeah.
And what's your tactics going to be on the start?
I don't know. Last time we got a really good start, and hopefully we'll get another one.
And of course, next year, I understand you're riding an Ovale machine, so you're looking forward to that for 2021?
Yeah, maybe. I wasn't riding it today because I just lost the front in practice, so I'm not too happy about that. Yeah, and it wasn't even sore.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck and hope you enjoy your day's racing.
Thank you.
So they've had a few words with Charlie Cunningham. Had a very good race actually last time out, 6th place on the final lap. In the meantime, whilst we were looking at that interview, just been told that the rider is walking wounded, who's brought out the red flag, just hopped into the ambulance, and as we speak you will see the ambulance on the stream here actually, just making its way to the medical centre. As always, the medics here at the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes doing a great job, and that rider, of course, as per the course, will have a medical examination before being allowed back onto the circuit. So let's hope that's nothing too serious. The rest of the riders just gathered on the approach into the boot corner. Hopefully, all being well, we'll get the medics back in position very soon. Once we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course, we will get racing back underway. So the machine's being fired up. Go back to the grid and start again for the pit bike stock 160 race 1 for Group B, which was turning into actually quite an entertaining race at the front. So the riders going down through the final corner. Usually would be a standing start. We'll get an idea in a few moments, but the riders just going back out onto the track now, just getting the machines back up to temperature. They've been stationary on the track for a few moments. Making their way through Christmas Corner and back down towards the start area. It was turning into a decent battle there. Ian Walker certainly looking good at the front of the field. Dean Quincy looking to battle at the front as well. This will be followed, of course, by Group A, as soon be right after this first motor of the day for the Group B riders. Trouble there for the treble 9 of Anthony Moore. That's just on the approach to, it's actually in Oblivion, so seems to have picked up some kind of mechanical issue, and there is Moore pushing the bike back to the waiting zone. Rest of the riders lining up on the grid for the restart of this pit bike stock 160 Group B, brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares. Riders just lining up now. Last few riders taking their position on the grid, and we should be okay with the restart in just a few moments. Start officials just making sure the riders are in position, just getting confirmation the track is clear and ready to go. Currently stopped on the grid now, but as you say, starting underway very, very shortly indeed. Alongside there, we've got Ian Walker, Gaz Pearson, Dean Quincy, all in with a shout at this restart. Very exciting start to the race before the flag came out. But here we go for the restart. Green flag is up. We wait for the flag to drop, and away we go for the restart of the pit bike stock 160. Quincy with a good start, but looked like Ian Walker with a jump on the outside. One rider left on the grid, but it seems to have got away at the back as the rest of the field make their way up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Looks like it could well be Ian Walker with a good start. They come through Christmas the first time, a bit tight in the midfield, but everyone appears to get through safely. Down they go through Zulu for the first time, and it's all very close with the top three as they go over the curb, straight lining that downhill section as much as possible down towards Boot for the first time. And it's all very close. There was Dean Rowland on the 461 in the midfield, battling with Brett Neesham and Harry Clark, but the leaders making their way out of Boot. Dean Quincy having a look down the inside. Round the final corner they go. Harry Clark's a bit further behind in fourth, Ben Johnson, but your race leader on the first lap is Ian Walker. Quincy in second place, Dylan Mellor third. Oh, was trouble there for Ian Walker. Runs wide through Oblivion onto the concrete runoff area. Dean Quincy briefly takes the lead, but Dylan Mellor grabbing the lead on the number 30 as they go through Christmas Corner. Quincy in second, but Ian Walker, now I don't know if that was a mechanical issue or just over too much momentum into the corner maybe, just seems to run very wide, loses a lot of momentum. And all change at the front here as Dylan Mellor takes the lead. Quincy second, having a peek down the inside. Here's the battle for third. Walker, the early race leader, now dropping to third position. Then we have got, looks like Johnson in there, Ben Johnson, Gary Carter, Jake Marsh, Kieran Boyd, all very close indeed as the leaders make their way through. So Mellor, the new race leader, Dean Quincy second, Walker third, Johnson, Carter, Jake Marsh, Kieran Boyd, the 199 of Robin Kyle, James Lewis, William Horner in 10th position. Loader a bit further behind in 11th as the leaders go up towards Christmas Corner down the inside. Oh, very tight there from the number 7. I think that's Gary Carter actually, number 11 on your timing charts. And Carter up to 4th position. Starting to close now on Ian Walker as they go down through Zulu. It's still Mellor and Quincy very close for first and second position. Mellor with the fastest lap of the race on a 47.155. Here they come through into boot once again, and 35 Marsh trying to, oh, squares the turn off nicely there. Number 35 Marsh doesn't quite come off though. Carter having the line covered, he's going to try again as they cross the line going through into oblivion. And Carter on the number 11 on the time machines holds on to that 4th place, still Dean Mellor leading. Dylan Mellor, I should say, the number 30 leads from Quincy in second place. Looking at this great battle here with the number 35, Jake Marsh, as they go into Zulu. Right on the tail there is the 609 of Kieran Boyd, but 35 all over the back wheel here. Jake Marsh really trying to find a way through as best he can, gets a good drive out of Zulu down towards boot, and Marsh down the inside. Jake Marsh into 5th position now and starting to close on the machine of Gary Carter. Around the final corner they go, it's still Mellor that leads, and Dylan Mellor sets the fastest lap of the race, 46.769. Dean Quincy right in there, only half a second down. All very close for third place, still Ian Walker in third, Gary Carter, Jake Marsh, Ben Johnson and Kieran Boyd. They make their way up towards Christmas Corner as Carter has a look down the inside of Walker, doesn't quite come off. Carter's got to be careful here though, because the 35 of Jake Marsh is right on the tail. As Walker fending off here, the pressure from Carter down the hill. And again, Marsh very quick through Zulu as the two leaders make their way through boot. It's still Mellor leading from Quincy, all very close, and third position close as ever. As again, Marsh runs wide in boot, trying to get the switch back, going down towards the final corner. Still Mellor that leads, Quincy second. Action all the way through the top 5 here. And Mellor, who has led pretty much the entire race, glancing over the shoulder. Quincy does the same. They know it's just those two in contention for the lead at the moment. The two leaders going through Christmas Corner. Quincy drifts wide through Christmas, looking to get the momentum out of the corner down to Zulu. And again, Quincy using those wider lines, keeping the momentum up here. Mellor riding defensively, guarding those apexes. Here they come down towards boot. And the back straight they go. Quincy do as they go into boot, has a peek down the inside, but Mellor's got the line covered again. Dylan Mellor, the number 30, guarding those apexes. Oh, trouble here for the number 35. Yes, it is. Oh, that's a shame for Jake Marsh, who was running so well in 5th place. That's looks like that's coming out of Zulu. And the unfortunate Jake Marsh appears to be out of the race, trying to fire the machine back into life. He's got it going again. Now, I don't think Marsh had been off the bike. I think he may have stalled the machine, had some sort of mechanical issue. That's a shame for Marsh, who drops, well, he will go right the way. He's certainly out of the top 10. Still not crossed the line yet, so real shame for the number 35 of Jake Marsh, who's running so well. But, oh, right on cue, Quincy losing the back end through Zulu. Now, he's kept the engine running. Rider's perfectly okay. Hopefully, he kept it running, he has, so that's good for at least Dean Quincy to get straight back on the bike. And, well, Mellor has a look over the shoulder. He can't quite believe it. He's all on his own at the front all of a sudden as we make our way towards the final lap. Drama then down the hill on Zulu. It just seemed to me like Quincy lost the back end. Seemed to overtake him there almost. So, change at the front here now. Walker second, Carter up to third. Kieran Boyd in fourth, Ben Johnson in fifth. There is the 287 of Dean Quincy, who will be in, I believe, 6th place. As Carter has a look down the inside. Oh, squeezing down the inside into Christmas Corner. Doesn't quite come off. Walker holds on to that 2nd place. Dylan Mellor all on his own now at the front. And now Walker having to ride defensively. So potentially a bit slippery down the hill there by Zulu. But second and third holding on there quite nicely. Carter trying to get through past Walker. Here comes the race leader though, the number 30 of Dylan Mellor around the final corner. And after a dramatic race, Dylan Mellor takes the checkered flag. It's going to be tight for second place though in. Walker around the final corner. It's just about takes second from Gary Carter. Kieran Boyd fights through to fourth place from Ben Johnson in fifth. There's Dean Queensy with a bit of bad luck there coming off the machine, but recovers to remain in sixth place, just ahead of Will Loader. And very close on the edge of the top 10 is Robin Kyle, James Lewis, Brett Neesham, William Horner, Tom White, Harry Clark, and Gaz Pearson down to 14th. All incredibly close action on the edge of the top 10 as Tommy Champion and Anthony Moore making their way through. So that concludes the Pit Bike Spares Stock 60 Group B. Riders in the waiting zone now are the Pit Bike Spares 160 Group A, and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. Plenty of drama in the Group B as they make their way back to the waiting zone after that thrilling race. Coming up next, we have Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group A, and we'll have a look in just a few moments at how they line up. Quincy making his way back to the pits there on the 287. Bit unlucky in that previous race, just losing the back end through Zulu and off the machine. So the Group A riders are now in the waiting zone, and this is how they will line up for that race. It's Jim Lovell first with the 43.755. Ryan Tyers in second place. Reece Stevenson third. Jack Bednarek in fourth. Chase Collymore and James Mostica in sixth position. Seventh is Ben Clucas from Jake Whittaker. Ninth, Dougie Craven. Chloe Jones in 10th position. Phil Dickens 11th. Carl Sanders in 12th place. 13th is John Buckle from Nathan Summers, Sebastian Barron, Ed Peed, Ben Ray and Ryan Clark in 18th. Unidentified rider a bit further back. 20th is Joe Woodward in Wareham, Chris Edwards, Jack Carter, Daniel Pearson in 24th position. And the riders now making their way out onto the formation lap for this first race of the day, Pit Bike Spares 160 Group A. In terms of the championship in the 160s, Ryan Tyers, your championship leader, on 395 points from Jim Lovell on 340. Realistically, I would say at this stage it's between those two. Jake Whittaker still an outsider on 247. Jamie Callan and Chase Collymore a bit further back, taking us down to fifth in the championship. But at the moment, seems to be very much a fight between Ryan Tyers and Jim Lovell in this race class. Certainly advantage with Ryan Tyers as the riders make their way through boot down towards the line. And we'll be underway with our first race of the day for the Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A, in association, of course, with Pit Bike Spares. Ugly & Co, Mini GP and Supermoto 140 and 50 will follow after this race for their first outing of the day. But the riders now taking their positions on the grid for this Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A. Last few riders now going into boot. Once again here at Whilton Mill, a big group of riders. It's a popular circuit with the riders. As we said at the start of the programme, it's very centrally situated in the west of Northamptonshire here, just alongside the main roads, the A5 and the M1. So relatively easy to get through from all areas of the country. Only 20 minutes or so away from the famous Silverstone circuit, of course. So very much in motorsport country here at Whilton Mill. And there's always a exciting programme of 2- and 4-wheel racing here at Whilton. There's plenty of action throughout the rest of the year coming up. Riders are on the line now. Last few riders taking their positions. It looks like everyone is in place. And the Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group A is about to get underway. Riders on the grid will be waiting for the green flag to drop. And one rider in trouble on the grid as away they go. So it's a clean start, despite there is a rider lost the engine on the grid there. Seems to have got it fired up. And underway may have been Chloe Jones, but the rest of the pack make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Great start there from the 97 of Jim Lovell. Looks like Reece Stevenson in second place. Here they come, piling into Christmas Corner for the first time. Will they get through safely? Very close indeed at the top of the hill, but they've all got through safely on that first lap. I think Chloe Jones has rejoined the race at the back of the field. A bit of trouble there on the approach to Zulu. One rider goes down, but doesn't look to be anything serious. Through big for the first time, and Lovell is your race leader. Reece Stevenson's got a great jump though in second place and starting to pressure as they make their way around the final corner. Rest of the top 10 make their way through boot, all very close. And looked like Daniel Pearson having the battle there in the midfield as they go charging through for the first time. So it's Lovell, Stevenson, Tyres in third, Bednarek and Mostica as the 1-2-3 of Reece Stevenson. Great move down the inside going into Christmas corner. And Reece Stevenson, 1-2-3 is your new race leader. Down they go in towards Zulu. So Stevenson aggressively over the curbs there, down the hill through Zulu, heading towards boot. Jim Lovell drops to second place. Third is Ryan Tyres. The two main championship protagonists there, second and third. Here they come down towards the final corner. So Lovell leads, Stevenson second, Tyres third. Very, very close indeed. Let's have a look at the times as they go through. Just over half a second covering the top three. Starting to pull away now from the fourth place. Jack Bednarek, James Mostica and Chase Collymore. Just a little bit further behind. Let's have a look at the tyres now. He starts with Lovell under some pressure here coming down towards Zulu. Jim Lovell looking to certainly not take the advantage of the championship here with the tyres as well. These two riders, the main protagonists in terms of the championship. Ryan Tyres, the championship leader on 395 points. Jim Lovell second. So at the moment, Lovell just pulling a few points back on Tyres. Things stay as they are, but not very much at all. And certainly Ryan Tyres will want to get through to second place, but won't be too unhappy with that third place if things stay as they are. Reece Stevenson trying to pull away at the front now. The 1-2-3 really has been the rider in form this year, the number 1-2-3, making a name for himself against some of the more established riders in British mini bikes. Tyres now, another rider there just trying to drift wide coming into some of these slower corners with the aim of perhaps getting the faster drive. Oh, and Tyres lost the back end there. Oh, we just saw it again. It does seem it's cool today, but one or two riders being caught out by slippery track conditions there. Ryan Tyres very lucky not to ice side off the bike. He caught that well, and Ryan Tyres momentarily dropping out of contention. He's still there in third place. There's the 27 of James Mostica. Fourth place, Chase Collymore up to fifth. We seem to have lost Jack Bednarek somewhere out on the track. Bednarek dropping all the way down the field. I didn't see him come off anywhere, or whether he's tired or mechanical issues. The race goes on, of course, but that means there's a change. Everyone else in the top 10 goes up in position. Mostica up to fourth position. Chase Collymore into fifth place. Ben Lucas, Jake Whittaker up to seventh. Doug Craven, Bill Dickens and Carl Sanders rounding up the top 10. 11th is the 147 of NP, John Buckle, Sebastian Barron, Ryan Clark and Daniel Pearson further back. Now I saw a bike being pushed off the track there. I wonder if that may have been the 69 of Jack Bednarek. Just looking at this battle here for 8th position. There's a stationary rider, that, I think that's NP possibly, 147. Pointing at the track there, so this is, looks like Zulu. Now whether there's some oil being dropped on the track, we're looking at the centre of the circuit there has been some cement gone down already. I think that's where Dean Quincy may have come off the machine. Oh, that's Christmas corner actually. No, that's a bit further, that's at the top of the track. So I believe that's the 147 that went down. Just on the edge of the top 10, that would be NP. They're pointing at the track, so whether there's some oil being dropped, of course the bikes have the catch trays to catch any sort of fluid, and the bikes goes onto the side on the track. But so possibly an issue there. So NP down to the race at the moment, but the rider is okay. Still Reece Stevenson charging away just over 1 second ahead of Jim Lovell as we look at Chase Collymore now coming under some real pressure from the 84 of Lucas. Lucas running deep into Christmas corner there, trying to get the drive coming out of the corner, but Collymore looking very neat through that section down towards Zulu. And again Chase Collymore aggressively going for those apexes, just making that bike in the right places there, making Lucas do the work here as Chase Collymore, number 7 on the bike, holding on to that 5th position. There's a rider in the infield there, appearing to be out of the race. Now that could possibly have been Jack Bednarek, but there is a rider just from the infield. Race goes on, of course, and Lucas starting to again trying to keep that pressure on. Collymore looks very quick through Oblivion though. Still Reece Stevenson leading. There's the number 13, the rider out of the race. That's Scott McGibbon. Mechanical issues there just by boots, but McGibbon's okay. Just trying to get that bike back into life as we look at the 84 of Ben Lucas. Seems to be very quick through the Christmas corner section. Keeping the pressure on Chase Collymore. Collymore riding very neatly here. Again, you just see him guarding those apexes, forcing Clucas to run wide to try and get some traction out of the corners, making Clucas do the work here. As we look at the midfield of 62, that's the 10th position rider, Carl Sanders. A little bit further back there with John Buckle and Ryan Clark. Still the battle goes on with the number 7 of Chase Collymore, and again, Clucas very quick through Oblivion, and Clucas possibly lining up Collymore for a pass here, going into Christmas corner. Collymore guards the apex, holds on to that position. Clucas is trying to get some momentum on the exit of the corner. Collymore guarding that line, still Stevenson leading from level. Ryan Tyres 1.2 seconds of drift in third place. Mostica a little bit further ahead of this battle in fourth, just going through boot now. It's Collymore still holding on to that fifth place as we look at the number 121 of Jake Whittaker being closed on now with the 51 of Phil Dickens. Those two riders trading positions here. Whittaker has moved up to 8th position, but the 51 running wide on the final corner, trying to get the drive going down towards Oblivion. And Dickens down the inside. Oh, he took the position there. So Phil Dickens back to 8th position as we look again at our battle for the lead. Now it looks to me like Ryan Tyres is starting to close on Jim Lovell. Very close indeed for the leaders as they make their way down towards the finish line. Midfield making their way through. Chloe Jones has recovered well, up to 15th place after that trouble at the start. Just crossing the line. Here's the leaders. Well, it looks like McGibbon's back on the track in the number 13. I think they're about to lap. It looked like the 23 of Chris Edwards, 89, so there's Sebastian Barron as well. The leaders going through into Christmas corner, starting to catch up with the tail enders now. And Reece Stevenson, of course, Stevenson's the leader here. He's got to fight his way through the traffic, and when they see those faster riders come through, they'll be more accustomed to letting chasing riders through. There's the 23 of Edwards, a lap down, and Edwards in 20th place. Look at this now as we head towards the final lap. There's the 177 of Ian Ware, lap down. Concedes the racing line to the leaders. Here they come, last lap, and any one of these three riders could win the race. 1 lap to go. Stevenson still leads. Lovell in second. 97 Lovell looks quick through Oblivion. Up towards Christmas corner they go. Stevenson knows the two riders are there, guarding the inside line into Christmas corner. Lovell closely followed by Tyres. Here they go, 3 abreast down towards Zulu. Stevenson running wide through Zulu. Oh, he recovers well, takes the apex again. Forces Lovell to concede the line. Here they come into boot for the final time. It's Stevenson, Lovell and Tyres. Any one of these three riders could win. Lovell going a bit deeper into the boot complex. Stevenson guards the inside line. Matt Marcus moves to one side, let the leaders going through. Here they come around the final corner, and it looks like Stevenson will take the win. Yes, he does, and he looks pleased with that one. Who can blame him, because that was a fantastic race. Reece Stevenson is your race winner. Jim Lovell in second place. Ryan Tyres in third. And they are a country mile ahead of the 4th position. There's the 24, 27 of James Mostica in 4th place. Chase Collymore taking 5th on the line from Ben Lucas. Those riders very closely down. Look at this. 51 and the 121. Drag race to the line there. Dougie Craven in 7th on the 74. But Jake Whittaker and Phil Dickens very close on a drag race again for 10th. Ryan Clark in 10th, just ahead of Carl Sanders. So some brilliant racing there in the final lap. Once again, we've seen some fantastic racing here with the British Mini Bikes, Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A drawing to a close. We'll see those riders later on today. And we move on now to our 4th race in the schedule. It's the Ugling-Clow Mini GP Junior Supermotos. They're in the waiting zone now and will be underway in just a few moments. Here we are then with the Mini GP Junior Supermoto riders just in the waiting zone now. They'll be underway in just a few moments, but great racing there from the Pit Bike Spares Stock 160 Group A. Reece Stevenson, by less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Jim Lovell, and Ryan Tyers fighting to the line. Don't forget, of course, 10 races in the block. Our fourth race is about to get underway. It's the Ugly & Co. Mini GP Junior Supermoto 140 and 50s. That'll be underway very shortly. SY Moto Veterans will follow that for race number 5, the Ovali 110 Cup. Perhaps Super Minis, and then we go to the Parker Racing Stock 140s, Group B and Group A. Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 and 70. A little bit later on today. So Junior Supermoto 140 and the Mini GP 140 50s making their way out onto the track. Another big group of riders here, and here we see the drone just chasing the riders around as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Really nice view of the track here, and very well maintained circuit here at Whilton Mill. I think all the tracks we've been to this year, certainly in terms of preparation, tracks are very well turned out, and they do feel like nice motorsport venues to go and visit. This drone footage here giving us a nice idea of the Christmas Corner, just how tight it is. And here we go down towards Zulu. Very tight, very technical part of the track. We've seen some overtaking there already today, but you've really got to be committed into the corners there, and it's the classic block pass down the inside really on some of these corners. So here they come down towards the line. Let's have a look at how they line up. It's Daniel Goodman first from Joel Gregg in second place, Peter Willis qualifying in third, Alfie Davidson fourth, Harvey Lathrop fifth, and Lewis Mullen in sixth position. Zach Weston seventh, Mason Greasley, Matthew Wood, Kobe Perry in 10th, Bobby King and Ty Butler in 12th place, 13th for James Cleary, 14th for Nathan Ellis Ward, Ty Collymore in 15th, Warwick Brady, Ruby Booth and Cade Watt in 18th position, 19th for James Walker, 20th Harry Pell, Toby Skaman, Kelsey Carter, 23rd for George Wood, and Asia Divine in 24th position. Jack Knights, Ozzy and Thomas a bit further back in 26th. Joshua Williams, Brooke Champion, Bobby King and Wilson Dilks all not posting a time, so they'll start a little bit further back. Yet again, they're a very popular track with the riders here. Another big entry of riders. What it does mean, of course, is that first lap will be quite hectic, and riders looking to stay out of trouble, get a good start at the front. And touch wood, we've had some decent starts so far today, so let's certainly hope that stays the same at the start of this race. Last few riders just taking their positions on the grid. I think there is a rider just getting a bit of help there in the midfield. I think maybe it almost looks like a problem with the visor. I think wherever it is seems to be okay. So we're just looking at the start marshals now for our Ugly & Co. Junior Supermoto 140 and Mini GP race to get underway in just a few moments. So don't forget that the action live throughout the afternoon here on Alpha Live on both the Facebook and the YouTube channels. Here they come, so everyone looks like they're in position. There is just a brief hold up here again, so not too sure as to why the start marshals just checking everyone's in position, and hopefully we'll be underway in just a few moments. As we say, don't forget, of course, the action on throughout the afternoon here on the Facebook and the YouTube live stream. So all your riders, and if you're watching on the streams today, don't forget to give your riders a shout out as well. We'll try and pick those up as well for you, and hopefully this race will be underway in just a few moments. There is a brief delay for whatever reason, but the marshals appear to be on it, and hopefully we'll be underway in just a few moments. The starter not happy with the grid, so the riders are being sent back out onto the track. They'll go for another formation lap. One rider losing the engine there. I think that's the number 57, I believe, but mechanical issues possibly. The rest of the riders make their way back out onto the track for another formation lap. So for whatever reason, if there was some riders in the wrong position on the grid, maybe just speculation there, but for whatever reason they will restart the race in a few moments. Certainly no issues, no accidents as such, but another formation lap for these riders as they make their way back around the track, and will be starting the race very shortly indeed. The Ugly & Co. Junior Supermoto 140 and Mini GPs going back to the grid. riders then back onto the grid then. Certainly Daniel Goodman, one rider to look out for at the front of the field in this category. Joel Grigg and Peter Willis all qualifying very well. The lap times here at Whilton Mill a little bit quicker than they were in August by virtue obviously using a shorter track. What that could potentially mean is certainly more snappier, more technical races, you might say, as the riders get around the track a little bit quicker. And looks like this time we are good to go. We wait for the flag to drop. And here they go. Great start from third place. That may have been Peter Willis getting a good jump on the field. One rider in trouble on the line, but everyone else seems to have got through. And here they come up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Very close at the start there between Joel Grigg and Daniel Goodman. Fantastic footage here, though, as they make their way into Christmas Corner for the first time. All the riders jostling for position, and it all gets very technical at the top of the circuit. Very tight, very slow in that top corner. It's... you get an idea on the drone footage there of the aerial view. Just it's a bit off cambered there going through to Zulu. It's normally, of course, they run down the hill to Ashby, but they turn sharp right on that hill. And until you're on the bike, you're on the track, it's a bit more off cambered than it looks up there. It is very technical and could potentially be a bit slippery if the track conditions drop. But here they come around the final corner for the first time, and it was indeed Joel Grigg that gets the lead. Peter Willis with that great jump from third place, and he holds on to second position. Daniel Goodman drops to third. Lewis Mullen fourth. Harvey Lathrop a bit further behind in fifth place. But Goodman fighting back now as they go up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Joel Grigg with a nice sweep into Christmas, holds onto that lead. Oh, it looks like we had a red flag, so the race has been stopped. We're just going to establish it's an incident, I believe, by boot. One or two riders hitting trouble going into the boot corner. The red flag has come out, unfortunately, so that's a shame because it was looking pretty close there between Joel Grigg and Peter Willis. Had a good start as well, but red flag is out. As I say, there is an incident, I believe. Two riders caught up in trouble just going in towards boot, so we'll let the medics deal with that situation. So once again, just had a bit of an incident here. The riders currently gathered on the approach to the boot complex on that. I think there was one rider gone into the tyre barriers. So medics are on the scene. Let's hope that it's nothing too serious and we get the racing back underway very soon. Big thanks, of course, to our medics for all of their hard work at British Mini Bikes. Now, of course, a new series for 2020 has been the Ovale Cup. These new one-make series, very popular machine with the riders, and we went down to the pits and chatted to Ovale a little bit earlier to tell us about their plans and how 2020's gone so far.
One of the new series this year has been the Ovale Cup, these new miniature machines out in the UK, and Medell and Simon here from Ovale UK. This is your first year of being involved with British Mini Bikes, and how's the season gone so far for you?
Really well. It's been a lot more popular than we thought. Pete was hoping for 15 grid entries by the end of the season, and we got them, I think, within the first sort of 2 or 3 rounds. So that's just been absolutely amazing. And obviously next year, I think again it's going to be another really busy and successful series again. We've just been really, really pleased with how well it's gone and how popular it's been.
And Simon, this is a new bike, of course, you've seen this year. One of the things we've picked on the commentary booth is it's a really attractive bike to look at, especially for a young rider. It really does look like a scaled-down BSB or MotoGP bike.
Yeah, they're actually based on a scaled version of a MotoGP bike. All the geometry and everything is identical to a MotoGP. And obviously, they're, like you say, they're stylish with the bodywork and everything, how they're designed. So they really do appeal to the kids, and you know they can get them stickered up how they want and look really good and sort of emulate their heroes a bit.
And Medell, of course, we had Pete Hickman along at the first round at Ello Park. He's very much involved in this. He's more than just a money man or a celebrity endorsement, you might say. He's been taking an active role in developing the riders.
Yeah, well, Pete Hickman, he's the director of Ovale UK. Unfortunately, with coronavirus, it's happened that the BSB has been on the same weekend as all of the rounds, so he could only come to the first round, but he's hopefully coming to Teesside. We have run test days in between the rounds, And Pete's come along to those, and he's been very active in helping the children, showing them lines, giving them tips, giving them pointers. He's very, very heavily involved in it, and yeah, he just loves it.
Just finally, Simon, with Whilton Mill, we've said a few times to other riders, it's a very popular track. A lot of people come here testing anyway. What do you think today's action is going to be like?
I think it's very close at the top, and it's sort of anybody's championship at the minute. And it's a nice track for them, Whilton. It's really laid out well. It's good flowing track, so they can really get their head down, and I think it's going to be really, really close racing. The last round we had at Three Sisters, I mean, I've been TT many times and been all over and around bikes all my life, and I've never been as scared watching a race as the last one at Three Sisters, so I hope this one's the same.
Well, on behalf of British Mini Bikes and Alpha Live, great to have you along this season, and hope you enjoy the day's racing.
Thank you.
So good to see that while enjoying the racing in 2020, really has been a welcome addition to the calendar. We'll see those machines a bit later on, of course, in the O'Malley Cup. Meanwhile, riders restarting now as we get back underway. The medical car has left the circuit, and hopefully we should be able to get this race restarted very shortly. It is the Ugly & Co. Junior SM140 and the Mini GPs making their way back out onto the track. We'll go for another formation lap, of course, get the bikes back up to temperature, tyres back warm again. And when the race was stopped, it was turning into quite a good race, actually. So let's hope of more of the same when they get back underway very shortly indeed. There was the number 57 of Daniel Goodman there, just going through. He was very closely battled at the front there, of course, before that stoppage. Peter Willis looking good as well as they make their way through Christmas Corner. Last few riders just making their way to the top of the bank here. They come down through Zulu. That camera angle there gives you a real idea of how tight that part of the track is. You see a lot of the riders when the racing's underway going over that curb on the inside there, just opening up the corner, get down there as quickly as possible. There was a bit of overtaking there earlier as well, so even though it's tight and technical, it is still possible to make a move down there, but really have got to be committed and get that front wheel in there. Big risk of coming together there if you're not careful. So we'll see how that Zulu section holds up as the afternoon goes on. One of the big advantages, of course, is that the whole circuit is floodlit here at Whilton Mill, and that's where the floodlighting is, especially going down towards Zulu. Getting dark now, of course, around 6 o'clock, so as we go to these latter parts of the season, it's a little bit of a battle against the day. So we may see the lights on a bit later on, of course, so riders having to deal with different lighting conditions as the day goes on. We've got one more round of the championship, of course, 2 weeks' time at Teesside. Still plenty of action here at Whilton Mill as the riders look like we are ready to go for the restart. Visors down, and away we go for this restart. Ugly & Co. Junior SM140 and Mini GPs, away they go. Good clean start. Everyone seems to have gone off the grid okay through Oblivion for the first time as we wait for them to make their way back up towards Christmas Corner. Good clean start, and the leaders pulling away now. Joel Grigg with a good start once again. Daniel Goodman on his tail going through into Christmas Corner. The midfield charging in. Oh, good move there from the number 8 in the midfield. That may have been Tyo Collymore, I think. Had a good move going down towards Christmas Corner in the midfield. Leaders now making their way down towards Zulu. There's Peter Willis, Lewis Mullen third and fourth. Zach Weston very close indeed as well. Harvey Lathrop, Mason Greasley, Kobe Perry, Matthew Wood and James Cleary rounding out the top 10. As the back of the field there was the number 46 of Brook Champion through Zulu. The leaders now round the final corner. And look how close this is now. Joel Grigg, fastest lap of the race, first time round, 47.6. This is what we're looking at the moment, the 47s on that first lap. And Daniel Goodman in second place on the 57, looking strong into Christmas Corner. Not close enough to go for a pass though. Goodman holds on to second place. Shadowing the back wheel of Joel Grigg at the top of the circuit. Down towards Zulu they go. The top two starting to break away slightly here from Peter Willis in third, Lewis Mullen in fourth. Harvey Lathrop in sixth place on the treble 2 leads the junior supermoto machines from Mason Greasley and Matthew Wood. Those riders a little bit further back. And in fact, there is Lathrop in sixth position with the Dayglow yellow helmet. Sixth place on the track, and Lathrop leading the junior supermoto riders. The rest of the Mini GPs making their way through. Battle of third place here. Peter Willis, Lewis Mullen, all very close. Zach Weston, fifth position on the number 135 on the bike. There's the, a little bit further back there, the 28 of Mason Greasley as they go through Christmas Corner. Greasley currently 7th on the track, 3rd in the junior supermotos. We saw the 2 leaders just going out a shot down the hill. They're lapping down the 45s. So Joel Grigg and Daniel Goodman 1st and 2nd. They go down towards boot. The battle still on for 3rd place though, as Peter Willis and Lewis Mullen very close for 3rd and 4th here. Let's have a look at Mullen now just trying to peel away on the inside, coming out into the final corner, getting a drive into oblivion, has a look down the inside, and Peter Willis holds on to that 3rd place. Zach Weston and Harvey Lathrop still in there, 4 laps to go. There's Lathrop on the treble too as the rider going a lap down there. That may, I believe, be Brook Champion. Champion just holding the line there, letting the faster riders go through around the outside. The right way to go about it, and they all go through. No one really held up by the slower riders. Down they go through Zulu. John Grigg still leads from Daniel Goodman. The battle on for 3rd place, Peter Willis and Lewis Mullen. Willis on the 151 in 3rd place, going through boot now. Mullen all over the back wheel. Here they come down towards the final corner as Mullen has a peek down the inside. Now he's going to try and get the drive again into oblivion. Not close enough to go for a pass here. Here we come back to the leaders though, as Joel Grigg leads the race. Daniel Goodman having looked down the inside into Christmas Corner. Grigg's got the line. Goodman again just trying to find a way through here, just shadowing the back wheel. Looking for lines here down towards Zulu. It's all very tight and twisty down the hill. And Goodman looks quick through Zulu. Down they go towards the boot complex once again into that tight left-hander, followed by the long sweeping right and almost a 180-degree hairpin in essence. Here they come down towards the final corner. Ray looks quick through there though, round the final corner, pulls away from Goodman slightly. Both these riders lapping very well at the moment. And Joel Grigg right on cue with the fastest lap of the race, 45.041. Goodman not much slower, 45.3 last time round. So they really are lapping quicker than the chasing pack. 1 or 2 back marks in front. Trouble here on Zulu. Oh, and a rider's gone down pretty hard in the midfield. 2 laps to go. That's on the approach to Zulu. Very slow part of the track. So the yellow flags and right on cue, I think would be a stoppage there. The red flag has come out, so we've had an accident at the top of Zulu. Oh, and the 2 leaders almost came together there. So, well, 2 laps to go, and I believe that race may well be declared as a result. Right, yes, it is actually. So we've seen the checkered flag coming out on the timing screen. So red flag coming out, and the provisional race results. That means that Joel Grigg will be the provisional race winner from Daniel Goodman. Peter Willis in 3rd, Lewis Mullen 4th, Zach Weston 5th, Harvey Lathrop, Mason Greasley, Matthew Wood in 8th position, Kobe Perry and James Cleary rounding out the top 10. In terms of the junior supermotos, would be a win for Harvey Lathrop, but riders now making their way back to the pit. So that race has been declared as a race result. The red flag coming out with 2 laps to go due to an incident just on the approach to the Zulu section. So slightly short finish there to that race. The next race coming up will be the SY Moto Veterans. They'll be underway in just a few moments. So I believe that is the case. The riders making their way to the waiting zone for the Veterans. And one rider that we spoke to yesterday in terms of the veteran class is Dervin Allain, who's a very active rider in British Mini Bikes. He's been a pundit up here in the commentary booth a couple of times this year, and we spoke to Derv to get his feelings on 2020.
Now here is a man who's been a pundit this year behind the mic at British Mini Bikes, Derv Allain. Tell us a bit how the season's gone at Three Sisters. We didn't speak to you last time.
No, Three Sisters was a good event for me actually. I had a good race on the KO Mazzano import bike. Could have won, but I got pipped by a back marker, so that took the shine off it, shall we say. But no, really good weekend. Cut a bit short, unfortunately, but yeah, it was good event all round.
Now, Whilton Mill, this time out, we've got the Zulu format. It's a bit slower, a bit more technical. Does that suit you?
No, not at all. The Zulu, the way they do the Zulu, it's put in a real tight corner, followed by a left-right, and you're jumping over a curb and all sorts. It's very alien to me to be 2 wheels off the ground unless it's gone wrong. So it's taken a very different approach, but the fast lads are flying around it, so it's good to see, good track.
It's a bit cooler this time, so does that change the setup at all?
Not really. I think the only thing that people have struggled with a little bit is tyre choice. So to be between an SS tyre, which is the soft slick, or a cut R slick tyre, I've gone for as much grip and as stick as I can get. So, you know, there's quite a few slips this morning, but it has dried out. But because it's cold, it's a risk you take.
So, penultimate round of the championship, 2 important races coming up. How do you rate your chances?
My chances, I've got no chance. My only chance I have got is to finish, bring the bike home in one piece, and watch the fast lads who are at the front, you know, have a good battle, hopefully.
Well, Dave, you brought a lot to the series this year. Wish you the very best of luck for today's racing.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So that was Dervalane, who will be out in action very soon in the SY Moto Pit Bike Vets. As we said, of course, one of the big changes here has been the Zulu complex today, the very tight downhill section. Real difference to what we saw in August here at Whilton Mill. We spoke to the man behind Rich Energy British Mini Bikes, Alan Lord, to give us a bit of an insight behind the track and the changes for today. Now, we've taken a walk around the Whilton Mill track, how things have changed for this penultimate round of the championship. And Alan Lord's here just to explain. We've had a few changes here for this penultimate round. We've gone to the Zulu format. Of course, different riders like it, some riders don't, but it's a bit different, a bit more technical.
Yeah, I mean, the reasoning behind it is obviously we're in the tail end of the year and we have light restrictions. And as we get towards the 6 o'clock barrier, you know, light starts to fade. We have really good floodlights here, but as you'll know, on the international circuit, on the hairpin, there's no floodlights. So we tend to run the Zulu circuit towards the tail end of the year. 2 reasons. One is, again, because of the light restrictions, so that when we turn the floodlights on, if we need them, it may only be a backdrop lighting, but it's enough to get us through the rest of the day. But secondly, it adds a bit of variation. When you're doing the same circuit twice in a season, it's nice to have a variance on it.
And of course, we said a moment ago, the riders, some riders will like that. It's a bit more slow, a bit more technical. Other riders we spoke to don't really like it at all. It's a bit more nasty, but it's the same as any championship. It's different strokes for different riders, and you'll ride what's in front of you.
Well, it's like Marmite. You either love it or hate it. I mean, I've ridden both. I like both. As I said before, it's a variance. It's a little bit, as you say, more technical because of the little flip-flops in the middle. You've got to get those right. That if you can't do that, then that's going to wreck your lap. But 2/3 of the circuit are exactly the same as the international. It's just that section.
And perhaps finally, I would say, perhaps mixing things up from Three Sisters, a very fast slipstreamer type of track, and something a bit more different for the riders this time out.
Yeah, well, all the circuits we've done this year have got variants, haven't they? You've got the tight and twisty circuits, like Alo's quite tight, and here now with Zulu, you've got Lid, which is one of the fastest circuits in the UK for overall, you know, average speed. And then sorry about that. And then you've got, as you say, Three Sisters, which is absolutely, for a mini bike, it's flat out most of the time.
Well, as we just heard, of course, I think Alan's a very busy man, so we'll leave him to his duties. Alan, give us a guide of the track, and we'll have a look at the Whilton Mill circuit in a bit more detail. So here we are back at the waiting zone, riders waiting to get underway. This is the SY Moto's veterans. We'll run through the grid in a few moments, but riders with the engines off at the moment, we're just waiting for the incident in the previous race to be dealt with. I think a bit of cement has gone down on the top corner, a bit of oil dropped at the approach to Zulu as the 2 bikes went down. Medical car is now off the track and they're taking those injured riders to the medical centre. Let's hope that's nothing too serious, but the medics, of course, take these things very seriously. And here is the BMB track crew out on the track now. This is just on the approach to Zulu where the accident happened. And as you can see, just brushing a bit of cement onto the track. So presumably a bit of oil may have been dropped from one of those machines that went down. So always very important, of course, when there's the karting events here on 4 wheels, oil on the track can be very serious. And by the very nature of 2-wheeled competition, you can add to that risk with the 2 wheels. So very important that any oil spills are correctly dealt with, and the marshals doing a great job at the top of the bank there, just getting rid of cement down and making sure the track is safe before we get back underway. There we see the sand, and they're just checking that apex there. I think that's where the 2 bikes went down that brought out the red flag a few moments ago, so we're certainly not racing until that's been rectified. Just having a thorough look at the track here to make sure that it is all cleared up, any sort of spillage. Riders, as we say, in the waiting zone for our next race is the SY Motos veterans. Let's have a look at the championship. We touched on that earlier on today, of course, but SY Moto Veterans still pretty closely challenged here in terms of the title. And looking at the point standing so far, Julian Gromit on the 75 is your points leader on 340 points. Despite a no score at the first round, James Mostica is just behind, 40 points down on 300. Gav Tapperton on 277, third in the championship from Robin Kyle and Tony Reveley. You'd say, realistically, even at this stage, it's any one of the top four could still be in with a shout of winning the championship. We've got 2 races here today at Whilton Mill, 2 more to follow at the final round in 2 weeks' time at Teesside. So certainly the SY Moto Veterans Championship still very wide open here. 90 points covering the top 4 riders. So with these 2 races this afternoon, I'm sure will be very important indeed for those riders. Still, at the moment, we're under a red flag situation. 2 riders going down in that previous race. And at the moment, we've just got some sand and cement going down on the track. There was a bit of oil dropped in that collision. So the marshal's hard at work at the top of the circuit, just making sure that's all dealt with. SY Moto Veterans in the waiting zone. And they'll be underway in just a few moments' time. So currently under a red flag situation whilst the medical crews deal with the injured riders from the previous race. So we hope that's nothing too serious, and hopefully we'll get racing back underway. In the waiting zone right now are the SY Motos Veterans. Just as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course, we'll be able to get racing back underway. And what's always a very exciting, very closely fought race category. And we'll have a look how they lined up in the morning qualifying session. And the riders will be taking to the grid in just a few minutes' time. This is how they will line up. James Mostica on pole, the number 27 with a 45.075. Second is Ed P. Third, Phil Dickens. Fourth, Matthew Davis. Ian Wareham and Julian Gromit. Only 1.4 seconds covering the top 6 riders. Ben Douglas in 7th from Steve Booth. Dean Bednarek in 9th, Ian Walker, Gav Tapperton 11th, and Gary Carter in 12th place. 13th for Stu Bateson, Tony Reveley 14th, Dervin Elaine in 15th from William Horner, Mick Price and Mark Jarrett in 18th position. 19th is Robin Kyle, 20th Mike Smallbone, Stan Gill 21st from Chris Miller, Matthew Corbett and Michael Judkins in 24th position. 25th for John Pearson. And no time for Meredith Owen, Paul Saville, Darren Hall, Paul Histon and Daniel Pearson taking us down towards the back of the field. So 30 riders entered in the class. Most of the riders now in the waiting zone, patiently waiting for the track to be safe to get racing back underway. Still the marshals just dealing with the, what I presume is either the fuel or the oil spillage at the top of the circuit. Just getting a bit of sand down there to make sure that that's all cleared up at the top of the circuit. And just waiting for the medical situation from the previous race to be safely cleared up. And we'll be back underway very shortly with the SY Moto Veterans race number 1. As we said, of course, in terms of the championship, it's all very important indeed, because we've got 2 rounds to go, including this one here at Whilton Mill. In terms of the championship from last time out at Three Sisters, it was Julian Gromit from James Mostica, Gav Tapperton, Robin Kyle in 4th, 90 points covering the top 4 riders. Tony Reveley in 5th. Mark Jarrett, Stu Bateson 7th in the championship. William Horner, Dervin Elaine in 9th, and Mick Price rounding up the top 10. Plenty of points on offer, of course, over these next 2 rounds. So certainly this championship is by no means done and dusted. And we've got 2 very important championship races here today at Whilton Mill. This is the penultimate round of the championship, and the final round will be taking place in 2 weeks' time. Of course, you go all the way up north to Redcar and Cleveland and the Teesside Autodrome Complex just on the outskirts of Middlesbrough, which will be a fantastic finale to the championship. So the marshals, I think, have now got the circuit cleared. There's the track crew making their way back towards the paddock area and around the circuit perimeter. And this footage here from Christmas Corner gives us an idea of the gradient. Usually, of course, focusing on the racing. And one thing, of course, that is notable here at Christmas Corner is quite a steep climb up the hill into that tight right-hander. And what we always see is riders do tend to leave their braking very late if they're battling for a position. There is that off-camber, and this is the thing with Whilton Mill as well. It's certainly the top of the track here. It's very off-camber. There's some very slow, technical off-cambered sections, even on Zulu there. When we look at the right-hander, it's a very slow right-hand hairpin, and it is on the side of the hill. Of course, with the usual track layout with Ashby, they go all the way down the hill into the right-hander, and that's a long downhill braking zone. So it's certainly a bit more technical here today as the SY Moto veterans make their way out onto the track for their formation lap, and this is a very closely fought race category, so we look forward to another great championship race here for the pit bike vets. Just to recap in terms of the race order, and this is now our 5th race of the day, the Ovali 110 Cup with OMG bikes coming up very soon. That's the next race. The Brap Super Minis, Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B and Group A yet to follow as well. And the Race Fasteners Mini GP 190s and 70s rounding out the programme a bit later on today. 10 races in the block, and there's 2 groups of races, so all the riders will be out a bit later on this afternoon. So I believe there is an extra formation lap here. This could well be because of the track work taking place before this race. Riders having another look at the track here, making sure they know where the sand is and how the track's riding. They'll be lining up next time round. So here come our pit by vets around the final corner, down the pit straight and into Oblivion. Weather conditions today not really scheduled to change. It's just a shade over 10 degrees here at Whilton Mill. Virtually no wind to speak of, and virtually no chance of rain according to the weather forecast. Perhaps might get a little bit brighter as the afternoon goes on, but we've got a very steady weather forecast here today, and the track quite cool out there at the moment. We've seen 1 or 2 riders struggling for grip, and we were talking to 1 or 2 riders in the paddock yesterday and this morning that been looking at the tyre compounds as well, perhaps looking possibly to go to a soft tyre on occasions to get a bit more grip in the corners. So here they come, the pit bike vets around the final corner, lining up on the grid, and we should be underway in just a few moments' time. Ed Peed at the front there on the 147. Certainly well placed. Matthew Davis, Ian Wareham, Phil Dickens, all riders to look out for. There's Dervalane on the 189, just on the inside there. Pearson a bit further back there. John Pearson on the 177. So the last few pit bike vets making their way through a boot in the final corner, and we should be underway with our first race of the day for SY Moto's pit bike vets in just a few moments. Here we go, visors down, and we wait for the green flag. Riders are ready, the green flag goes up, and pit bike vets race number 1 gets underway. Oh, 1 rider at the back stuck on the line there, but everyone else seems to have got through safely. Here they come through Oblivion for the first time, and it's all very slow, very technical as they make their way up the hill. Good start there for the 51. Here they come through into Christmas Corner for the first time. There's the 13, and Gav Tappenden down the inside. Down they go towards Zulu for the first time. Everyone seems to have got through those first corners okay. Looks like a good start there for James Mostica. We talked earlier, of course, this is a very important race for Mostica in terms of the championship, looking to try and close that gap on the leaders. Here they come around the final few corners, so Mostica leads. Oh, trouble here just on the edge of the top 10. Rider down in the boot complex, but doesn't look like anything serious as they make their way through. I think that may possibly, having a look, I think it may be Mark Jarrett or William Horner that went down, but the rider okay in any case. As we look at Gav Tappenden coming in towards Christmas Corner, right on his tail though is Ben Douglas and Ian Wareham. So Wareham having a look on the 77. Ben Douglas 71, Tappenden with a good start. He moves up to 6th place, Douglas dropping to 7th. All very aggressive there over the curve there from Tappenden. Guarding that inside line, the 164, Tony Reveley goes through 11th place, Stu Bateson, Dervin Lane, Mick Price and John Pearson a bit further behind. There's the 205 of Matthew Corbett as the top 10 making their way through boot once again. Tappenden pulls away. James Mostica then is still your race leader. 2.3 seconds from Phil Dickens in 2nd place. There is Matthew Davis, Ed Peed
and the 110. Matthew Davis having a look down the inside. Dickens in second place. They make their way through Christmas corner. So Phil Dickens there, 51 on the bike, 55 on your timing screens. The 110 of Davis in third. Ed Peed 147, a bit further behind in fourth place. There we have the 75 of Julian Gromit, the championship leader, down in fifth place. So at the moment, in terms of the championship, Gromit will be losing some points here to James Mostiger, who's leading the race, but certainly fifth place will be okay, I would say, for the time being. So certainly we'll have a look at the 75 in a few moments as the battle of the third place makes its way through. Gromit in fifth position as Dickens runs wide, slightly on the approach to Christmas corner. Up the hill they go. This could be the advantage here for Davis down the inside, and number 110, Matthew Davis, through to second place from Phil Dickens. A mistake going out of Oblivion drops Dickens down to third. Ed Peed and Julian Gromit just behind fourth and fifth place. Down the hill they go through Zulu. So James Mostiger 44.8 last time round, the race leader. Mostiger leads the race, pulling away 3.2 seconds this time round as we look at the battle of second here. The number 110 of Matthew Davis round the final corner. Dickens third, Ed Peed and Julian Gromit all very close. There's the 75 of Gromit round the final corner, leading the championship, of course. Fifth place will be okay for him for now. Mostiger needs to win the race, and he's certainly doing that at the moment. 3.5 seconds ahead of this battle for second place that makes its way through Christmas corner. Matthew Davis second place, Phil Dickens in third. There we see Davis just cresting that technical right-hander down through Zulu, trying to pull away now from Dickens, who's aggressively going over the curve, just trying to pull a gap there. There's Tappenden a bit further back on the edge of the top 10. Douglas on the 71, Ian Wareham 77, Gary Carter and Ian Walker a bit further behind. So Gav Tappenden well placed in the championship as well. Here he comes around the final corner. Number 13, Mostiger still leads. Matthew Davis second, Phil Davis third, Ed Peed in fourth, Julian Gromit. And there's this battle now for sixth position. Tappenden, Douglas and Wareham. Tappenden on the 13, closely followed then up to Christmas corner by Ian Wareham. As trouble here on Christmas corner for number 51. Phil Dickens has gone down on the exit of Christmas corner, straight back onto the bike. So let's have a look. I think he's behind maybe Ian Wareham, or could even be Gary Carter. So change at the front here. Didn't quite see that, we just saw the tail end of that, but Phil Dickens going down on the exit of Christmas corner. And I think he is behind Gary Carter. Here comes the battle now. This is good news, of course, for Gromit, who will move up to fourth place. Ed Peed up to third as the leaders make their way through. So Matthew Davis second, Ed Peed on the 147, the rider with the sky blue and white overalls there, or leathers, could say, going up the hill. There's the 27 of Mostiger, the race leader. Mostiger, of course, with a no score at the first round of the championship at Ella Park. So he's really playing catch-up in the championship. He's been the rider to beat last couple of rounds, but Gromit in fourth place, 75, still has that cushion in front in terms of the championship. Just to recap there, we going into this race, Gromit leading the series by 40 points. So Mostiger really does need to win all of these races now, the last four races of the championship over these next two rounds, and hope that Gromit drops points. There's Mostiger just glancing over the shoulder. He sees that he's on his own at the front. 27, James Mostiger, a race leader, going through Christmas corner. Still Davis in second place. Matthew Davis second, Ed Peed third, Julian Gromit fourth. 10 seconds covering the top four riders on that previous lap. 5 laps to go as we look at the 27 there, down the straight towards the boot corner. Mostiger looks like he's starting to lap some of the tail enders in this race. Here he comes through boot in towards the final corner, just gone past the 205 of Matthew Corbett, currently in 20th place. Just ahead are John Pearson and Mark Jarrett. Mark Jarrett on that very distinctive looking Pepsi liveried machine. Looks a bit like the old Kevin Schwann Suzuki of the late 80s. I think that must be where the inspiration may well have come from. There's Matthew Davis on the 110, currently in second place, 5.3 seconds down on James Mostiger, but at the moment Davis looking safe in that second place. Don't forget, of course, we lost a bit earlier on, of course. We lost Phil Dickens, who's dropped down to 7th place now. Comes Davis, just nips down the inside of the 205, Matthew Corbett. You see the gap here now with Ed Peed still in third, Gromit fourth. And Julian Gromit here in 4th place. Certainly, I wouldn't say he wants to be too risky here in 4th place. He's going to lose points to Mostica, the race leader, in terms of the championship, but 4th place will do for him for now. So he's still pushing there. Ed Peed ran the final corner on the 147. Gromit, the red plate holder, so to speak, in terms of the championship. 75 all over the back wheel now of Ed Peed, trying to move up to that 3rd place. But of course, Gromit, series leader's got to be careful here. Can't afford to take too many risks here and drop the machine. Gromit is being closed on here though by Gav Tappenden, the number 13, just behind him as they make their way down through Zulu. There's Tappenden really closing up here on Julian Gromit. Ben Douglas and Phil Dickens in there as well. They go through Zulu down towards Boot. And Gromit, the 75, still keeping the pressure on the 147, 3rd place rider of Ed Peed. They make their way through Boot. Let's have a look at the 71 Gromit here all over the back wheel. He looks quick through Boot down towards the final corner. They are starting to close up on some of the tail enders as Tappenden looking over the back of his bike there. Well, he's got some sort of mechanical issue maybe. He does seem to have dropped the pace. Gromit's pulled away now in 4th place. Is Tappenden still there in 5th? Yes, he is. He's got Dickens and, oh, I'll tell you what, he's really recovering well here. The 55 or 51 on the bike of Phil Dickens. Dropped the bike a few laps ago. Has recovered well and starting to get the pressure on the top 5. 2 laps to go in this race. There's the 271 of Mark Jarrett, 27 on the bike. Closely followed by John Pearson, I believe. There's John Pearson going through on the 177. These riders are about to be lapped by the leaders. Mostic has already gone through. Here's the 3rd place 147 of Ed Peed around the final corner. Riders now going on to the final lap. And this is always very tight. Gromit's bumped slightly by the back marker. Has to concede the corner. Gromit's still in 4th place. Ed Peed holding on to that 3rd position. Here's the race leader, 27, James Mostica, 2nd in the championship. Really does need to win every race from here to keep the pressure on the series leader, Gromit. And he's certainly going the right way about it so far. Here comes Mostica through Boot for the final time. Mostica nice and neatly, doesn't need to rush things. Here he comes down towards the final corner, and 27, James Mostica, will take the checkered flag, celebrates with a wheelie as the flag falls, and James Mostica is your race leader. 2nd position is Matthew Davis, 5.3 seconds down. Davis taking a strong 2nd position. Who's it going to be in the battle for 3rd? There they go, and it's Ed Peed from Julian Gromit, Gav Tappenden, Phil Dickens in 6th position, Ben Douglas, Ian Wareham in 8th place, and rounding up the top 10, they're coming through now. 9th should be Ian Walker. There they go, rest of the midfield runners lapped down at the moment, making their way through the midfield battles. 9th is Ian Walker, 10th Gary Carter. So SY Motos, always a close race, and yet again very close indeed in that top 10 battle. But James Mostica, 2nd in the championship, certainly keeping the hopes alive with a win. So SY Motos draws to a close, Veterans race number 1, and we look forward to that race a bit later on this afternoon. Coming up next though, we have the OMG O'Varley 110 Cup. So as the pit bike bets make their way back to the paddock, we take our attentions down to the waiting zone, and the O'Varley machines down in the waiting zone now. They'll be underway in just a few moments. We'll have a look at how they lined up in the morning qualifying sessions. And on the front of the grid is the 179 of Harley McCabe, Luca Hopkins in 2nd place, Henry McCartney 3rd from Ruben Bray, Blake Wilson and Arnie Carr in 6th place. 7th is Wilson Dilks, Lewis Mullen in 8th, George Bowes and Warwick Brady 10th position, Laken Payne 11th, Monty Hillier in 12th position. 13th is Luca Wilkinson, Cameron Ancliffe 14th, Daniel Stevenson, Kobe Garbett, Izzy Carter and Pierce Reeves in 18th place. And the rest of the field made up of Dan Deering, Charlie Cunningham with no time. Not too sure if Cunningham's taken part today, so possibly 19 bikes on the grid. And the O'Varley machines, yet again, a good entry of riders. We were talking yesterday with the aim of around 15 bikes on the grid by the end of the season, and that's been well and truly exceeded as the season's gone on. So these O'Varley machines
Italian-made bikes imported into the UK for the first time in 2020, and they really have been a hit with the riders. Just to recap in terms of the championship, at the moment Harley McCabe the rider to beat on 140 points. Henry McCartney sitting on 123 points in second place, from Luca Hopkins 109 in third. Ruben Bray still very much an outsider in the championship, fourth in the series on 100 points. A bit further back, got Arnie Carr, Laken Payne, Wilson Dilks, Daniel Stevenson, Zach Weston and George Bode running up the top 10 in the championship. So at the moment it's very much Harley McCabe, you would say, is the rider to beat so far, with a very slender margin, 17 points in the championship. So this O'Varley Cup, brought to you in association with OMG Racing, still very close as we head towards the penultimate round of the championship. Riders just lining up now. Last few riders have completed their formation lap. Down onto the grid now they go, and race number 1 should be underway very shortly indeed. This, of course, is very much a one-make series, very limited sort of modifications or work permitted on the bike, so these are very much out of the crate races, and what it has produced is some great racing as the season's gone through, very close indeed. So just waiting for O'Varley race number 1 to get underway. There is an issue here on the grid, I believe, so whether somebody's lined up in the wrong position, just the marshals down there just sorting this out, making sure the riders are correctly in position. I think one rider has a lineup wrong here, so we're just going to make sure that rider's correctly in place. The marshals very quickly on the scene just to make sure this is all correctly done. Hopefully we'll get this race underway very shortly. Hopefully won't need to go through for another formation lap, because everyone does seem to be pretty much ready and waiting to go. O'Varley race number 1 about to get underway here at Whilton Mill for the penultimate round of the championship. Don't forget, of course, the action live throughout the afternoon here on Alpha Live in all 10 of the race categories. About halfway through the first block of racing right now, and this will be followed by a full block of racing for race number 2. Just waiting for the O'Varley race to get underway. This, as we said, the penultimate round of the championship, final round of the season, will be taking place. Round number 6 of the championship will be 2 weeks' time at Teesside. I have to say, big shout out to all of the crew here at British Mini Bikes, Alan Lord and the team, for all their hard work in 2020. As we all know, of course, it's been a very difficult year with the coronavirus pandemic. It's been very much a series brought together at short notice, 6 rounds as opposed, of course, to be having a lot more championship rounds normally, and abbreviated down to 6. So it looks like the riders are going to go around for another formation lap here, so we'll take a brief pause before the racing gets back underway. Here they go through Oblivion, getting the bikes, well, there's an engine lost on the grid there, so just getting the bikes fired up and back out onto the track. As we say, of course, series scheduled to end in 2 weeks' time up at Teesside, so this a very important round of the championship in terms of those championship positions. Most riders now, those towards the front of the field now starting to look maybe towards having an eye more on the championship now in this penultimate round of the season. Every point matters from here on in, you would say. All the rounds counting to the championship. Of course, with only 6 rounds taking place this year. We started back in July in some very mixed weather conditions at Ella Park. It's been a long time since bikes were on the schedule at Ella Park, so it was great to be first series to be allowed, they would say, on 2 wheels, and certainly seemed to go down very well with the riders. That lovely hot day at Lydd in Kent, just in the height of summer. We had Whilton Mill, of course, at the end of August. Three Sisters a few weeks ago in some very nice autumnal weather, and we will end things in 2 weeks' time at Teesside with plenty of action at all of the championship rounds. It really has been a fantastic year's racing, even though it's been only over the 6 rounds, and as we say, full credit has to go to all of the team here at British Mini Bikes for all their hard work and bringing this series to life with some great racing in 2020, when I'm sure you would all know back in the spring you would think almost to be lucky to get any racing underway at all. I think we're just a case of getting the pickup marshals away. Is there a rider in trouble on the grid? I think there's an engine being lost possibly, so just going to get that bike restarted. Difficult to get the bikes restarted sometimes when the engines are hot, so just the marshals getting a bit of assistance there, but we are ready to go, and the OMG O'Varley race number 1 gets underway, all off the grid safely, and it looks like Harley McCabe with a good start going through into Oblivion for the first time nice and sensible around those first two corners as they go charging up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Luke Hopkins and Henry McCartney are also well placed, but Harley McCabe leads the way, which is where he needs to be in terms of the championship. He leads by 17 points from Henry McCartney, and McCartney currently in third place. So let's have a look at the number 31 as the race goes on. It's going to be very important for McCartney here to try and get in front of Harley McCabe and claw some points back in terms of the championship going into the final round at Teesside. But Harley McCabe's got a nice start here. Crucially, Luca Hopkins in second place, separating the top two riders in terms of the championship. Hopkins on 109 points going into this round, so certainly Hopkins needs to get in front here as well. So Harley McCabe, the championship leader, in the right place here. First place with two very hungry riders behind him who really do need to get in front. So Harley McCabe with a bit of work here to do. 179, the race leader. He's the rider in front at the moment, though. He won't give up that first place lightly, I don't think. So Hopkins second, McCartney third, Ruben Brain fourth, Arnie Carr, who we think the first champion of 2020, currently in fifth place. Blake Wilson, Lewis Mullen, Wilson Dilks, George Bowes and Warwick Brady running up the top 10 at the end of the first lap as the leaders make their way around the final corner. McCabe leads, Hopkins second, McCartney third. Let's have a look at the lap times as they make their way through. Very competitive indeed, all lapping in the 45s. And Harley McCabe, your fastest rider, the 45.49, but there's not much in it at all as Hopkins all over the back wheel of McCabe, but can't find a way through into Christmas Corner. Down the inside there goes Arnie Carr, moving into fourth place, getting past the number 12 of Ruben Bray. They make their way down Zulu. Race leader is still Harley McCabe, Hopkins second, McCartney third. Less than a second covering the top three last time round. Very close as down the inside goes McCartney, tries to go for second place, but Luca Hopkins has got the line and holds on to that second position. Here they come around the final corner. Still McCabe leading, Hopkins second, McCartney third. Let's have a look at the gap as they cross the line, and that's close indeed. Less than 0.6 of a second, covering the top three as they go through up towards Christmas Corner. And you could certainly say that Arnie Carr and Ruben Bray by no means out of contention here in fourth and fifth place. And you'd certainly say you'd hope that they'd be hoping the top three start to scrap a bit for the lead here and hold each other up, because Arnie Carr and Ruben Bray very much within striking distance. Oh, a great line there from Harley McCabe down the hill, very quick indeed, using all the curves, keeping that track as wide as possible, and holds on to the lead quite nicely. But Luke Hopkins and Henry McCartney very close, second and third. Rest of the top 10 made up of Arnie Carr, Ruben Bray in fifth, Blake Wilson, Lewis Mullen, Wilson Dilks, George Bowes and Warwick Brady running out the top 10. Further back we have Monty Hillier in 11th place, Laken Payne, Luca Wilkinson, Cameron Ancliffe and Daniel Stevenson a bit further behind. Looking up at the leaders as again Hopkins has a look into Christmas Corner but can't find a way through. Rest of the field made up of Daniel Stevenson, Kobe Garbutt, Izzy Carter, Dan Deering and Pierce Reeves in this 19-rider field. That I think is Reeves. I think that's to be lapped by the leaders. And Pierce Reeves again just holding his line there, letting the faster riders find their way through, not getting in anyone's way, and hasn't really affected the leaders too much. Harley McCabe has pulled away slightly here. It may see the lap times drop on that previous lap. Hopkins had the fastest lap of the race, and yes, they lost about 0.3 of a second maybe, because they were lapping the slower riders. Again, we've got the 46 of Izzy Carter going a lap down. Carter currently in 17th place and keeps to the left of the track, lets the leaders go through. They don't lose too much time. So despite encountering slower traffic here, the top three still very close, only 1.1 seconds covering the top three. In reality, that's nothing at all as Harley McCabe holds on to that lead. It's vitally important here for Harley McCabe to hold on to the lead on the 179 because he's got a gap in the championship, not very much though. Just to recap going into this race, he leads the series by 17 points from Henry McCartney and Luke Hopkins a bit further behind in third, so they've all got championship aspirations. Hopkins with the fastest lap of the race, 44.58, and starts to close up on McCabe. McCabe's led pretty much the entire race zone. He's not going to give this one up lightly. We're approaching the half distance now, 6 laps to go. Harley McCabe into that slow off-cambered right-hander, tricky corner as they go down Zulu once again. Hopkins still there, and it looks like Henry McCartney dropping behind a little bit now in third. starting to turn into a two-way battle here as we look at the, there we see why it's called the boot section. It looks like a boot, doesn't it? Well, that tight left-hander, double apex right down towards the finish line corner. The leaders make their way, very fast sweep through into Oblivion. And that corner, it looks really tight, Oblivion, but the riders really do carry a lot of speed through that section. So McCabe leads. It looks like they're lapping the 16th place number 25, Kirby Garbutt, who concedes the corner going to Christmas, lets the faster riders through. And of course, these midfield riders, they're having their own battle here. So whilst the sporting etiquette is to let the faster riders through, it's fine. They're not going to jump out of the way, and they shouldn't do either, really. It's just a case of, again, holding the line, letting the faster riders find their way through. And well, I think here that Daniel Stevenson, I don't think he knows it was the faster rider coming through there. So the unfortunate Henry McCartney losing a little bit of ground as Daniel Stevenson holds on to that 15th place. Again, that's the issue sometimes for the faster riders. It's sometimes when they're approaching midfield riders who are battling for position, they don't always know it's a lapper coming through. McCabe seems to have coped with it quite well as they lap some of the midfield runners, and still lapping in the 45 region here. So Harley McCabe holding on quite nicely here. There's the 179. This could be very important in terms of the championship. Again, he's almost motocross style over that curb, really aggressive over that inside line curb going through Zulu, and the bike almost taking off. Really is aggressive down there, but he's got a good line and he's certainly got the confidence to go for it. Here we look at the midfield scrap here. This is the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson, still there in 15th position. Now I think that behind him is Ruben Bray, actually in 5th place. Bray just trying to find a way through around the final corner. Again, we've just got Daniel Stevenson holding on to his line here, just running his own race, and eventually Ruben Bray finds a fast line. He doesn't look too happy there, Ruben Bray, but in fairness to Stevenson, he's not obliged to jump out of the way. Bray's got to find his own way through, but unfortunately for Ruben Bray, has dropped a little bit of ground there. He goes into 5th place, and he's 10 seconds down on the leader, Harley McCabe at the moment, but looking good in 5th place. Blake Wilson a bit further behind in 6th. Wilson Dilks, George Bowes and Warwick Brady running at the top 10 as we look back towards our midfield battle here. There's the number, I think it was Dan Deering going through, and Henry McCartney still 3rd. This is just on the edge of the top 10. Arnie Carr then still in 4th. I think that's that gold helmet we were talking about earlier. Arnie Carr, the new champion, wearing the gold helmet. That, of course, is in our first race of the day. So we saw Arnie Carr a bit earlier on in the Mini GP. Junior Supermoto 90s. He's the first champion of 2020, running 4th in this O'Reilly Cup race at the moment, but wearing the special edition Gold Flake helmet there to signify he's the champion of 2020. Still running well in the O'Reilly Cup though. As Harley McCabe, he's still got a championship to try and win here as they go into the last lap. So McCabe's still your race leader. He's come under a lot of pressure in this race, and he really has had to win this race to try and pull some points away in terms of the championship. Came under a lot of pressure earlier on from Luca Hopkins, but at the moment seems to have weathered the storm, and McCabe has just got to run his own race here, stay out of trouble going down through Zulu for the final time. McCabe not really under any direct pressure here, nice and neat down through Zulu for the final time, and what could be a very important race victory here in terms of the 2020 O'Reilly Cup. It's going the way of the 179. Harley McCabe down towards the final corner. Luke Hopkins still there, but not really going to be able to take a move on the final lap. Harley McCabe takes the checkered flag. It's Luca Hopkins in 2nd place. 3rd for Henry McCartney. There's the 41 going through a lap down. That's the Lake and Payne in 12th position. Arnie Carr looks pleased with that 4th place as he goes through. Then we've got a little bit further down, there's some of the midfield runners there. 76 Luca Wilkinson in 13th from Cameron Atcliffe, as the 12 Ruben Bray goes through in 5th place. Rest of the top 10, we've got Blake Wilson, Wilson Dilks on the 85 going through in 7th place. There's the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson, he'll finish in 15th place. Lewis Mullen in 8th position. Oh, this is very close on the edge of the top 10, real mixture of midfield runners going through, but George Bowes, Warwick Brady running up the top 10, just ahead of Monty Hillier, who I think is the last rider to finish on the lead lap. So yet again, great action from the O'Reilly Cup, and a very important race win there for Harley McCabe in terms of the championship. That will do his prospects a lot of good indeed. So we move on to some of the real Super Mini action here with Brap. It's the Brap Super Minis there in the waiting zone, and coming up in just a few moments' time. Here we go then with the Brap Bikes Ultimate Super Minis, and they are in the waiting zone. Will be underway in just a few moments' time. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments. Super Minis, of course, we have the battle of the 2-strokes and the 4-strokes out there. We've got the 85cc 2-stroke machines, the Honda CRF 150s. All these bikes, of course, derived from youth motocross bikes originally, but they really do make fearsome scaled-down supermoto machines, and this Super Minis class is always very fast, and usually we get some pretty close racing. So the riders making their way out onto the formation lap. We'll have a look at how they line up. It's Joe Dickinson, the fastest qualifier, with a 41.519. Ryan Tyers second. Richard Holmes-Williams in third from Jim Lovell. JJ Cunningham fifth. Jordan Pritchard in sixth position. Seventh is Lawrence Wardle. Steve Cornwall eighth. Ninth for Tom Lewis. Callum Ricketts in 10th position from Tim Cornwall. And Stephen Brooks in 12th place. 13th for Jake Smith, Tom Wardle, Kevin Clark, Jack Bednarek and Dylan Meller with no time. In terms of the championship, it's really going the way of Joe Dickinson. 110 points, so could feasibly take the championship today. So the rider to look out for here, we could potentially see our second champion of 2020 later on today. That's the number 48, Joe Dickinson. Has enjoyed quite a fierce rivalry with Kyle Ryde, and of course famous in the world of BSB. And Kyle Ryde, of course, busy with the day job again today. So it looks like Joe Dickinson very much the clear favourite in this race. Lawrence Wardle second in the championship, sitting on 281 points. Dane Blackburn a little bit further behind in third, 277. So Joe Dickinson with quite a healthy margin in terms of the championship, and a good result today could potentially see him crowned the 2020 champion. Still a lot of racing to go though, and we don't want to count our chickens just yet in terms of predicting that. But Joe Dickinson certainly looking to get underway and get some good race results here. Have a mixture, of course, of the 85cc 2-strokes, the CRF Honda 150s out there as well, and riders down on the line now should be underway in just a few moments' time. Some very quick lap times earlier on today, and away we go. Looks like a good start for Joe Dickinson as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Again, this wonderful drone footage giving us a great idea of the speeds they carry up into Christmas and just how tight that entry is there. It looks pretty open when you look at the other angle from the usual camera point there, but on the drones, it certainly does show how tight that entry is into the corner. So here we go. Brap Super Minis lap number one. Good start there from Joe Dickinson. Down the hill they go. Shout out to Dane Blackburn, who's watching on the stream. Gutted he couldn't make it. It's a shame that we can't have Dane Blackburn here today, because he always adds a lot to this class as well. Here they come around the final corner, and it's Joe Dickinson, 42.5 on that first lap. Richard Holmes-Williams in second, Jim Lovell third, Ryan Tyers, Jordan Pritchard, Steve Cornwall, Lawrence Wardle in 7th place, JJ Cunningham, Tom Lewis and Callum Ricketts rounding up the top 10 as they go charging up into Christmas Corner. There's the 151 of Jordan Pritchard, one of the Honda CRF 154 strokes, closely followed by the number 4. That's Steve Cornwall. And that's actually got the one of the old Revo Husqvarna replica graphic kits on there. Revo, based only just down the road actually in Daventry, and they used to sponsor one of the, or run a British Championship motocross team. So you still see the Revo graphics out there on the bikes. Very local sort of sponsor now, you would say, here at Whilton Mill. So Dickinson leads. We've got 1.9 second gap on that first lap. Here's the battle now between Ryan Tyers and Jim Lovell. Both those riders good at the front of the field here. Richard Holmes-Williams still in second place. Joe Dickinson pulling away now as we look at Ryan Tyers and Jim Lovell. A little bit further behind is the 151 of Jordan Pritchard. The rest of the top 10 making their way through. You can really hear in the background the 85cc 2-stroke screaming away as they make their way through. Joe Dickinson with the fastest lap of the race, 41.302, really charging away at the moment. Richard Holmes-Williams in second. Ryan Tyres then moving up to third place as the leading group make their way through Christmas corner. 151, Jordan Pritchard going up towards Christmas now, guarding that inside line. Lawrence Wardle, Steve Cornwall, JJ Cunningham all in there. Tom Lewis in there. Oh, look how tight this is. They're going through into Zulu. Very slow technical part of the track here, and it's almost following the leader down the hill. No one getting through at the moment, but they're all jostling for position here as they go towards boot, as Paul having a look down the inside there, Steve Cornwall. Cornwall tries to get through. We've got JJ Cunningham on the 34. So KTM 85 right on his tail there. Dickinson still leads. The gap goes up to 2.1 seconds. Here we see on the drone again just how close this battle is through up towards Christmas corner. They've left Oblivion. Up the hill they go. Look at that. Everyone jostling for position. I think there's only been no real changes in position in that top 10 battle, but all very close. Oh, as Cornwall has a look down the inside there. The number 4 trying to get through. Trying to get past Pritchard there. Didn't quite come off. And I think there is a move in place there at the start of Zulu. If you can get the front wheel down the inside, you've got to be aggressive into the corner. It is off camber as well, so you can't afford to be too gung-ho, so to speak. Still Super Winners Race 1, led by the number 48 of Joe Dickinson. The gap has gone up to 3.1 seconds between first and second place. So certainly going the right way for Joe Dickinson so far in terms of the championship. Still we're looking at this battle over fourth position. Ryan Tyres and Jim Lovell having their own battle for third. Fifth place Lawrence Wardle, Jordan Pritchard, Steve Cornwall, JJ Cunningham. There we see Cunningham on the 34 on the bike. Tom Lewis, number 30, just a bit further behind. And of course, the orange KTM machine, the Husqvarna just ahead. Those bikes, both under the KTM umbrella, you would say. So they're very similar machines in terms of the hardware. The engine, the chassis, very similar bikes. And they cross the line again. Oh, down the inside there goes JJ Cunningham. Nice move into Oblivion. It's very fast into that corner, so you've really got to be committed to make that move stick as the battle here on the edge of the top 10 makes its way up towards Christmas corner once again. So it's still Pritchard, Cornwall, Cunningham, Lewis and Ricketts all very close indeed. Again, we see just how tight that off-cambered right-hander is going into Zulu. Joe Dickinson, incidentally, has already crossed the line to start another lap, just showing how far ahead he is of the rest of the field. There's the number 4 of Steve Cornwall, just holding off now the number 30 of Tom Lewis. So there's 34, JJ Cunningham, that great move on the previous lap into Oblivion. And he's starting to put the pressure on Jordan Pritchard as they make their way through. 5 laps to go. Joe Dickinson already halfway through the lap. He really has checked out. 6.6 seconds clear of Ryan Tyres from Jim Lovell. As a nice sweep round the outside there for number 34, Cunningham. But wasn't really going to come off there. Pritchard always had the line going through Christmas corner. And again, Cunningham looks quick again. He's round the outside, keeping that momentum going all over the back wheel of Pritchard here. We've got 4 stroke versus 2 here. As Pritchard having a look down the inside of Wardle into boot. But Wardle's got the line. Covers the line. And here we go. Covers the apex of the corner. Down towards that final corner they go. And looking very threatening in 7th place is the 34 of JJ Cunningham. And this is when he made the move last time. Has he gone through into Oblivion again? It's very close there. And into that really fast left-hander Oblivion corner. Up towards Christmas they go. Dickinson still leads by 6.8 seconds, but all the action here is this battle for 5th place. Still the number 414 of Lawrence Wardle leading the group as they pinch their way through the right-hander into Zulu once again. Down they go as we look at the rolling Northamptonshire hills here that Whilton Mill is located in. This battle for 5th on the, see the off-camber there. As again, 34, Cunningham, great move there down the inside into the final corner. Looks like he has got past the 5th position. Lawrence Wardle, so Cunningham now up to 5th place on the number 34. It's been a great race so far for him. Cunningham up the hill, he's finally got through. He really had to work hard to get through that group of riders. As the number 30, having a look down the inside there, Lewis, trying to get past the 151 of Jordan Pritchard. Steve Cornwall's dropped to 9th place on the number 4. Callum Ricketts currently in 10th on the 458. And Wardle not giving this one up here. Number 414. Down the hill he goes through Zulu as one rider in trouble. Oh, that's one of the front runners now. I think that may be Ryan Tyres hitting trouble. Oh no, I think that's, looking at the helmet, I think that's Jim Lovell. Lovell has gone off the track and looks a bit dejected at the camera there, so the yellow flags are out here at Oblivion. Lovell going off the circuit on the first corner, some sort of mechanical issue, and it looks like he is out of the race. Lovell's okay. Dickinson leads, and the fastest lap going down to 41.1. Here they come down the hill. There's the machine being pushed away. So David Carter's asking why there's the pit bikes in the class. So that looks like there's a new addition possibly. We'll have to find that one out, why those two riders are in the class today, because this is normally more of a motocross bike class, you would say. So one or two pit bikes out there today. To the bottom of that ruling then. Dickinson still leads at 9.4 seconds. Ryan Tyers in second, so Jim Lovell out of the race, which shakes things up at the front as Joe Dickinson takes the checkered flag. So late drama in this race. Great ride there though for Joe Dickinson, who takes the win. Really unchallenged in the race. Going down one lap down in 11th place is Stephen Brooks. Ryan Tyers crossed the line in second, then that battle just on the edge of the top five. Richard Holmes Williams should be taking third on the 1-2-6. And of course, with Jim Lovell out of the race late on, it really does shake things up at the front. Richard Holmes Williams then in third place. And what a ride for the number 34 of J.J. Cunningham. Battling through to fourth place from Lawrence Wardle, really keeping the pressure on that final lap. It's going to be Tom Lewis, Jordan Pritchard, Steve Cornwall in 8th place, Callum Ricketts, and Tim Cornwall on the number 29, rounding out the top 10. So some great riding there. Shout out again to Dane Blackburn. Sorry that you can't be here today, but thanks for watching the action here in this Brat Bike Super Minis. We move on then to our first race of the day very shortly for the Parker Racing Stock 140. This race was action-packed last time out at Whilton Mill. We'll start things off with the Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B. They're in the waiting zone and they'll be out in just a few moments. In association with Parker Racing, it's the Mini Bikes Stock 140 Group B. Riders are in the waiting zone, and we'll have a look at how they lined up in the morning qualifying. This is Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B. James Lewis will lead them away with a 48.038 from James McMillan. Dean Quincy in third, Brett Neesham, Louis Lockyer in fifth, and Mark James Cockfield in sixth position. 7th for Ben Jessup, George Kelly 8th, Mike Smallbones and Ben Blick rounding out the top 10. Gaz Pearson 11th. A bit further back, Richard Seal, unidentified rider in 14th, Matthew Corbett, Lewis Mackay, Ian Gamble and Chris Bird in 18th position. 19th for Jack Seawright, Marcus Burton, Jack Wolf, Ben Pearson, Evan Owen and Reed Jones with no time at the back of the field. And I think some of these riders have got Darren Coleman, Tommy Champion, Nathan Smith, Simon Pattison, Chris Grieve and Danny Cohen 30th, but we'll most likely see those in Group A, I believe. We've got 19 riders out on the track at the moment for Group B. James Lewis, then the pole sitter, the rider to look out for. This really was an action-packed event last time out. Pit Bike Stock 140 taking their place on the grid. Brought to you in association with Parker Racing, and certainly the Group A we had last time out at Three Sisters was probably the closest British mini bike race I've seen for a very long time. And as you know, if you follow these races, we do tend to get the close finish on a fairly regular basis, but even by those high standards, it was very close and very exciting indeed at the end of Group A, the final race last time out at Three Sisters. So I think if we get half as close today, it'll be very good indeed. So the Group B riders about to get things underway. Last couple of riders making their way around the final corner up towards the starting grid. And Parker Racing Pit Bike Stock 140 Group B is about to get underway. This, of course, our first race of the day for the 150s. Going towards the end now with the first block of racing. We'll move through to block number 2 a little bit later on. Visors down, though, in the meantime for the Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B. About to get underway. And the flag drops, away we go. Good start from James McMillan on the outside, but it looks like James Lewis has held on to the lead. Here they come round the first corner.
very tight indeed as they go up towards Christmas for the first time. It looks like Mark James Cockfield's in this race, so good to see him back in action. He, of course, had an accident earlier on today, but doesn't look like it's anything serious. And a good start there. Everyone seems to have got through safely as they go through Christmas for the first time. Very close, though, in the midfield. And it's all close again as they go through the off-camber approach to Zulu. James McMillan, Dean Quincy well placed. Looks like James Lewis has taken the lead. All very close on the edge of the top 10. Matthew Corbett, Jack Wolf, Chris Bird, Lewis McKay all in there as the leaders make their way through Boot for the first time. And it looks like James Lewis is starting to pull away a bit now. Around the final corner they go. The top 10 pulling away now from the rest of the field. It's at the back of the field, it's very close as well. Some close battles there. So with some of the tail enders having their own battle at the back, this could make things interesting later in the race for the leaders as they make their way through, as James Lewis proudly displaying, of course, the logo of our sponsors in this race, Parker Racing. He leads the race, 1.6 seconds on the first lap. Look at this, though, very close indeed, down through Zulu from McMillan and Quincy, the 665 and 287, all very close indeed. Second and third place, down towards Boot they go. Quincy having a look down the inside, but McMillan holds the line, holding on to that second place. Still looking to get involved in this race, though, is the 411, just a little bit further behind there, Brett Neesham. Lewis still your race leader, 10 laps to go, still a long way to go in this Group B race as McMillan tries to pull away. James Lewis, fastest lap of the race with a 47.856. And we just saw going out of shot there, the race leader through Christmas corner. Dean Quincy looks threatening in third place, trying to close up on James McMillan. So the leader, James Lewis, looking strong at the front, leading by almost 2 seconds last time. It looks like he's pulled away slightly. McMillan still there in second, though. Quincy and the rest of the top 10. We've got Brett Neesham just behind this battle in fourth place. Louis Lockyer fifth, George Kelly, Ben Jessup in 8th, Flick in 9th, and Gaz Pearson on the 7.23 rounding out the top 10. There's the 4.11 of Brett Neesham trying to get the power down the straight, trying to close up here on Dean Quincy. McMillan pulls away slightly on the approach to Christmas corner. To the top corner they go, that really iconic Christmas corner, you would say, that uphill braking zone. It all gets a bit off cambered here as McMillan guards the inside line. Quincy closes up on the braking, looks quick through Zulu, and the battle now on once again for second place. Still James Lewis that leads the way. James McMillan, incidentally, with the fastest lap of the race, 47.082 last time round. Quincy in third, though, keeping the pressure on, has a look down the inside going into the final corner, but McMillan's got the sweep on the outside. Second and third are closing up here on the leader, 1.5 seconds covering the top three. And looking at the lap times again, they really are closing on James Lewis, the race leader. McMillan pulling 0.3 of a second on the previous lap. Only 1.2 seconds covering first and second place. So you don't need me to tell you here. You can see now just how much McMillan is closing up on this guy. The leader, 7.11. James Lewis, down the hill they go. McMillan coming under some real pressure here from Dean Quincy in third, and they are both closing up on the leader, so this could be a fight for the lead very soon indeed between these top three riders. Brett Neesham falling away a bit now in fourth place on the 4.11. Louis Lockyer, George Kelly still there, Cockfield in seventh, Jessup Flick and Gaz Pearson still running out the top 10. Tom Spencer and Lewis McKay a bit further behind, but all the action here is for the lead with 7 laps to go. Again, McMillan, fastest lap of the race, 46.9. 0.7 of a second covering the top three, but closing up all the time now. And McMillan is all over the back wheel here of James Lewis. This is the thing sometimes, though. When you see yourself closing up physically on a rider, it's just a real psychological boost. When you see for yourself you're closing up all the time, it just makes you go faster and faster. Now, I wonder to hear what Dean Quincy's doing in third place. Is he doesn't seem to be pushing the second place man too much. Just looking to try and close up on the race leader here. So I think he's playing the long game here. He knows that it's better not to fight for the position just yet. Just to tag on to that second place man, just keep the pressure on. As now McMillan starts to put James Lewis under some real pressure. The gap, as you can see for yourself, 0.7 of a second covering the top three riders. It's very close indeed. James Lewis goes defensive, but McMillan round the outside and takes the lead.
great move there from James McMillan to take the lead on the approach to Christmas corner. Dean Quincy now trying to make his move to second place. So Lewis drops to second, Quincy still third. Great move there though from James McMillan round the outside. And here they come to boot once again. So James McMillan, the new race leader. It's still James Lewis in second place. Dean Quincy trying to find a way through as they make their way down towards the final corner, just over halfway gone in this race. Still Brett Neesham in fourth, but quite a distance back from this battle for the lead. 5 laps to go. McMillan leads and immediately pulls away at the front. James Lewis second, Dean Quincy third. And there we see McMillan trying to break away now from this battle now, which is now for second, of course, between Lewis and Quincy. Dean Quincy trying to find a way through as they go towards the right-hander, that really tight apex into the right. They're closing up on some of the back markers. I think that's Ian Gamble and Marcus Burton just in front. And there we see McMillan switching to the inside as they go into boot, trying to find a way through. Oh, and second and third squeezing past the tail ender. So good running there to get past Ian Gamble. I think it's Marcus Burton just in front of this battle for the lead. Here we're looking at, I think that's Ben Jessup and Ben Blick battling for 7th position. Seem to have lost Mark James Cockfield, who was in 10th position, was in 7th I should say, dropping out of the top 10 and out of contention. I think he's gone to the pits. There's the 7-2-3. They're moving up to 9th place now of Gaz Pearson. Pearson trying the outside. And, oh, Ben Blick's gone through, of course, into 7th place. Gaz Pearson trying to find a way through here, through Christmas corner. Let's have a look at the 7-2-3 as they make their way up towards Christmas corner. Looks threatening down the inside, but not going to find an opening at the moment. Ben Jessup on the number 8, holding on to that 8th position. Still James McMillan leads the way. James Lewis second, Dean Quincy third. Here they come around the final corner. Oh, and this is getting close here because it looks like Quincy's gone through to second. Yes, he has. They got the number 58 of Marcus Burton. This is the 17th place rider. Quincy squeezing through. And the tail ender there just doing the right thing there, holding his line, letting the faster riders find their way through. Oh, Quincy a little bit squirrely going into Christmas corner there. But holds onto the bike, keeps that second position from James Lewis. James McMillan really pulling away now. The gap has gone up to 1.9 seconds as they make their way down through Zulu into the left-hander. So McMillan, a well-deserved lead so far for him, and leads by almost 2 seconds. But Dean Quincy now clear in second. The early race leader James Lewis dropping to third on the number 7-11, but still looks strong in that third place. 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go I should say though, as James McMillan crosses the line and immediately sets the fastest lap of the race. 46.661 for this guy here. 665, James McMillan into Christmas corner once again. Guards the inside line nice and neat. There's a mascot there hanging from the rear fender, so certainly bringing him luck so far as he goes through the tight right-hander leading into Zulu. Down the hill they go. Quincy holding on to that second place quite nicely now. James Lewis just watching in third. The top 3 really have broke away from the rest of the field. The midfield runners making their way through past the finish line right now, so traffic should be a problem on the final lap as McMillan goes around the final corner. 1 lap to go. Yes, there goes the last lap board. Dean Quincy though with the fastest lap of the race, 46.606, pulling half a second on the race leader. So James McMillan leads the race. There he is, but Dean Quincy closing up now. Time could be against Dean in second place here on the 2:87. I think McMillan may well have done enough here, but Dean Quincy certainly pushing hard on the final lap. McMillan can't afford a mistake. Lewis third, still Brett Neesham fourth, Louis Lockyer in 5th place on the 99, George Kelly, Ben Blick, Gaz Pearson all running well. But James McMillan, he's done all the hard work earlier in the race and he's just got to bring it home through boot for the final time. Dean Quincy closing up all the time here, but time is against him as McMillan goes round the final corner. James McMillan is your race winner. Dean Quincy, another fastest lap of the race on that final lap, 46.3, almost pulled a second on McMillan. But time was against him, and your winner, James McMillan on the 6.65. Quincy then in second place, James Lewis third, Brett Neesham going through in 4th place from Louis Lockyer in 5th position. But well done to James McMillan, a very well-deserved race victory. So still pretty close there in pit bike stock 140 Group B,
we move on to what was I would argue, the race of the season last time out for these guys. It's the Parker Racing Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A. They're in the waiting zone, and they'll be underway in just a few moments' time as the rest of the Group B make their way through. There's the 666 of Chris Bird going through, so everyone's in. And as we say, some great action there in Group B, but let's have a look in a few moments for our next race of the day. It's Parker Racing Stock 140 Group A. Here we go then, the riders making their way back to the waiting zone. We'll see the Group B riders out a bit later on today. The Group A riders are in the waiting zone, about to go out onto the track for their formation lap, and we'll have a look at how they line up ahead of this first race from the morning qualifying. Starting at the front is Jim Lovell with a 43.4 on the dot for number 97. Rhys Stevenson in second place, Ryan Tyers third, Billy Pearson, Ben Lord and Chase Collymore in sixth position. Seventh is Mick Lord, Ben Clucas eighth, Chloe Jones in ninth, Joe Woodward rounds out the top 10. Matt Davis and Ed P taking us 11th and 12th position. 13th for Ryan Clark. A bit further back we have Carl Sanders, Sebastian Barron, Connor Wyatt and Matt Lockyer in 18th place. 19th for Dan Merrin, Ben Ray in 20th position. Matthew Wood, Rob Shearer, Shane Hopkins and Daniel Pearson in 24th position. 25th for Joe Mills, Jake Marsh, Chris Edwards down Hall in 28th. Louis Smith in 29th, Will Loader qualifying in 30th position as they make their way through. Loader then running at that 30 rider field, and in terms of the championship, this is still pretty close, you would say, in this Stock 140. Let's have a recap of the championship positions. And Jim Lovell, who won that dramatic dash to the line last time out at Three Sisters, leads the title by just 9 points from Ben Lord. Of course, Ben Lord dropping a few points at the second round of the championship at Lydd. So still a bit of work to do. Ryan Tyers only just behind on 312 points. Mick Lord in fourth from Chase Collymore, who was unlucky not to win at Three Sisters. Very, very close battle to the line in fifth place. And Chase Collymore on 212 points. Potentially could be an outsider for the championship with 2 rounds to go, but will rely on some of the riders in front of him dropping points. So Jim Lovell, as we say, not much in it though in terms of the championship. This is very important, of course, number 48, Ben Lord. And one rider to look out for, of course, he's not really a factor in terms of the championship though, is the number 1, 2, 3, Rhys Stevenson. Joined the class mid-season and has immediately established himself as a front runner in terms of the championship. So here we go, the riders now lining up, the last 2 riders on the grid for Parker Racing Stock 140 Group A. And this, as we say, a very important race in terms of the championship. 16 points covering the top 3 riders, nothing at all in it as the riders line up. I think we're ready to go. The green flag is up and Parker Racing Pit Bike Stock 140 gets underway. A spectacular start as they charge into the first corner. Rhys Stevenson's got a good jump on the field. Will they get through safely? Somebody's got a good jump around the outside as Stevenson leads them up into Christmas corner. Jim Lovell's second, Ryan Tyers in third. The rest of the midfield go charging through for the first time. Everyone seems to have got through that first half lap safely. Down through Zulu they go, and look at this at the front though. Rhys Stevenson leads, Lovell right on his tail though in second place. The rest of the top 10 charging down the hill. Here come the midfield. There was the treble 8, Dan Merrin 16th. Smack bang in the middle of the pack, you would say. It's been very close first lap and everyone seems to have got through safely. Here come the leaders round the final corner. Rhys Stevenson, your race leader. Jim Lovell second, Ryan Tyers third, Ben Lord, Billy Pearson, Chase Collymore, Mick Lord in seventh, Ben Clucas, Joe Woodward and Matt Davis. Less than 5 seconds covering the top 10. There's the number 1. Lord then having a look at the back of Ryan Tyers. 55, Ryan Tyers very closely fought indeed in third place. There's Ben Lord. Lord trying to find a way through here, and he's got, looks like the 53 of Billy Pearson on his tail. There's Tyers, 55. So certainly Ben Lord really does need to get through, get past the 55 here of Tyers. Trying to find a way through. These riders all very closely poised in terms of the championship.
The joker in the pack here, you would say, is the 1, 2, 3 of Rhys Stevenson. Now, Stevenson, of course, as we said, didn't compete in this class in the first 2 rounds, has immediately established himself as a front runner. But with those 2 rounds, of course, 0 score from the rounds he didn't race in, it means he's not a championship contender here, but still he's there at the front battling for race victories. What this means, of course, though, is that he could be taking points off the championship. Oh, but Stevenson's hit trouble. Oh, the rider who's slowed down here. Red flag, has been a stoppage. So red flag has come out. We'll try and find out what's happened here. I think it's a rider down on the final corner. And the approach to the start line straight. No indication on the lap charts as to who that was, but there is a rider down on the final corner which has brought out the red flag. So what we were saying there just before the stoppage is that one interesting aspect here in this Group A race is that the race leader at the moment, Rhys Stevenson, as there we see the ambulance on the track and the medics immediately attending to the injured rider. We're not going to attempt to identify who it is at the moment because we don't have the confirmation on the lap charts from the stewards just yet, but certainly in any case we hope that rider's okay. That final corner does seem to have caught out a few riders so far today, so it is a very fast final corner. It's very open, and of course there is that concrete runoff area, so that is there. Could potentially get squirrely and a bit less grip on the outside there for the unwary. What we were saying there is the race leader at the moment is the 1, 2, 3 is Rhys Stevenson, currently 18th in the championship, 118 points. And of course didn't race in this class in the first 2 rounds. He's immediately come in here and he's turned himself into a championship contender, perhaps for next season maybe, but certainly a front runner in terms of race victories. What it does mean though, of course, is going to make life difficult here for some of the championship front runners, the likes of Jim Lovell, Ben Lord, Ryan Tyers, all battling for championship positions. They're dealing with a rider who's late to the series but very much a race winner. And of course, if Stevenson wins the race, it takes potential points away from Lovell and Lord and Tyers, all those guys fighting for championship contention, which really does throw an extra dimension into this exciting championship battle. As we said, going into this race, only 14 points, I believe, 16 points, I should say, covering Jim Lovell, the championship leader, from the 3rd place Ryan Tyers, and Mick Lord and Chase Collymore still there potentially as outsiders in terms of the championship. But things have been brought to a halt at the moment. The riders have just gone into the pit exit area whilst the injured rider is attended to. So there is an incident on the final corner. One rider in this race, of course, who was battling quite nicely for the lead is Chase Collymore, and I believe Chase down there in the pit area at the moment. We spoke to him yesterday to discuss some of his issues with the bike and how it's been going in 2020.
Down here in the pits with Chase Collymore, one of the rising stars of British mini bikes. Now, Chase, last time out at Three Sisters, it was a very close finish in our final race. Were you disappointed not to win?
Yeah, I was quite close. I messed up on the last lap going into the last corner and he got past me.
Now, you've been riding for a long time with the Bambinos and the junior riders, and this year now, of course, riding in the adults with some of the big names. What's it like going against those experienced riders?
It's very hard, but it's good for me as it's getting me quicker and it's making me learn new things.
And of course here at Whilton Mill today we've got the Super Complex, a different track to last time. What do you think of the circuit?
It's alright, it's quite slippy though. I've been testing out different tyres to see which is best for me.
And what are your hopes for today?
I just hope that I can get into the 43s as I got a 44 flat.
Well, Chase, good luck for today. We wish you the best of luck in your 2 races.
Thank you.
So that was Chase Collymore, a rider who we've had the pleasure of watching over several seasons in British mini bikes. He, of course, was in some of the more junior classes to begin with a few years ago. He was racing in the likes of the mini GP classes. He's fought his way through youth competition. And now, of course, battling with some of the established names here in British mini bikes. Unfortunately, we are still under the red flag situation. The ambulance is on the final corner dealing with an injured rider. So once again, full credit to the medics for all their hard work. And we hope to get racing back underway just as soon as possible. Riders are currently in the pit exit area, I believe. So as soon as we get the all clear, they'll be back out on track. But at the moment, racing has been paused As always in situations like this, the rider safety is the important part, and we'll give the medics the time they need to make sure that this is safely dealt with. Shame, of course, to bring things to a halt prematurely, because it was turning into quite an exciting battle now. I believe the injured rider is now in the ambulance. It's quite a short journey here to the medical centre, which is just behind this this very impressive new pit complex here at Whilton Mill. You'll have a look at this in a moment when the ambulance makes its way off the circuit. It was rebuilt very recently. We've got this wonderful clubhouse here nowadays at Whilton Mill. There's all administration offices. A lot of the Alpha Live workings are done here from Whilton Mill. And there we see the new restaurant on the first level here, the Bistro and Bar. Much like a lot of the top line karting circuits in the UK, they have all these great facilities where we're not only here to drive the karts, people can also grab something to eat. And of course you've got the bar and the restaurant area, which was very popular again last night, with people coming along to get something to eat. And this has been a real improvement here at Whilton Mill in the last few years. It's always been a popular circuit and a lot of money invested into the track as well. As riders make their way back out onto the circuit. These are the pit bike stock 140 Group A riders back out onto the track, I believe. We'll just have a look at some of the names. I think this may actually be, no, I think they'll be out a bit later on actually. This looks like it could be just a confirmation. No, it is actually, yeah, it is the 140s. I think it's just a bit of a steady stream of riders going out onto the track, and yep, they are back out onto the circuit now for their formation lap. So it looks like a restart underway very shortly. One more race to go after this at the end of the first block. We have the next race coming up after this will be the first race of the day for the Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 and 70. That will round out the first block of racing. Then right through to the second block, starting of course with Mini GP, Supermoto 90s a bit later on. All riders scheduled to have 2 blocks of races today. And they make their way down through Zulu. This the final race of the first, well, the penultimate race I should say, of the first block. Pit bike stock 140 Group A is about to get underway for the restart. Of course, you had the stoppage a few moments ago. Riders now lining up on the grid, and will be underway very shortly, just making sure they are in the correct positions according to race order earlier on. Chase Collingwood there, the number 7 on the leathers, making his way all the way up towards the front. He was one of the last riders out on the formation lap, so retake his position towards the front of the grid, and will be underway very shortly for the restart of Parker Racing Pit Bike Stock 140. Riders are ready. We're looking at the starter now with the green flag, and riders are ready in position. Here we go then for the restart. Lies on that starter, the flag drops, and away we go. Good start there from Stevenson, but Lovell down the inside. No, not quite. Reece Stevenson shuts the door on him as they go through Christmas, up towards Christmas for the first time. Reece Stevenson guarding that inside line. Lovell tries the outside sweep, not close enough to go for the lead. The rest of the pack go charging through Christmas corner for the first time. All seem to have got through safely. Oh, and look at this though, Jim Lovell has taken the lead into Zulu. So Jim Lovell, the new race leader, very important for him in terms of the championship. Reece Stevenson drops to second. Look at this over third now. It looks like Lord going down the inside of tyres. Really does need to get to the front here, does the number 1 of Ben Lord. And for Jim Lovell, he needs to stay in the front. It'd be very good for him as well if Reece Stevenson stays in second. That'll be a barrier between him and some of his championship rivals, but I'm sure Stevenson here has got ideas of taking the lead again. Here he comes down the inside, Reece Stevenson. And there he goes into the lead. Stevenson back at the front. Let's see if Lovell can fight back as they go into Zulu. Stevenson riding carefully here, guarding those apexes. Now importantly here for Jim Lovell is that Ben Lord is through to third, one of his main championship rivals, right behind him on the track now. Here they come down towards the final corner. In terms of the championship, only 11 points separating Jim Lovell from Ben Lord. Round the final corner they go, but Reece Stevenson leads the race. Lovell second, Lord in third, Tyres, Pearson, Chase Collymore in 6th place, Mick Lord in 7th, Ben Clucas, Joe Woodward and Matt Davis rounding out the top 10 as they make their way up the hill. Through Christmas corner they go as we look at Reece Stevenson, 1, 2, 3, the race leader. really has been a revelation this year in British Mini Bikes in 2020. I remember at the first round of the championship at Ella Park, we had the Pro-Am race, and Rhys Stevenson certainly wasn't too worried about Peter Hickman, was keeping the professional riders, keeping them honest in the Pro-Am race. So Stevenson having a good year so far, and he certainly has shook things up in terms of the front runners in this 140 group. Hey, now dropping out of contention there, was that? I thought it was Matt Davis momentarily, but Davis has gone through in 10th place, so somebody dropping out of contention in the midfield, but the race goes on. I think that's more of a mechanical issue than anything else, as the leaders make their way through. Rhys Stevenson still your race leader, but certainly Jim Lovell is keeping the pressure on here in 2nd place. 5 laps to go, and all of the front running riders all together here. Any one of these 4 could take the victory. Still Billy Pearson and Chase Collymore in contention a little bit further behind. But this is turning into a 4-way strap for the lead. Rhys Stevenson, your race leader. Jim Lovell in 2nd. Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. The championship front runners all in contention here. Headed by Rhys Stevenson as they go up the hill. Stevenson guarding the inside line. Lovell holding on to that 2nd place. Lord 3rd. Tyers 4th. And at the moment it just... it's almost like a game of chess here. Nobody is really too worried about making a move right now. There's still 4 laps to go. Rhys Stevenson, the race leader, he's actually maintaining a good pace at the front, lapping in the 43-second region. And I don't think anybody's too worried about making a move so far, but Liverpool having a look down the inside. No, he just showed the claws there momentarily. Stevenson holds on to the lead, 4 laps to go. Certainly nobody wants to start holding each other up here. So Lovell looked a little bit squirrely there going through Oblivion. This will allow Ben Lord to make the move down the inside, so a mistake there for Lovell in Oblivion. And Lord now to 2nd place as Stevenson pulls away slightly, not by very much, only a few tenths. Lovell had the fastest lap of the race, 43.382, the number 97. But a mistake there drops him to 3rd, and still watching in 4th is the 55 on the bike of Ryan Tyers as they go through boot once again. Lovell trying to fight back. Now this is allowing Stevenson to pull away a bit now. 2nd through to 4th, starting to do battle. Perhaps they're not worrying so much now about Stevenson. Rhys Stevenson, of course, is not a championship contender. He's pulling away at the front now, over 0.6 of a second, so this could be the battle of the title here in 2nd place as Lord, Lovell and Tyers go head to head. They need to take points off each other here now, really. Not so worried about Stevenson, he's pulling away. There he is, the 1, 2, 3, the race leader. Still in 2nd place is Lord, Lovell there and Tyers all very close, 2nd through to 4th. These top 3 riders battling for the championship. 16 points covering those riders going into this round here at Three Sisters, so every position matters with 2 laps to go. Stevenson ran the final corner. This should be the last lap board. Yes, it is. So Stevenson, 1 lap to go. The action here could be on for 2nd place, though. It's a championship battle for 2nd place. Stevenson has pulled that small gap at the front as 2nd through to 4th do battle, and Stevenson looking good at the front. Oh, it's getting close here for 2nd place, though. Here they come through towards Zulu, into the tight right-hander. Lord guarding the inside line. Lovell and Tyers all very close as Rhys Stevenson pulls away down the hill. It's still Lord in 2nd on the number 1. Lovell trying to go down the inside of Lord, who immediately guards the inside into boot. Look at Ryan Tyers, though, in 4th place on the 55. Here they come round the boots. Oh, as down goes Jim Lovell. Front end goes down. He runs back to the bike. He's got to get that machine started. He's kept the engine running. He loses a place to Pearson. Rhys Stevenson takes the checkered flag. Ben Lord in 2nd. Ryan Tyers goes through. And drama as Pearson goes through in 4th place. Jim Lovell in 5th. Dropping the bike, though, in boot. Just seemed to lose the front end, possibly. Jim Lovell perfectly okay. And crosses the line in 5th place. Mick Lord in 6th. Ben Clucas, Joe Woodward, Chase Collymore 9th. Matt Davis rounding out the top 10. But that could be an important moment in terms of the championship for Jim Lovell. Small mistake on the approach to the finish line and loses vital points, but well done to Rhys Stevenson. Another race win for him. Took the lead early on in the race, and with all the championship big hitters fighting behind him, he ran his own race and took the checkered flag. But important moment in terms of the championship that will allow Ben Lord to close up in terms of the championship lead, with one more race to go, of course, this afternoon for the pit bikes. But now we move on to our final race of the first block of racing. Rounding things off, we have the Race Fasteners Mini GP 119.70. They'll be underway in just a few moments' time. Race number 10 in our schedule, the halfway point of the programme here, and in association with Race Fasteners, it's the Mini GP 190.70, and we'll look at how the riders line up in just a few moments' time. Rhys Stevenson should be coming back to the grid in a few moments because he was racing, of course, with the pit bikes a few moments ago. We'll have a look at the grid and how the riders line up. So Rhys Stevenson is the pole sitter. Luca Allen in second place. Tom Lewis in third from Jack Bednarek, Daniel Goodman and Luke Schofield in sixth place. Seventh for Dougie Craven, Mikey Schuker in eighth. Ted Wilkinson ninth, Zach Weston, Peter Willis and Ryan Tyers showing us no time on the grid. So Mini GP 190.70, this is a race that's been low in numbers this year, but certainly there's been plenty of action this year. And the man to beat this year has been very much Rhys Stevenson on the 1, 2, 3. He's just been out, of course, in Group A, and we'll get back onto the Mini GP bike, back onto the grid. There, I think he's actually just gone onto the track now, actually. So Rhys Stevenson just playing catch-up. He'll join the rest of the field in a few moments' time. Rhys Stevenson leads the championship on 165 points. It's Daniel Goodman second on 106. Those two really ahead of the series. Ash Barnes, who haven't seen last time out, he's third on 50 points. And Peter Hickman, who we saw at the first round of the championship, he is on 40. Of course, he's not here today, fourth in the championship. It's been a bit unfortunate with his championship commitments in terms of the BSB and whatnot. So hopefully we'll see him at the last round at Teesside. So Rhys Stevenson very much the rider to beat in this class. And sometimes this can be a good thing, you know. It's a sprint race format, so certainly in terms of endurance, it's not so much of an issue for the riders. What it means, though, for Stevenson, he's nicely warmed up. He's just been out on the track racing. He knows where the lines are, and he's all fired up and ready to go as we wait for the green flag to drop. And away we go. Oh, Stevenson a bit aggressive on the start there, but looks like he's held on to the lead. So Rhys Stevenson leads, Luca Allen second, Tom Lewis and Daniel Goodman fourth. Here they come through the first corner up towards Christmas for the first time. And a nice start there from Rhys Stevenson. Here they come charging through Christmas corner for the first time. Nice clean start there. Everyone's through safely through Zulu for the first time. Stevenson leading, Allen second, Lewis third, Goodman fourth. Down the hill they go. Dougie Craven, Mikey Schuker, Luke Schofield and Ted Wilkinson rounding out the 8-rider field as they make their way towards Boot for the first time. And Rhys Stevenson looking neat as they make their way through around the final corner. So it's Stevenson leading, Allen second, Lewis third. Let's have a look at the lap times as they go through. It's competitive here from Rhys Stevenson, 44.28 first time out. Daniel Goodman and Dougie Craven going through as well. We'll have a run through the rest of the race order in a few moments' time. But Rhys Stevenson looking strong so far. Through Zulu for the first time, Dougie Craven and Mikey Schuker. There's Stevenson. Change of machinery, of course, for this race. Down the hill he goes. The number 30 right in there as well, 68. Also running strongly. Here they come through towards Boot once again. So Tom Lewis and Luca Allen battling for second place. Rhys Stevenson pulling away now, but looking threatening in third is Luca Allen. Here they come over the line. Rhys Stevenson again with the 42.81. Tom Lewis and Luca Allen looking good. Second and third, Daniel Goodman just a little bit further behind this battle in fourth place. And look at this up the inside though. Luca Allen has to be brave onto the brakes into Christmas corner, but well done there to Tom Lewis defending that second place. You get an idea of how late he can be on the brakes into Christmas corner on that uphill section. Here they come down the hill once again. So Luca Allen fighting hard into Christmas corner, stays in third place. We'll have to try and fight again as they go through towards Boot. Tom Lewis in second place. Rhys Stevenson pulling away all the time at the front. It's Tom Lewis then, still in second. Luca Allen, Daniel Goodman and Dougie Craven running up the top five. Here they come over the line. Rhys Stevenson still the race leader, 42.42. Fastest lap of the race. Tom Lewis then still in second. And let's see what Luca Allen can do as they make their way up the hill once again. Allen on the outside. Tom Lewis guarding the inside line into Christmas corner.
Here they come down towards Zulu. Lewis has got that line sorted on this technical part of the track. Down the hill they go. Lewis Allen shadowing the back wheel here on the number 68. Still Daniel Goodman a bit further behind in 4th place. And for the second race in a row here, Reece Stevenson is on his own at the front. All the action here for 2nd place. Let's have a look at Allen on the 68 coming through towards the final corner. Tom Lewis riding very well here, guarding the apex, making the following rider do all the work. Through Oblivion we go, with 9 laps to go, and Lewis again just nice and quick out of the corner. Here we see this is where Allen's got to try and make a move on the inside into Christmas corner. Very late on the brakes. Oh, and they're side by side into Christmas corner. Oh, again there, Tom Lewis shuts the door on Luca Allen, and Allen had to bail out of that move. Tom Lewis defending that position hard, but Lewis Allen still there in 3rd place. Got to regroup now and try and close back up on the 2nd place. Reece Stevenson leads the race by 4.5 seconds. There's Stevenson round the pit lane corner, crossing the line. Here's the battle again though for 2nd place. Tom Lewis and Luca Allen 2nd and 3rd. Nothing much between those two riders now. 0.4 of a second. And Allen trying to close up as they go through Oblivion up towards Christmas corner. Not close enough for a pass here, but really late on the brakes there. Trying to close up on the braking on the 2nd place rider, Tom Lewis. Through the technical left-hander, the right into Zulu. Very tight off-cambered right-hander. And Luca Allen looks quick down the hill, closing up slightly on Tom Lewis, but Lewis still looking neat in 2nd place. Into the left-hander he goes. The rest of the field made up of Daniel Goodman in 4th place, Dougie Craven, Luke Schofield in 6th position on the 64, Mikey Schuker and Ted Wilkinson on the 128, rounding up the field in 8th place. But now Luca Allen is starting to close up once again on Tom Lewis for 2nd place. Here they come up the hill once again. Allen looks brave out of the corner. Here we go into Christmas corner, but great riding there from Tom Lewis once again to guard that inside line, hold on to 2nd place. And the rider we've almost forgot about there is the 23 of Reece Stevenson, running his own race at the front, 6.2 seconds at the front. Tom Lewis then, 2nd place, number 30. Into boot once again, still with the 68 of Luca Allen. Losing a little bit of ground into boot, but starting to close once again, and Allen just aggressively on the power there, nice and quick into the pit lane corner, 5 laps to go. And again, Luca Allen closing up on the 2nd place, Tom Lewis. Fastest lap of the race for Tom Lewis at least, 43.09. Here they come up to Christmas corner. Let's see what Allen can do. Down the inside once again, but no, Tom Lewis has got the line and makes that 2nd place stick. There we see 2nd and 3rd all on their own at the moment. Reece Stevenson cleared away at the front, but Tom Lewis and Luca Allen battling still 2nd and 3rd. Daniel Goodman still in 4th on the 157. Dougie Craven, Luke Schofield, Ted Wilkinson, Mikey Schuker has just gone through in 8th place. Reece Stevenson just crossing the line in the lead. Oh, was down the inside again there. Luca Allen having a look at Tom Lewis. Here they come through into Oblivion once again. 5 laps to go. Up the hill they go towards Christmas corner. Tom Lewis knows this is where Luca Allen is strong. Again down the inside, they're side by side through Christmas corner. But Tom Lewis has got the inside line onto the left-hander and holds on to that 2nd place. Luca Allen still in 3rd. Down the hill they go, so Reece Stevenson leading. Still Tom Lewis after this onslaught here from Luca Allen for 3rd place. Allen again having a peek down the inside into boot. Daniel Goodman still in 4th. Dougie Craven, Luke Schofield, Ted Wilkinson and Mikey Schuker rounding out the field. All of the attention here is on this battle of 2nd place, so it's very close into Oblivion once again. Allen again now trying the outside into Oblivion. Here we go up towards Christmas corner once again. Tom Lewis, number 30, holding on to the 2nd place, guarding the inside line and making Luca Allen go wide this time to Christmas corner, blocking the apex to prevent the switchback here from Allen. Let's follow my leader down the hill through Zulu. Both riders using all of the curve as much as they can, making that part of the track as wide as possible. Down to boot once again as down the inside goes Luca Allen. Can't find a way through. Here we go into the double apex, right-hander through boot into the final corner. Reece Stevenson has taken 3 laps to go now. Leads the race by 8.4 seconds, but an enthralling battle for 2nd place here with Luca Allen. Can't find a way past Tom Lewis for 2nd place. They make their way up the hill to Christmas corner. Lewis
And Allen into the slipstream, down the inside, goes for the block pass, and this time Luca Allen has made the pass stick, goes through to second place, and that was a classic block pass there from Luca Allen. Took the apex away from Tom Lewis and pretty much pushing Lewis wide. And look at that, getting the power down into the back straight into boot. Very much a classic block pass there. We saw Allen running wide out of Christmas corner, blocking the line there for Tom Lewis. It's an aggressive move, it's perfectly fair. And what it does is prevent Lewis from getting repassed at the top of Christmas corner. But we look at the 23 of Reece Stevenson here. Into the right-hander, race leader, down the hill, looking for 2 consecutive race wins here in 2 races at British Mini Bikes. Stevenson looking good, leads the race by 9.6 seconds, and Luca Allen trying to shake Tom Lewis away now, but Tom Lewis certainly not giving up in 3rd place. Very well poised as Stevenson goes round the final corner. 1 lap to go for the 23 of Reece Stevenson, and I think will lead the race by over 10 seconds now. It's just lapped the number 128 of Ted Wilkinson. Wilkinson currently in 7th place, but here's Reece Stevenson, nice and neat through Christmas corner for the final time. As we say, of course, looking for 2 consecutive race victories. 1 last time out in the Pit Bikes 140 Group A. And looks at the moment to be repeating that going into this final lap here of Mini GP 190.70. Here he comes into the final corner now through boot for the last time. Reece Stevenson, 23, he's had a faultless race. Here he comes round the final corner, and Reece Stevenson will take the checkered flag. Good news there for Luke Schofield and Dougie Craven. They stay on the lead lap. Who is it going to be, though, in that battle of a 2nd place? It looks like Luca Allen has just about done enough as Wilkinson crossed the lines in 2nd place. Luca Allen then in 2nd place, Tom Lewis in 3rd. After that brave fight for most of the race, Lewis has to settle the 3rd. Looks like it's going to be Daniel Goodman in 4th from Luke Schofield and Dougie Craven. Mikey Shuka rounding up the field. So that's the end of the first block of races. We move through to our 2nd block of racing for the day, and starting things off is the Mini GP Junior Supermoto 90s. Race number 2 then, about to get underway for Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s. This, our 2nd block of racing for the day here at Whilton Mill, in association, of course, with Rich Energy. Thanks to all of the hard work of BMB and their officials for getting this penultimate round of the championship underway, and what looks set to be an exciting 2nd block of racing here throughout the afternoon with Alpha Live on the Facebook channel and on YouTube. We'll have a look in just a few moments at how they line up for race number 2 here of Mini GP Supermoto 90s. Riders are on the line now, and well, in the waiting zone I should say. This is how they line up. So the new champion Arnie Carr will lead them away from Luca Wilkinson. Hudson Cooper in 3rd, Jack Newton 4th, Daniel Stevenson 5th, and Owen Tempest in 6th position. 7th is Charlie Cunningham, 8th Billy Carter, 9th is Travis Shaw, Harvey Saville in 10th, Pierce Reeves and Leo Soliu in 12th position. 13th for Brook champion Charlie Ward in 14th from Harrison Quincy, Jack Beard in 16th position, Callum Maxwell, Logan Connolly in 18th place. So 18 riders lining up on the grid already. Of course, the new champion for this year has been crowned in the first race, the first champion of 2020. And that, of course, is the machine of Arnie Carr in Mini GP, who will lead them down to the grid. And I believe, I was told he was wearing the custom helmet, gold-plated helmet, to signify he's the new champion in Mini GP for 2020. I think he's already got that on, so can't miss Arnie Carr at the front. And I'm sure that the other riders, of course, won't want to make things too easy for him. He certainly has been the rider to beat in this class this year. But here we go, down towards the grid. They go for race number 2, Junior Supermoto 90 and Mini GP 90. They're lining up on the grid now and be underway in just a few moments. So the last couple of riders just taking their place on the grid for the second and final race of the day for Junior Supermoto and Mini GP 90. Getting underway then in just a few moments. It looks like everyone is ready and in position. One or two of the grid marshals just making sure that riders are ready towards the back of the field. Pardon me, all eyes on the start then as we get underway for the second race of the day. Let's have a look. I think riders are ready. Looks like we're ready to go. Just looking at the starter at the front of the grid with the green flag. Let's have a look as racing is about to get underway. I think there is an issue with one of the midfield riders there, just getting the bike ready. That might be Charlie Ward. And it seems okay. So here we go. Riders appear to be ready. The green flag goes up. Race number 2 of the day for Junior Supermoto 90, Mini GP 90. Well, he was about to get underway, but there's something gone wrong there. And there's just an issue, I think, in the midfield. There we see the new champion, 83, Arnie Carr on the inside. And this time it looks like we're ready to go. The flag drops and away we go. Nice run on the outside, though, there for the 76 of Luca Wilkinson. And for the second race in a row, he gets the jump on the field and leads them through for the first time. But Arnie Carr fighting back on the lead up to Christmas Corner. Wilkinson shuts the door. Arnie Carr's going to try again under braking. Oh, he's dropped a few places, actually. He's down to 3rd place now, so it looks like Jack Newton's up to 2nd position, having a go for the lead into Christmas Corner. Everyone through the first half lap safely. Down the right-hander they go towards Zulu. And let's see, oh, it's a bit of a change in the front here. Looks like Wilkinson's taken the lead. Arnie Carr has gone through to 2nd place. There was Owen Tempest. He's had a good start. And well and truly in the top 10, Charlie Cunningham in 6th position. Here come the leaders over for the first time. And Arnie Carr's taken the lead already. He dropped to 3rd on the run up to Christmas Corner. But on that second part of the lap, he's already forced his way through. So Arnie Carr is the new race leader. Luca Wilkinson 2nd place, Jack Newton 3rd, Daniel Stevenson, Hudson Cooper, Owen Tempest. And we seem to have lost a few positions there for Harvey Samuel, drops down to 14th place. There's the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson. This is very similar to the first race, actually, with Hudson Cooper battling away for 5th position. So Cooper in 5th, Stevenson 4th, Jack Newton 3rd, Luca Wilkinson 2nd place, Arnie Carr leads the way. The new champion, of course, in Mini GP, and a champion's ride so far as he battles his way back through to the lead. Luca Wilkinson still in 2nd, but still this entertaining battle, you would say, with Daniel Stevenson riding smart, guarding the apexes there, going through towards the final corner. Hudson Cooper, though, the 217, keeping that pressure on as they go through to oblivion. Once again, Cooper still in 5th place. Owen Tempest in 6th position. Shout out here actually for Billy Whiz, Billy Carter. That's from Alison Dorr, number 85. And Billy Carter currently in 8th position, just a little bit further behind this battle. And Carter battling with Charlie Cunningham, the rider we spoke to yesterday. Here we see, though, this is the battle towards the front of the field. Arnie Carr still leading the way, but keeping him honest, I would say, in 2nd position is Luca Wilkinson. Jack Newton just a little bit further behind in 3rd. Oh, was a rider is that a rider in trouble, I wonder? Was that one of the back markers? Try and see who that rider is as we make our way down towards the final corner. I think it may possibly be Finley Hanna, who hit trouble a bit earlier on. Or well, there's Luca Wilkinson around the final corner as well. I think that. I'm wondering here perhaps if Finley Hanna's on a borrowed bike maybe, because the back of the field it's the 76, but certainly Luca Wilkinson still in 2nd place. So let's have a look at this battle here though between Daniel Stevenson and Hudson Cooper as they make their way through Zulu once again into the right-hander. Down the hill they go. And once again, like race number 1 here, Hudson Cooper on the 217 can certainly keep up with Daniel Stevenson, but at the moment can't find a way through as they go through towards Boot once again. So Hudson Cooper has certainly got his work cut out here. Tries the outside line again. Stevenson guards the inside through Boot into the final corner. Now let's see what Cooper can do. He's got to try and get the momentum out to the final corner. Oh, he's a bit too far away for the switchback. Look how close they are there through oblivion. These two young riders really riding well as they make their way up to a Christmas Corner. Cooper trying the inside line up the hill. very fast indeed, and Cooper's going to be brave onto the brakes. It's not close enough to go for the pass, and the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson holds on to 4th place. Arnie Carr is still your race leader. Only rider so far to break under the 50-second barrier, 49.31 seconds last time round. Luca Wilkinson second as they start to lap some of the back marks. I think that may possibly be Logan Connolly has gone a lap down. And Connolly had a difficult first race, but still finished, of course, and got round safely. There we see, that looks like the 135 of Jack Newton, who I think is being closed on now by Daniel Stevenson. So Stevenson coming under a lot of pressure once again from Hudson Cooper, resisting the pressure well, and these two riders are actually starting to close on Jack Newton. There's the 135 of Jack Newton. Cooper again trying to find a way through, and this could be Hudson Cooper's moment here. If Stevenson starts battling with Newton, Cooper, I think, could try and find a way through. Has a look down the inside into Zulu, but not close enough to get the front wheel down and make the pass stick. There we just saw number 8, Jack Beard, a bit further ahead. He's currently in 17th place, about to go a lap down. Arnie Carr still leading the way. And there's the, I think that's Finley Hanna. I think it may possibly be on a borrowed machine, different number there, 76 on the bike. So Luca Wilkinson is 76, of course, currently in 2nd place, and Wilkinson having a lonely race in 2nd, you would say, because Wilkinson's pulling away in 2nd. And here is the 135 of Newton. Now, of course, Hudson Cooper's gone through. Stevenson a bit further behind. So it's all changed here. Hudson Cooper's seized his moment now. Cooper's got to really get past the 135 of Jack Newton as they close upon the tail ender. Oh, this could be Cooper's moment. Nice move on the outside going into Zulu from 217 Hudson Cooper. They were lapping the slower rider, and, well, you'd say Newton committed to one side, Cooper to the other, and a nice sweep onto the outside into that difficult off-cambered right-hander. So certainly Hudson Cooper with a well-deserved 3rd place now. Here they come around the final corner. Arnie Carr, still your race leader, 49.01, fastest lap of the race. 2nd place is Luca Wilkinson. Looking at the timing charts here, he's still a comfortable 2nd place, Wilkinson. Hudson Cooper 3rd, Jack Newton 4th, Daniel Stevenson 5th. So Arnie Carr leads the Mini GP riders. Luca Wilkinson 2nd, leading the Junior Supermoto. So this battle of a 3rd place here. Hudson Cooper actually 2nd in the Supermoto class. Looking further down the results here so far, the 2nd place rider in Mini GP is the 11th place Charlie Ward on the 127. So Ward's still 2nd in that group, and at the moment it's only Finley Hanna, the other contender in Mini GP. So it's more of the Supermoto riders really at the moment. Here's the 36 of Leo Solly, currently in 15th place, holding the apex and letting the faster riders go around the outside. There's Solly 36, and then we see this midfield battle. There's the 2nd place rider in Mini GP, 127 Charlie Ward, currently in 11th place. Harrison Quincy, Travis Shaw, Pierce Reeves all in there. Look how close this is though as they go through Zulu. Down the hill they go. There's, well, looks like Wilkinson just lapping this midfield scrap at the moment. There's the number 18. Number 8, I think that's Pierce Reeves actually, sorry, my apologies. So Reeves battling with Charlie Ward at the moment. Here they come down towards the final corner. We've got the number 18 then, and then Pierce Reeves, Jack Beard a little bit further behind, going a lap down. 3 laps to go, and Arnie Carr still your runaway race leader. Brook Champion on the 46, starting to put the pressure on Pierce Reeves as they make their way through. This is the battle now for 2nd place though, as they, well 3rd I should say, as they make their way with 3 laps to go up towards Christmas Corner, and Hudson Cooper down the inside of Newton. He's going to make the pass stick. Yes, he is. So a good move there. I think that pass really was done before Christmas Corner from Hudson Cooper. Now through to 3rd place, 2nd in Junior Supermotos, as Jack Newton tries to fight back. These two really have pulled away now from Daniel Stevenson, who remains in 5th place. Trying to get all the power they can as they go into boot. We've got the 217 then of Hudson Cooper. There's 46 just ahead. That's Brook Champion, currently in 13th place, about to be lapped by the 3rd place, or the new 3rd place rider I should say, of Hudson Cooper. Now there's a few back markers, well I say back markers, they're midfield runners, you know, and they're having their own battle. So again, we said this before, the etiquette is of course to get out of the way of faster riders, but by no means are they going to chuck their own race away. Look at this though from Newton, using every blade of grass you would say on the Whilton Mill circuit, right on the ragged edge on the outside of the track. I think he almost went off the course there momentarily, doing everything he can to try and get back there with Hudson Cooper. Real concentration from the riders here as they go down through Zulu, and the number 18 there, that is Pierce Reeves, I believe. So at the moment, Reeves battling for 12th place, and the lead is just squeezing through as Arnie Carr takes the one lap board. This is the issue now, of course, with midfield riders battling for position. They're by no means obliged to get out of the way. They've got their own race to worry about, and these leaders have got to work hard now to try and lap these slower riders. And the byproduct of that, of course, is that Newton is back into second place in that whole shuffle with the slower riders. Newton's taken advantage and is back through to second. There was the number 4 of Travis Shaw, I think it's gone a lap down. Quite possibly, as the checkered flag goes out though for the new champion. Arnie Carr has taken the checkered flag by quite some distance on the number 83. Certainly has been a great day for him in terms of the championship. Here comes the battle for third place as Luca Wilkinson goes round the final corner, will take second place. Oh, it's getting closer for third place. Both balked by the slow rider momentarily. Luca Wilkinson through to second. And in this scrap to the finish line, it's going to be Jack Newton in third place. Oh, and poor Hudson Cooper looks a bit disappointed with fourth. Who can blame him, because it was a real fight to the flag. That great battle there on the edge of the top 10. Shaw, Quincy, Charlie Ward and Brooke Champion all going through very close, albeit a lap down, but fighting to the flag. Great battles all the way through the field in this Junior Supermoto Mini GP. And we move on in just a few moments to our next race of the day, the second race in the block for the Pit Bike Spares, Stock 160 Group B, and they'll be out in just a few moments. So back to the Mini Bikes 160 Group B, brought to you in association with Pit Bike Spares. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments. The riders in the waiting zone, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. Looks like there was a rider just went off on the cool down lap there from the previous race, so nothing too serious, and the rider will make their way back to the pits. So in terms of Group B, in association with Pit Bike Spares, we'll have a look at how they line up going into this race in just a few moments. The riders are in the waiting zone and will be underway in just a few moments for Group B. There they are, the riders pretty much ready to go. This is Pit Bike Spares, Stock 160 Group B. In terms of the lineup, Dean Quincy leading them out from Dylan Mellor, Gary Carter, Ian Walker in fourth, Will Loader and Ben Johnson in sixth place. Seventh for Jake Marsh, eighth is James Lewis, ninth Anthony Moore, Mark James Cockfield in 10th place, Kieran Boyd and Robin Kyle in 12th position. William Horner 13th, Tom White, Edward Roberts, Brett Neesham, Harry Clark and Tommy Champion in 18th place. 19th for Gaz Pearson from Dean Rowland, Kira Williamson, Marcus Burton, Dean Willowson in 23rd, and the rest of the field not posting a time as the rest of the riders make their way out onto the grid. According to the timing charts there, there's 1 or 2 dropouts. They've got 18 riders taking to the line for race number 2 this afternoon. This is the second block of racing from here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. Just to recap, of course, this is a very central part of the track in the UK. You'll see on some of the background shots and the drone shots, this track very close to the main M1 motorway that runs through the UK up to from London up to the northeast. So it is very centrally located, and as we say, only about 20 minutes or so away from the famous Silverstone circuit. So very much in motorsport country here at Whilton Mill, which really does have a bit of everything, of course. It's more famous, you might say, for its four-wheeled exploits. The Whilton Mill Kart Club here, every month racing, there's some major kart meetings taking place, and
Whilton Mill actually holding an endurance charity event for children in need next month in terms of the karting. And further afield, of course, plenty of even clay pigeon shooting and quad trekking taking place here. So lots of activity here at Whilton Mill, and a great venue for the penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes as race number 2 gets underway for pit bike stock, and a good start on the outside there, I think, for Ian Walker's got away nicely. Everyone through Oblivion safely up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Dean Quincy in there as well, Dylan Mellor, but it looks like Ian Walker has got the early jump as they make their way through Christmas for the first time. Dean Quincy trying to fight back and retake the lead. It's very close through Zulu for the first time. Down the hill they go, up to the back straight. In towards Boots, Gary Carter, Ben Johnson, Will Loader all in there as well. Here they come. Oh, and look at this. So Dylan Mellor trying to fight for second place. So here we go as Walker runs a bit wide and Quincy takes the lead into the final corner. So new race leader is the 287 of Dean Quincy. Ian Walker, Gary Carter all very close at that first lap. Dylan Mellor, Ben Johnson and Jake Marsh as they make their way back up the hill. Look at this though, it looks like Gary Carter getting involved here. There's Gary Carter now up to third, trying for second down the inside into Christmas Corner. As Ian Walker closes up under braking on Dean Quincy. Down the inside goes Carter. Oh, nice move there through Zulu from Carter, and taking advantage as well was Dylan Mellor down the inside. So certainly a great move there from Gary Carter, who I believe is now in second place on the number 7. Dean Quincy trying to pull away from this group now at the front. This will all work in Quincy's favour, of course, on the 287. If second and third start scrapping for position, holding each other up. If Quincy now can put in a fast lap, he could really break away from the rest of the field. But Dylan Mellor has set the fastest lap of the race, 47.850, as they make their way up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Dean Quincy into the top corner there, and through Christmas they go, and then this really close battle for the rest of the top 10, you would say. They're all very close. Dylan Mellor currently in second place, Gary Carter, Ian Walker fourth place, Ben Johnson, Jake Marsh, who we just saw a moment ago, the number 35, Will Loader and Kieran Boyd. The top 10 all very close, and I'm sure the battling for position here as they make their way up towards Boot once again. And having a look down the inside there was Ben Johnson on Ian Walker. Losing a bit of ground here on the top 3. Dean Quincy around the final corner still leads the race, but second and third are closing up here. Through Oblivion they go. There's Ian Walker. The leaders now making their way up towards Christmas Corner. Dean Quincy, 287, your race leader. Closed on all the time now by Dylan Mellor. Gary Carter third. And Ian Walker still in fourth position. As we make our way down towards the Zulu section. Here they come, then looks like Quincy's still leading actually. Here they come down the hill. Oh, we just saw Miller having a look down the inside into Christmas, but holds on to that second place. Dean Quincy, 287, your race leader, but not anymore, because Dylan Mellor's gone down the inside into Boot. Here they come down towards the final corner. Mellor, your new race leader, number 30. Dean Quincy trying to fight back. Here they come over the line. Just watching in third place though is the number 7 of Gary Carter as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner once again. There is the 287 of Quincy trying to fight back. Look at Carter though, down the inside, number 7 into Christmas. Got a nice move, and Carter tries to go through into second place. Quincy fights back, but no, look at that. Carter shuts the door, seals that second place, and tries to get back with the race leader. Dylan Mellor, he'll try and pull away now as this battle of a second starts to intensify. And Mellor in towards Boot once again. Still your race leader, fastest lap of the race as well, 46.828. Gary Carter up to second place now on the number 7. Let's have a look at Ian Walker trying to close up on Dean Quincy here. Let's have a look at the lap times as they cross the line. Dylan Mellor still your fastest rider. Gary Carter, Dean Quincy, and Ian Walker, Will Loader and Jake Marsh all closing up on this battle for third place. There they are, they're coming into shot down to Christmas Corner, and these riders look threatening here. There's Loader to 211, 35 Jake Marsh, all pushing along Ian Walker here, and these riders are starting to close up on the third place Dean Quincy. Still a long way to go in this race, so there could be a battle of a third starting to hot up here very soon. Here they come towards Boot once again. Marsh, the 35 on the jersey, just tagging along there. They're pulling away slightly from Ben Johnson and Kieran Boyd. Let's have a look at this battle now then for 4th position. Ian Walker still in 4th as Loader tries to make a move down the inside into Christmas corner. Nice move down the inside as Loader moves up to 4th place. Ian Walker drops to 5th and Marsh trying the outside. Oh, nice sweep through Zulu there, but well, Walker's got the line down the hill. Full credit though to Jake Marsh for effort there. It's very difficult to make a passing move down through Zulu, but he certainly gave it a go. Still remains in that 6th place. Dylan Mellor, still your race leader. 0.6 of a second from Gary Carter and Dean Quincy in 3rd. The action now for 4th as Ian Walker well, he was in 4th, of course. Will Loader now through to 4th place. And they seem to have lost a bit of momentum now on the top 3. There's the 211. Oh, Will Loader back up the hill towards Christmas corner. Walker having a look down the inside, but it's not going to be close enough. And what's... oh. Again down the inside, again trying to find a way through the 35 of Marsh. Jake Marsh just trying to find a way through. There's Will Loader, 211. Now the new rider in 4th place. Walker can't find a way through at the moment. And again, 35, Jake Marsh trying to find a way through into boot, but not close enough to go for the pass. Dylan Mellor still your race leader. Gary Carter, oh, was down. Out of nowhere goes Marsh. I think he's okay. We'll run back to the bike. Let's hope he can keep the engine. He pulls the clutch in, so one would suspect that Jake Marsh has kept the engine running there on that incident on boot corner as the battle, the leading few riders lapping one of the tail enders. Loader runs wide as they lap the 114 of Kira Williamson. That allows Ian Walker back through to 4th place. Jake Marsh still not showing us crossing the line here. He kept the end. Oh, there he is on the final corner. He's got going again. And that's bad luck really for Jake Marsh. He crosses the line in 16th place. I don't know if he lost the engine. I thought he kept the engine running there. We saw him pulling the clutch in, so one would imagine he had trouble getting the bike restarted in the end because he was still there. It does seem a bit slippery out there at the moment. Dylan Mellor, your race leader. Gary Carter still 2nd. Dean Quincy 3rd. So Ian Walker back into 4th place from Will Loader. And with Jake Marsh dropping out of contention, that means that Ben Johnson and Kieran Boyd move to 6th and 7th place. James Lewis into 8th. Harry Clark jumping up the field into 9th place now in the 118 with William Horner rounding out the top 10. Tom White and Brett Neesh a bit further back from Anthony Moore. Tommy Champion currently, he was in 14th place with Dean Willowson's moved up a position. Ian Walker, we look at the 15 on the back of the leathers there, holding on to that 4th place from Will Loader. At the moment, with 3 laps to go, it's all about Dylan Mellor, who has crossed the line. 2 laps to go now for Dylan Mellor, the race leader. Gary Carter's closing up though with less than a second. The leaders making their way up towards Christmas corner. Dean Quincy's still in 3rd, but dropping the contention out of contention a little bit now in 3rd. Still Ian Walker from Will Loader, Ben Johnson, Kieran Boyd and James Lewis rounding out the top 10. But Dylan Mellor, your race leader, here he is, number 30, closing up on the 4.61, the 18th place. Dean Rowland, who will go a lap down. Looking out for Carter though, because it was less than a second. Here we go with 1 lap to go as Dylan Mellor goes through boot for the penultimate time. He's just lapped Dean Rowland. And there's Carter in 2nd. Carter there, and he certainly can't write off Dean Quincy either in 3rd. Here they go, crossing the line for the last lap. Dylan Mellor, still the race leader. Gary Carter, 0.9 of a second down in 2nd place. Mellor having a glance over the shoulder. There's Carter. He looks quick into Christmas corner. He's going to be very brave onto the brakes. Oh, he's not close enough to go for a pass, but he really closes up on Dylan Mellor under braking. Mellor down into Zulu for the final time, and Mellor checking his shoulder all the time. He knows that Carter's there. And Carter looks strong into boot for the final time. This is going to be close as we head towards the finish, but it looks like Mellor's pulled away slightly going into boot, which should be enough. Here he comes around the final corner. Dylan Mellor, number 30. Checkered flag now being readied, and Dylan Mellor takes the checkered flag. 2nd place for Gary Carter. Dean Quincy in 3rd. Oh, and it's close for 4th.
as Ian Walker just about holds on from Will Loader. Ben Johnson going through, and there's the 6:09 of Kieran Boyd in 7th place, just ahead of James Lewis. And Dean Rowland and Marcus Burton going through a little bit further behind, 17th and 18th. Very close for 10th place here as the rest of the top 10 go through. William Horner, Tom White and Brett Neesham going through. Just a shout out actually for Wayne Pembridge, both two of your grandsons racing there. Good luck to both. Always nice with the Alpha Live stream that friends and family from further afield can watch all the action in the comfort of their own homes, and even more so this year when spectators, of course, not allowed at the venues in 2020. So nice to have friends and family of the riders watching the event this afternoon. We hope you're enjoying the live feed. Just a shout out for those riders in the track on the PA system, actually, just for the riders in Mini GP and Junior Supermoto. We can have the top 3 riders from those race classes to the hospitality area to collect your trophies. So this is a shout out to Arnie Carr, Billy Carter and Charlie Ward. And a shout out as well, please, to Luca Wilkinson, Jack Newton and Hudson Cooper. So I'll repeat those names again: Arnie Carr, Billy Carter and Charlie Ward in Mini GP, and Junior Supermoto, Luca Wilkinson, Jack Newton and Hudson Cooper. Can those riders please make their way to the hospitality area to collect your trophies? Back on track though, of course, we move on with association with Pit Bike Spares, of course, to the Stock 160 Group A. Group A riders making their way out onto the track for their formation, that for their second and final moto of the day. Let's have a look at how they will line up. Jim Lovell out qualifying Ryan Tyres by the slenderest margins, 1 and 2. Rhys Stevenson third, Jack Bednarek in 4th from Chase Collymore, and James Mostica in 6th place. 7th for Ben Clucas from Jake Whittaker, Dougie Craven in 9th, Chloe Jones rounding out the top 10 from Phil Dickens and Carl Sanders. John Buckle in 13th place, Nathan Summers 14th from Sebastian Barron, Ed Peed, Ben Ray and Ryan Clark in 18th place. 19th, an identified rider from Joe Woodward, Ian Wareham, Chris Edwards in 22nd, Jack Carter and Daniel Pearson in 24th position. Owen Meller rounding out the field this morning in 25th, so a strong field of riders going into this race. And according to the timing chart, still 19, oops, a little bit of bumping and bashing there on the approach to the grid. I think that was actually Jim Lovell nearly got a bit of an accident there, or nothing intentional by any stretch, but Sebastian Barron and Jim Lovell almost coming together on the lineup there. It's not very hectic down there, but certainly nothing malicious, only an accident, and everyone seems okay. Of course, it'll be interesting to see what the track temperatures are like out there, because it's certainly no real chance of rain, but certainly haven't seen any. But it does seem a bit slick and a little bit slippery in places. 1 or 2 riders dropping the bikes in recent races. I don't think it's because of rain by any stretch, and you'd know about it if there was oil on the track. So perhaps the track temperature's going down a little bit. As the green flag goes and Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A gets underway, they charge into oblivion. Look at that shot there. You can see just how fast and furious it is into oblivion for the first time here. They come up towards Christmas Corner. Down the inside goes Ryan Tyres on Rhys Stevenson, but Jim Lovell has got the lead on the first lap. They charge through Christmas Corner for the first time. Lovell is your early race leader. Looks like Tyres has made the move, sticking to second place. There he is. Lovell down the hill, Stevenson third. Now that could be Mostic or Bednarek, one of the two in 4th place. Oh, there's one rider at the back there, goes onto the grass, possibly Jack Carter, but certainly nothing serious. Here they come through Boot for the first time, and already Jim Lovell pulling away. Rhys Stevenson down the inside into second place. Good little move there on Ryan Tyres, who's in trouble. Ryan Tyres is slowing down on the start line straight, comes to a halt. Oh, and he looks down at the bike, something's gone wrong. And oh, he keeps on, he's able to keep going. So Ryan Tyres stays in the race, but he is right at the back of the field, and that will certainly be bad in terms of the championship, of course. He leads by 55 points from Jim Lovell, but Ryan Tyres dropping way down the field. I thought he might have retired from the race, but he kept on going. He really does need to try and get back into contention. Some kind of mechanical error there, so real drama there
as Ryan Tyers drops all the way down the field, looking now at the battle between Jack Bednarek in third place, fourth position of James Mostiker. Here they come through Oblivion once again. Still Jim Lovell that leads, Reece Stevenson second, nothing at all between those two riders. Very close here between third and fourth as Mostiker tries to sweep round the outside. Oh, it wasn't quite going to come off there. Bednarek guards the apex in Christmas corner, stops Mostiker from repassing. We've got Ben Clucas, Chase Collymore and Jake Whittaker just behind. Here's the battle for the lead though, as Reece Stevenson starts to close up on Jim Lovell, down the inside into boot corner. Stevenson takes the inside line, but Lovell with the outside sweep holds on to the lead. He's got to guard the apex into the final corner as Stevenson tries to fight back again. 1, 2, 3 in second place. Here they come across the line. Jim Lovell, 97, is your race leader. They cross the line through Oblivion. And again, Lovell guarding that inside line. Here comes Stevenson up the hill towards Christmas corner. And a great move there from Stevenson. Oh, look at Jim Lovell. He almost waves him by there as he goes up the hill. Reece Stevenson with a great line up towards Christmas corner takes the lead. And now let's see if Jim Lovell can fight back. Perhaps, of course, Stevenson, a younger rider, perhaps the weight advantage there as well going into Christmas corner, as Jim Lovell tries to keep up with Stevenson, who's been on top form today here at Whilton Mill. Through boot they go once again. Of course, in terms of the championship, good news for Jim Lovell is that his main rival, Ryan Tyers, has hit trouble and is way down the field. So this could be an important race for Jim Lovell. Even if he doesn't win, he's just got to try and stay out of trouble. That second place would do for him at the moment. Jack Bednarek and James Mostiker still scrapping for third and fourth, as again, just Lovell, he's still lapping within a few tenths of Stevenson at the moment. He's just staying on the back wheel of the 1, 2, 3 and keeping momentum, trying to see if he can close it. Oh, he's a little bit squirrely down the hill there, Reece Stevenson, but still holds on to the lead. Here comes the battle of a third down the hill. Jack Bednarek, James Mostiker, Ben Clucas and Chase Collymore all very close. They make their way into boot once again. Bednarek nice and neat through boot into the final corner. And straight they go. So Reece Stevenson, fastest lap of the race last time round, 43.181. Lovell with his personal best, 43.284. They're pulling away now from this battle we're looking at for third. Bednarek in third. Mostiker tries to find a way down the inside, but still holds on to fourth place. Ben Clucas just behind on the 84 in fifth place. Chase Collymore and Dougie Craven seventh. Jake Whittaker currently eighth from Phil Dickens and Ryan Clark running up the top 10. Chloe Jones on the 151 currently in 11th place. Carl Sanders, Ed Peed, Ben Ray in 15th. Nathan Summers a bit further behind. But all the action here is for third place as Jack Bednarek comes under some real pressure from James Mostiker around the final corner. Look out though for the number 84 of Ben Clucas, is closing up on both of these riders as we approach the half distance. Stevenson still leads, trailing Jim Lovell just behind him, and actually Jim Lovell has set the fastest lap of the race, 43.087, so we'll keep an eye on the timing charts because it looks like Jim Lovell is actually starting to close up on Reece Stevenson. Good battle down the hill for third, but here we see Stevenson. We'll have a look at the lap charts as they come through. The gap, well, it was just over 0.3 of a second, but Lovell is starting to pick the pace up here in second place. They cross the line, and Reece Stevenson responds with another fastest lap of the race, so it goes back to Stevenson, 43.032. The gap goes up to 0.4 of a second. Very finely poised race for the lead here as Stevenson goes through Christmas corner. He can't shake off Jim Lovell though in second place. Lovell is still there and closes up into Zulu. Oh, was Stevenson. Front end a little bit screwy there down the hill. Looks like Lovell's closed up this time, so it's going back and forth between Stevenson and Lovell. Still the battle of a third rages. Bednarek, Mostiker and Clucas all very close. 4 laps to go next time round for these leading riders. Chase Collymore a bit further behind in 6th place. The leaders make their way around the final corner as we look at the number 69, Jack Bednarek, pulling away now slightly from James Mostiker. There they go as Jim Lovell again closing up on Reece Stevenson. This is going back and forth. So Stevenson pulled away last time round, but Lovell closing up again. And Lovell is keeping the pressure on Stevenson. Stevenson a lot neater this time through Zulu down the hill. Pulls away slightly from Lovell, not by very much though. Here they come. Up towards boot once again. Oh, there's a back marker in front though. Will the back marker see them coming? I don't. Oh yes, moves to one side. There's the 23 actually that's let them through. May possibly be John Buckle, but in any case, good riding from the tail end to let the two leaders through, not really affecting the running of those two riders. And Rhys Stevenson up the hill towards Christmas Corner still leads the way. The gap is 0.3 of a second, but there's not really anything in it between these two riders. Still the battle raging for third place between Bednarek, Mostiger, Klukas, Chase Collingwood and Dougie Craven still in there. But look at the 97 here of Jim Lovell, keeping the pressure on Rhys Stevenson, who again very bravely clipping the curb, going down through Zulu. It's a faster line, but there's a potential for error there, riding the curbs. So got to be careful not to lose the bike. But look at this now from Jim Lovell. I think it looks like Lovell's lining up a move here with 2 laps to go. Stevenson crosses the line. Lovell is right on his tail. Fastest lap of the race, 42.9. What can Lovell do as they make their way up Christmas Corner? He's got to be quick up the hill. Stevenson's got a nice line, guards the inside. Lovell deeper into Christmas Corner there, keeps the momentum up and stays on the back wheel of Stevenson. Jack Bednarek, James Mostiger and Ben Klukas still battling for that third place, but all of the action again, we see Stevenson aggressive over the curbs, down through Zulu for the penultimate time. He cannot shake off Jim Lovell though. Here they come through Boot for the penultimate time. 1 lap to go next time round, and Stevenson holds on to the lead. Lovell looks quick in this final section though. Round the final corner they go, 1 lap to go. And Rhys Stevenson doing a great job holding on to the lead so far. But Jim Lovell is throwing everything at this. See where Ryan Tynes has gone. He's out of the race, still in 24th. As the man who's going to benefit in terms of the championship. Jim Lovell sweeps around the outside of Rhys Stevenson. Can't find a way through though. Rhys Stevenson riding smart, using the apexes again, that aggressive line over the curb as they make their way down towards the back straight towards Boot for the last time. This is where Jim Lovell needs to make it work. He sweeps around the outside, but no, he runs out of track. Rhys Stevenson shuts the door. Lovell goes wide. He's going to go for the outside sweep into the final corner. Rhys Stevenson round the final corner and holds on to victory by the slenderest of margins. And look at Rhys Stevenson, he looks delighted with that race victory. Who can blame him, because that was a fantastic race to the flag. And here they come for third. It's Jack Bednarek from James Mostiger, Ben Klukas, Chase Collymore, Dougie Craven and Jake Whitaker should be taking us down to 8th place. But what a ride there from Rhys Stevenson. 0.3 of a second from Jim Lovell, and well, Stevenson looked very pleased with himself when he took the checkered flag, and who can blame him, because that really was a fantastic race. Plenty of action all the way through the field in pit bike stock 160 Group A. We move back, of course, to some of our junior action next time out. We've got the Ugly & Co. Mini GP Junior Supermoto 140s and the 50s. They're in the waiting zone now, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. So as our great pit bike action draws to a close, we wait now for our next race, the second moto of the day for the Ugly & Co. Mini GP and GSM 140s. They're currently in the waiting zone and will be out on the track in just a few moments. We'll have a look at how they line up very shortly for you as well. So this is the Junior SM 140s and 50s. They're down in the waiting zone, going out onto the track now for their formation lap. Still plenty of action on this afternoon. We're well and truly into the second block of racing now. We're just approaching the halfway point. And next after this will be the SY Moto Veterans. We've got the OMG O'Varley 110 Cup to follow as well. Brap Super Minis, and then the Pit Bike Stock 140s, Mini GPs later on. But let's have a look at the Junior SM and Mini GP race, how it lines up. Daniel Goodman will be at the front of the field from Joel Gregg. Peter Willis in third, Alfie Davidson fourth, Harvey Lathrop fifth, and Lewis Mullen in 6th place. 7th for Zach Weston, Mason Greasley in 8th, Matthew Wood 9th, Kobe Perry in 10th, Bobby King and Ty Butler in 12th. James Cleary, Nathan Ellis Ward in 14th, Tayo Collymore, Warwick Brady in 16th place, Ruby Booth and Cade Watt in 18th place. James Walker, Harry Pell, Toby Skaman, Kelsey Carter in 22nd place from George Wood, Asia Divine in 24th.
Running up the field was Jack Knights in 25th place, Osian Thomas without a time, and that pretty much was it in terms of the riders lining up in that first race earlier on today. In terms of the championship, of course, going into this penultimate round, in terms of the Mini GP class, Peter Willis on the 151, leading the championship by just 2 points from Daniel Goodman. Lewis Mullen just a little bit further behind in third. Realistically, the championship is going to go down between those 3 riders as we head towards the final round at Teesside. Assuming those 3 riders can get a good finish in this race, it will keep the championship wide open going into the final round at, of course, in a couple of weeks' time at Teesside. Riders on the line now, just waiting for one machine that's lost the engine on the grid there. You can see towards the back there, the marshal just helping to get that bike started. These 4-stroke machines, they can be a little bit difficult to start sometimes when they get hot, so might be a few moments. There is Goodman there actually at the front of the grid on the 57. Very distinctive BWT sponsorship graphics on the side there, the pink and blue colour scheme. Certainly well, it can be easy to spot out on the track. The bikes are ready to go and the race is about to start. Here they go. Goodman gets a good jump, but no, Joel Grigg round the outside takes the lead immediately from Goodman. Willis there in third from Lewis Mullen. So all the championship front runners have got away well. Harvey Lathrop leads the junior supermotos. There he is, the treble 2, just a little bit further behind. Oh, and have to be careful there because of Zach Weston and Lewis Mullen battling for position. So Harvey Lathrop leads the junior supermoto class on the treble 2. There's the 111 of Lewis Mullen, but a great start there from Joel Grigg. Got away very well at the start and leads through for the first time. Oh, trouble in Zulu for the first time. 2 riders hitting trouble. That's the number 8. 2 or 3 riders down. There's a bit of trouble there. That's on the approach to Zulu. I think that might have possibly that looks like Tayo Collymore trying to get his bike restarted. The race goes on. It's certainly everyone seems to be okay and unhurt. It's just a couple of bikes stalled out on the track, and none of this, of course, bothering Joel Grigg, the race leader. There he goes, number 3. Maybe Wade Yellows. Is Collymore still there on the track? There's 57 in trouble as well. That is Bobby King. There's the Wade Yellows. King's back on the... He's got to be careful here, King, because the leaders are bearing down on him already, and I don't think he knew they were there. So Daniel Goodman trying to seize the advantage there, but no. Joel Grigg holds on to the lead, and Peter Willis still there in third. There is the 57 back onto the power now. Bobby King, I think Tayo Collymore still out of contention. He's got the bike restarted. I haven't seen him go through yet. And look at this battle now. There's Lewis Mullen, Harvey Lathrop, the leader of the Supermotos. Mason Greasley, 28, second of the Supermoto riders so far. And Greasley currently in 7th place on the track. There's treble 2. So Lathrop, the Supermoto leader. Right behind him then is the 28 of Mason Greasley. A little bit further back is the number 18 of Nathan Ellis Ward, currently 3rd of the Supermoto riders. But it's still very close at the front here as the leading group make their way through. There's the 111 of Lewis Mullen closing up on Zach Weston as leaving a bit of a gap there is the 46 of Brook Champion, who goes a lap down. Joel Grigg still leading 45.149, fastest lap of the race. Makes his way through. Goodman in 2nd. The hill they go here are the front runners here as Willis has a look down the inside of Goodman. These positions, Joel Grigg, of course, not really a championship contender, you would say, at the moment. Grigg looking in terms of the championship status. He was a no score at LFR and at Lyd. So again, this is a similar situation to what we saw in the pit bikes earlier. We've got Joel Grigg, who's currently going into this round 7th in the championship, and realistically is not a championship contender, but plays a part here because he will potentially take points away from other riders battling for the championship here, which adds another dimension to it. And at the moment, it wouldn't be so bad if he takes the win, because Peter Willis, Daniel Goodman, Lewis Mullen will all battle for positions. But here, hypothetically, if Daniel Goodman can get past Grigg and take the lead, he will put a little bit of a cushion between himself and his championship rivals. So all very exciting here at the front. And Joel Grigg certainly has established himself as a front runner in this class in the last couple of rounds of the championship, looking in good form here today.
at Whilton Mill. He goes into boot. Goodman keeping the pressure on. He's got hardly anything between him and the rider behind him, number 151, who led the championship going into this round, Peter Willis. Second and third, well, first and second, I should say, in the championship, making their way through. So assuming that Goodman, Willis and Mullen can stay where they are in terms of track position, this would make for a very close championship finale 2 weeks' time at Teesside. Still a long way to go though, 7 laps to go in this race, and we've got to concentrate on the here and now, you would say really. Joel Grigg, number 3, 44.951, fastest lap of the race, has actually pulled away a bit now from Daniel Goodman. As we look at the number 35, then Weston and Mullen there down the hill. Zach Weston, 35 on the bike, and number 1 on the timing screens. There's the race leader. Joel Grigg goes down the inside. I think that was Brook Champion. Tayo Collymore, incidentally, who we mentioned earlier, was caught up in that melee on the first lap. He's got going again and is actually up to 20th place. So a good comeback there from Tayo Collymore, considering he really was cut adrift at the start of the race. There is Brook Champion being lapped by this great battle here between Peter Willis and Zach Weston going into Christmas corner. Looks like Weston has got the corner, holds on to the 3rd place as we go through Christmas. Oh, he's booked by the back marker though. Bad luck there. But he makes his way through, down through Zulu. That could really have cost Zach Weston dear, but he recovered well and holds on to that 4th position. Peter Willis, 151, currently in 3rd. He really could do with getting ahead of Daniel Goodman in terms of the championship, but Goodman's doing well here. He's pulling away. He's in 2nd place and leads by just over 1.2 seconds. There's the number 100. Of Kelsey Carter, currently in 17th place as the leading group make their way up towards Christmas corner. Zach Weston pulling away slightly now from Lewis Mullen. Again here, Mullen really needs to try and get past Weston to get through into that 4th place. This is all very nip and tuck in terms of the championship here, and at the moment certainly going the way of Daniel Goodman. There's the 134 of Toby Skaman, currently in 16th place, again about to be lapped by the leading group. So here's our leader, Joel Grigg, number 3, down the inside of, I believe that's James Walker. Just to interrupt the race, just a shout out to the paddock in the stock 160, the podium for the stock 160. And there goes Kate Watt up to Christmas corner, but just to recap, the stock 160 podium, Reece Stevenson, Jim Lovell and James Mostiker. That's the stock 160 podium. Reece Stevenson, Jim Lovell and James Mostiker. Can those riders please go to the hospitality area to collect their trophies? And we turn back to junior SM140. There's the 477 of Cade Watt, currently in 13th position. Joel Grigg leading the way. 1.3 seconds covering those top 2 riders. There's Grigg around the final corner. 3 laps to go, 53 just going through there. Kobe Perry currently in 12th place, about to be lapped. Oh, as Daniel Goodman loses a little bit of time there as he tries to get past Cade Watt. All benefiting Joel Grigg, number 3, the race leader, who's again gone past the 46 of Champion. There's the 477 of Watt, currently a lap down. Cade Watt in 13th place, just been lapped by the 57 of Daniel Goodman, who's 2 seconds adrift of the leader. Willis still 3rd, Weston, Mullen, Greasley in 6th place, Lathrop 7th. So in terms of the Junior Supermoto, Mason Greasley on the 28 leads the Supermoto riders. And here they come through towards Booth, the leading group for the final time. Well, the final time, this lap I should say. 3 laps to go as Joel Grigg goes through. So we really are running towards the closing stages. 2 laps to go of Junior Supermoto Mini GP 140s. And your race leader really is starting to establish himself at the front now. Is the number 3 of Joel Grigg, looking very good at the front. Into the right-hander and down the hill he goes through Zulu once again. Here they come through Zulu. There is Goodman, but Joel Grigg heading towards the 1 lap board. It's looking good for him so far. He's battled his way to the front and holds on to the lead as they make their way towards the final corner. Joel Grigg, 1 lap board about to go out for him. There's Collymore, who's battled back well after the trouble at the start of the race. He's up to 19th place now. And into the right-hander they go. There's the 53 of Perry, currently in 12th place. Lewis Mullen drops a position to Zach Weston. That again could be pivotal in terms of the championship, but it's all going the way of Joel Grigg here as we go towards the final half lap through Zulu for the final time. Here he goes, and again, as we said at the start, in the middle of the race, he would say this could be a vital part of the championship here, because Grigg is not a championship contender, but it's all serving to take points away from those riders going into the final round at Teesside. But you have to say full credit here to Joel Grigg, who has been in top form today. Round the final corner, another race win for him. Number 3, Joel Grigg, has won superbly. There he goes, Daniel Goodman in second. That'll be good news for him in terms of the championship. He punches the air as he goes through. You can tell that is an important race for him, as he has finished ahead of Peter Willis and Lewis Mullins, so that will serve him very well going into the final round of Teesside in 2 weeks' time. Oh, that's close in terms of the Supermotos there, as Harvey Lathrope goes through in 6th place, number treble 2, just ahead of Mason Greasley, and takes the Supermoto victory. James Cleary in 8th place, going to be Ty Butler, 97, just went through in 9th place. Nathan Ellis-Ward, there he goes, just losing out on the final lap to Warwick Brady for the top 10. Once again, just a shout out to riders in the Stock 160. We need podium riders, Reece Stevenson, Jim Lovell and James Mostica to make your way to the hospitality area. And turning our attention back to the live stream and back to the track on next race of the day, the second moto of the day for the SY Moto veterans. Veterans Race 2 in association with SY Motos. They are in the waiting zone, about to line up for their second race of the day. We'll have a look at how they will line up going into the second race. Again, this is another important race in terms of the championship. This race, this class I should say, is by no means over. And here they are, that's the SY Moto veterans in the waiting zone now, just making their way out onto the track. This is how they will line up. James Mostica in 1st place from Ed Peed, Phil Dickens, Matthew Davis 4th, Ian Wareham 5th, Julian Gromit in 6th position. 7th place for Ben Douglas from Steve Booth, Dean Bednarek in 9th, Ian Walker rounding out the top 10 from Gav Tapperton and Gary Carter in 12th place. 13th is Stu Bateson, Tony Reveley 14th, Dervin Elaine in 15th, William Horner, Mick Price and Mark Jarrett in 18th position. 19th for Robin Kyle from Mike Smallbone, Stan Gill 21st, Chris Mellor 22nd, Matthew Corbett and Michael Judkins qualified in 24th position. 25th for John Pearson, no time for Meredith Owen, Paul Saville, Darren Hall, Paul Histon and Daniel Pearson. I believe most of those will be non-starters for race number 2. We've got, according to the timing charts, a little bit of a race of attrition here in the vets. 20 riders crossing the line out onto the formation lap, and they will now line up for race number 2, SY Moto veterans. Again, pretty closely fought in terms of the championship. Riders now down on the line, getting underway for their second moto of the day very shortly. Just turning back our attentions to the championship going into this penultimate round in SY Moto veterans. The championship leader is the 75 of Julian Gromit, who ran very well in that first race, of course. James Mostica, no score at the first round at Elf Park, but since then has been pretty much unstoppable. And Mostica really does need to continue his form of race victories to try and get ahead of Julian Gromit. But look out for the 75 Gromit in this one. Needs a good finish to stay in contention going into the final round at Teesside. Away they go, and Mostica immediately gets the lead. Oh, it's tight into the first corner, tapping them down the inside into oblivion. They all stay on the machines as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And Mostica immediately takes the lead. There's Gromit, 75. He's in about 6th position. Down the hill they go through Zulu for the first time. Mostica, your race leader. Mostica looking good at the front. Good clean start, everyone seems to have gone away well. And here they come through Boot for the first time. Mostica leads, it looks like Ed Peed in 2nd. 3rd position is Phil Dickens, Matthew Davis just behind in 4th. Down the hill they go. Through the start straight and up towards Christmas Corner. So
So Mostica leads Pede in second. Down the inside though goes Matthew Davis. He's going to be brave under the brakes into Christmas corner and makes the move stick. Nice move there for Matthew Davis on the 110, goes through to second place. Pede drops to third position. Right on his tail is the machine of Dickens, so 51, currently in fourth place. Ian Wareham 77 in fifth place. Julian Gromit in sixth, and Gromit really does need to try and break into the top 5 in terms of the championship. There was Gromit just going through in shot there momentarily, but Mostica is your race leader. They make their way around the final corner. Ed Pede second, Matthew Davis third, Phil Dickens, Ian Wareham, all very close indeed. Just to interject, the paddock announcement for Jim Lovell to make his way to the hospitality area. That's a paddock announcement for Jim Lovell to please make his way down to the hospitality area. Moving back to the action, and last time round actually Matthew Davis setting the fastest lap of the race with a 44.949, closing up slightly on James Mostica. All the action for third place though here between the 147 of Ed Pede, Phil Dickens. Oh, was down the inside goes the 75 of Julian Gromit, gets past the 77 of Ian Wareham. That's important for Gromit here in terms of the championship. Gromit, oh, it's a cone goes flying there. That was one of the battle here. Both riders still on the bikes, but Julian Gromit at the 5th place, and that I would say is very important in terms of the championship. Matthew Davis still closing up on James Mostica though. The race leader will keep an eye on that on the lap charts as the race goes on. All the action still here for third though between Ed Pede. Oh, was down the inside goes Phil Dickens. Nice move going into Zulu. And Dickens now up to third place, trying to close up on this battle for the lead. The leaders make their way through boot. And let's have a look at 51 here, Phil Dickens. Where is Matthew Davis? There's Davis, and I think he's still closing on Mostica. Let's have a look at the lap chart. So they make their way through. Mostica, oh, he's responded though with the fastest lap of the race, 44.661. Davis very similar on pace. There's the race leader, James Mostica, up the hill towards Christmas. There you can see Matthew Davis. He looks threatening in second place. Keep an eye on those lap charts. 1.4 seconds the gap last time round. Mostica responding with the fastest lap, 44.661, but Matthew Davis is very, very evenly matched on pace. Phil Dickens a little bit further behind in third. There's Dickens there, trying to close up with the top 2 riders. We'll have a look at the lap times when they come through this time. 7 laps to go next time round. Still a long way to go in this SY Moto bike vets. Here they come around the final corner. There's Mostica, the race leader. Davis in second. Davis has closed up, 44.469, fastest lap of the race, 1.2 seconds covering the top 2 riders. There you can see on your timing charts, 44.469, fastest lap for the 110, there he is. Going through Christmas corner, Matthew Davis trying to close up now on James Mostica as they make their way through towards Zulu. Down that slow technical right-hander. Look at the focus here of Matthew Davis, he's pulled away. Phil Dickens can't close up on him at the moment. Dickens on his own in third place. Leaders through towards boot. There's the 110, Matthew Davis down through the final corner. Let's have a look at those lap charts as they go through. James Mostica 44.6 again though. Matthew Davis fastest lap of the race, 44 point. It's less than a second now as we look at the 75 of Julian Gromit starting to close up on Ed Pede as they make their way up the hill towards the Christmas corner. Gromit down the inside. Oh, he's not close enough to go for the inside line. He has to yield there to Pede. And Julian Gromit stays in 5th place. Gromit needs to try and get as high as he can to try and minimise the gap between himself and Mostica. Gromit still leads the championship, but James Mostica closing up all the time as things go on. But here we go. Let's have a look at Gromit once again, trying to close up on Ed Pede. We can't find a way through at the moment though. Mostica still leads. Matthew Davis again with a fast lap. It's 1.2. It's very close between the top 2 riders, but here's the battle between Gromit and Ed Pede for 4th position. Phil Dickens currently alone in 3rd. Gromit losing a little bit of ground there on the approach up to Christmas corner. There's 51, Dickens just ahead of them. Ed Pede holds on to 4th place. Julian Gromit can't find a way through in 5th place. 5 laps to go in this race, and it's still James Mostica leading from Matthew Davis, Phil Dickens. The battle concentrating on here, Ed Pede and Julian Gromit down through Zulu. They go 4th and 5th place. The rest of the top 10 made up of Ian Wareham, Gav Tapman and Ben Douglas in 8th place, Ian Walker 9th, and Dean Bednarek rounding out the top 10. Just a shout out to the podium finishers of Junior SM 140. That's Harvey Lathrope, Mason Greasley, and Ty Butler. Mini GP 140, Joel Grieg, Daniel Goodman, and Peter Willis. We need the top 3 from those race classes to the podium area, to the hospitality to collect your trophies. Now let's have a look as the vets start to close up on some of the tail enders here. This could throw an extra spanner in the works, you might say, as Gromit squeezes past the train of riders now making their way down through Zulu. There is the 177 of John Pearson, currently in 18th place. Pearson being battling here with Michael Judkins and Matthew Corbett. Now, we said this earlier, of course, in the programme, as it looks like Gromit's made the move on Ed Pete, so Gromit up to 4th. And this is always the factor for these leading group of riders. When you start closing up on some of the riders at the back, they're having their own battle. And you've got to navigate your way through that. You're not going to expect the slow riders to jump out of the way because they don't want to sacrifice their own race, of course. And here is Mostica well and truly in the midfield now. He's got the 127 of Stan Gill in front of him. Robin Kyle in there, 15th place as well. Oh, somebody ran wide there. Might have been Matthew Davis. Just lost a little bit of ground there to the lead of Mostica. So at the moment, it looks like Davis has not been able to close up on Mostica. There's Davis in second as Mostica nips down the inside of the 15th place Robin Kyle. Davis still there. He goes down the inside of Stan Gill, the 16th place rider. 2 laps to go. Now well and truly into the midfield runners here. So, look at Davis there. He had to be careful not to trip over the back wheel of Robin Kyle. Davis still, again, he's closed up on Mostica, just lost a little bit of momentum. The gap is 1.1 seconds, so still time here for Matthew Davis to try and close up. He's got 1.5 laps to go. Mostica at the moment has this race under control, unless Matthew Davis can find something here. Here we see the Gary Carter about to go a lap down from Mostica, as we should be expecting the last lap for very soon. Well, there's Mostica Davis, 1.1 seconds between these two riders. They make their way up towards Christmas Corner. There's the number 7 of Gary Carter about to go a lap down as they make their way up the hill towards Christmas for what should be the final time. Mostica really keeping his championship credentials well and truly high here, with a victory this time round would certainly be very important in terms of the championship. Julian Gromit has got up to 4th place though, so minimises the damage. Matthew Davis down Zulu for the final time. Don't think he'll be able to do anything as he runs out of time in this race. James Mostica making his way towards the final couple of corners. Here he comes through to goes through boot for the final time round the final corner, and this time it will be the last lap, so actually going for an extra lap, I believe. So racing to the flag here. Mostica still charging away, so ignore the timing charts for now because it is an extra race, an extra lap I should say. Mostica, your race leader, nips down the inside of the 164 of Tony Reveley. This is why, of course, you race to the flag. Davis still there, though, in second place. He can't quite shake him off, but he's going to lose a bit of time down Zulu because he's got to try and get past the 164. Tony Reveley currently in 12th place. Davis gets through, but that's a bit of bad luck there. He encountered the slow rider at the wrong point, and that means that James Mostica should be clear now to take victory. Into the final corner he goes, and 27 James Mostica round the final corner. Checkered flag goes out. Mostica is your race winner. Davis in second. He really charged through to the end there, but wasn't quite enough. It's looks like it's going to be Phil Dickens in third place. Julian Gromit in fourth. That's important for him in terms of the championship. There goes Ed Peed in 5th place. Ian Wareham just a little bit further behind on the number 77. And gives a little wave as he goes through. He's in 6th place. Gav Tapperton 7th. Ben Douglas just a little bit further behind on the 71. Just to repeat, a paddock shout out please in the junior SM 140 for Harvey Lathrope, Mason Greasley and Ty Butler. And Mini GP 140, Joel Grigg, Daniel Goodman and Peter Willis. Can you please go down to the Rich Energy hospitality area to collect your trophies for finishing on the podium. SY Motos Veterans Race 2 draws to a close. Very important day for James Mostica, who will close up in terms of the championship. Some valuable points, but Julian Gromit doing enough to hold on to that championship lead going into the final round. at Teesside. We move on from the SY Moto Veterans to our next race of the day. It's the second and final moto for the OMG O'Varley 110 Cup. Moto number 2 getting underway very shortly for the O'Varley 110 Cup. Just to recap the rest of the programme for this afternoon, this will be followed by the Brap Super Minis, Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B and Group A, and the Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 and 70, rounding out the action a little bit later on. But to start with, it's the OMG Racing O'Varley Cup, and Harley McCabe will lead them away from Luca Hopkins, Henry McCartney in third, Ruben Bray in fourth, Blake Wilson and Arnie Carr in 6th place. 7th for Wilson Dilks from Lewis Mullen, George Bowes, Warwick Brady rounding out the top 10, Laken Payne 11th, Monty Hillier in 12th, 13th for Luca Wilkinson, 14th Cameron Ancliffe, Daniel Stevenson, Kobe Garrett, Izzy Carter and Pierce Reeves qualified in 18th place, 19th for Dan Deering, Charlie Cunningham a non-starter, and all 19 who started race 1 will also be starting race 2, so no attrition in the O'Varleys as they make their way down towards the line for race number 2. Just to recap, in terms of the championship, Harley McCabe went into this round here at Whilton Mill on 140 points. So Harley McCabe on 140 points from Henry McCartney, Luca Hopkins and Ruben Bray. Just a shout out to the paddock, a wallet has been lost. So somebody's lost a wallet. If you find the wallet, please can return this to the timing tower. That's a paddock announcement. A wallet has gone missing, and if it's found, please return to the timing tower. Just to explain, of course, to those people listening to the live stream, the commentary and the paddock announcements today also being wired through to the actual trackside speakers here at Whilton Mill. So you may get one or two domestics coming through onto the live stream as well. That's just because it's on the same stream. So once again, a wallet has been lost, and if it's found, please can return it to the timing tower just by the finish line. Back to the track though for the O'Varley 110s, and away we go. Good clean start, everyone's got away well into oblivion for the first time, and they make their way up the hill. Looks like a good start there for Harley McCabe, actually. Up the hill he goes, in towards the top corner. So McCabe leads. Nice clean start, everyone out of trouble. One of the things we were talking about yesterday, actually, with the O'Varley team was about the look of these bikes. We've said this before throughout the year, actually, when these races have gone underway. They really do resemble scaled-down BSB or MotoGP bikes. They really do look the part, and it's almost like a clean slate. I mean, they look nice out of the crate, actually, with the black graphics on, but have the fairings how you like. Really, there's a Suzuki race replica down there. There's one or two of the GP replicas in there, and you can really get the bikes looking nice as well with the whichever team graphics you like. So it really has been a hit this year, the O'Varleys, I would say. Harley McCabe still leads. It's Hopkins second, McCartney third. There's Arnie Carr. Looks like he's gone past McCartney. Just confirm that. Yeah, it looks like he's gone through. There he is with the number there. You can see the helmet with the number 1 on the top there. He's the new champion, of course, in the Mini GP class. And Arnie Carr's having a good race here. He's actually starting to put the pressure on, well, it looks like Henry McCartney quite possibly. Luke Hopkins, though, it's Hopkins in second. So Arnie Carr having looked down the inside into oblivion. Oh, it's always exciting to watch when they try that on, because that is a very fast part of the track. And that really does take some bottle to try and make a move into oblivion. Didn't come off there, though, for Arnie Carr. He stays in third, and Arnie Carr with a 44.64. Fastest lap of the race for Carr. There he is, the gold helmet number 1, the new champion in Mini GP. And now trying to close up on Hopkins in second. There's Hopkins on the 41, Carr in third, McCartney fourth. Harley McCabe, the championship leader, pulling away at the front ever so slightly, but only by 9/10 of a second. As a rider off the track, I think it's one of the back markers, though. I don't think it's one of the contenders at the front of the field. Possibly Dan Deering or Pierce Reeves, but that rider okay in any case, just pushing the bike on the side of the circuit. Harley McCabe has responded now with the fastest lap of the race, 44.5 seconds, pulls away from the guy in shot here, number 41. Luca Hopkins in second. Oh, as Carr has a look down the inside into Christmas corner. That wasn't on, though. Just
bit of a glance there, I would say more than anything, but it closes up again as they go into Zulu. McCartney in 4th, Bray in 5th. It's still Blake Wilson 6th, Wilson Dilts in 7th from Lewis Mullen, Luca Wilkinson. Monty Hillier gets into the top 10 from Warwick Brady and George Bowes. Laken Payne a little bit further behind in 13th place. Cameron Ancliffe in 14th. Daniel Stevenson, Kobe Garrett, Izzy Carter, Pierce Reeves and Dan Deering rounding up the field with 8 laps to go in this O'Varley race number 2. Harley McCabe, another fastest lap of the race, 44.4 this time. Luca Hopkins almost matching him for pace, so it's very quick this race at the moment, you would say. Arnie Carr and Henry McCartney, Ruben Bray, they're all lapping in the 44-second region here. And again, Carr having a look down the inside into Zulu. Just trying to get that front wheel in there, trying to intimidate Hopkins, I think. But Hopkins riding strong in 2nd place. Again, Carr diving down the inside. Again, he has a look. He's keeping that pressure on. They've got the 46 of Izzy Carter, who concedes the racing line to the leading group. Carter currently in 17th place on the 46. Just behind the 25 of Kobe Garrett. And there we see again, Arnie Kai's a brave rider down the inside. He's always putting that inside line there, the wheel down the inside. That can be a bit of a tactic sometimes to intimidate the rider you're battling with. Again, Carr looking down the inside. He's not going to get the pass done there, but again, he has another look. Very brave in the braking down the inside. It's all about keeping the pressure on. Certainly Hopkins keeping that line open into the corner. He's taking a wide sweeping line into the corner. There's the race leader, Harley McCabe, who's looking sensible at the front. He's got a nice settled rhythm here. Leads the race by 1.7 seconds as he makes his way through Boot. He's picking his way through the slower riders. Now really moving into the midfield runners here. He's starting to lap them. And I think that may well be Kobe Garrett about to go a lap down as the 179 of McCabe. Oh, again, sensible riding here, takes his time. Now that was, I think that may have been Kobe Garrett there, 25, just shut the door on the race leader McCabe, but he didn't panic, he just took his time and made the pass going into Christmas Corner. So it means that McCabe's lost a little bit of time there, but he's still got the race under control. This is given a bit of a boost though to Luke Hopkins in 2nd, who has pulled away slightly from Arnie Carr. So again, the back markers playing up, well, I say back markers, he's getting into the midfield runners here, you would say. Looks like he's just lapped the number 11 of Daniel Stevenson, currently in 15th place. Cameron Ancliffe in there as well. So midfield runners, this could play a part going into the 2nd part of the race. And yes, indeed, Luca Hopkins has closed the gap now to 0.8 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. Arnie Carr still in there, Henry McCartney, Ruben Bray. Here's the 41 though, Luca Hopkins, Arnie Carr and Henry McCartney keeping the pressure on 2nd place, but he really is trying to close up on the race leader McCabe. McCabe going through the right-hander into Zulu. Again, Carr diving down the inside of Hopkins, trying to find a way through, but look at the 31 here. Henry McCartney really putting the pressure on Arnie Carr as we look at Luca Hopkins trying to close up on Harley McCabe. This O'Varley race number 2 is still wide open here. Any one of 4, possibly 5 riders can take this one. Less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 though, so it is very closely poised with the top 4. In fact, 1.7 seconds now covering those top 4 riders. And they're all in shot going up to Christmas Corner as McCartney has a look down the inside of Arnie Carr, but Carr's got the line and holds on to that 3rd place. Hopkins still in 2nd. Always Arnie Carr running very wide on the downhill hairpin, but holds on to that 3rd position. He tries to go down the inside of Hopkins again, I think. 1.7 seconds and last time round between the top 4. There's Carr in 3rd, McCartney 4th on the number 31. Harley McCabe still leading this race though and pulls away slightly. I think he's had a good lap and will try and establish the advantage at the front. Yes, indeed he does. 43.91 for Harley McCabe, and he pulls that gap back out again to 1.1 seconds. But still only 2.1 seconds covering the top 4 riders with 3 laps to go as McCartney has a peek down the inside going into Christmas Corner, but it wasn't on. Has to yield and hold the line as Carr holds on to 3rd place. Does look like Arnie Carr, he just seems to take a different line into Zulu. Most of these riders seem to take a wide sweeping line into that tight hairpin, but Carr very aggressive down the inside, holds the inside line. It seems to work for him though. Here we go. So, that was actually Carr going down the inside of Izzy Carter, currently in 17th place.
Harley McCabe holds on to the lead. The lap times go down slightly, 44.83, still maintaining the gap from Hopkins in second place. Arnie Carr third, Henry McCartney fourth. Shout outs here to some of the Terry Brady, giving a shout out to Harley McCabe, Tracy Allen, and shout out to Bugley number 99. I think it's Warwick Brady. So thanks for watching, and hope you're enjoying this action in the O'Varley Cup. 2 laps to go, as the 31 of Henry McCartney has now got past Arnie Carr. Finally, you would say, after all that pressure, he looks pleased with that one. Here's the 179, the race leader, Harley McCabe. He's got a back marker or midfield runner, you would say, in front. I think that's number 41 of Laken Payne. Payne holds his line as the leader goes through onto the last lap. Hopkins 1.2 seconds down in second place. McCartney in third from Arnie Carr, as Carr tries to fight back going up towards Christmas Corner. Now remember, of course, Arnie Carr very aggressive on the inside line. He's going to try that tactic again. Oh, he goes down the inside. Lovely move there from Arnie Carr. Henry McCartney, I don't know if he saw that one coming or not, but he had to yield Christmas Corner, and Carr back through to third. It looks like he's made the move stick. There are slower riders in front. Cameron Ancliffe on the number 7, currently in 14th place. And could McCartney take advantage? I don't think he can at the moment. Meanwhile, Harley McCabe, it's been a close race, but McCabe has led pretty much the entire thing and will take a well-deserved checkered flag. There he goes, just behind Garbett in 16th place. Here comes the battle to the line. Look at this, though, very close between Hopkins second, Arnie Carr third by just a few tenths of a second, McCartney fourth. Ruben Bray goes through in 5th place. Very close between those top 4 riders, and the rest of the top 10 making their way through. There's Blake Wilson just ahead of Wilson Dilks. Very, very close indeed. There's the 46 of Izzy Carter, and she'll finish in 17th place. Have a look and see when the rest of the top 10 come through. That's the here they come. So there's the 111 of Lewis Mullen, as Dan Deering goes through in 19th place. Warwick Brady and George Bowe should be running up the top 10. And there's Monty Hillier. He will be the last rider again on the lead lap, finishing in 11th place. Of course, son of James Hillier. It's been great to have James and Monty along. We spoke to James, of course, last time out at Three Sisters about the O'Varley Cup and about Monty's involvement this year. So very well done, of course, to Harley McCabe. A well-deserved race victory, 2.1 seconds in the end from Luca Hopkins, Arnie Carr and Henry McCartney. But in truth, any one of those 4 could have taken the victory in what was a very exciting race. But we now move on to the battle of the 2 and the 4 strokes. It's the Brap Bikes Super Minis. They're in the waiting zone, and they're about to get underway. We are about to get underway then with Super Minis race number 2. The riders are in the waiting zone, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. We'll have a look at the grid placings very shortly, but certainly very fast riding. Some great racing actually in Moto number 1 with riders making their way through the field. We'll have a look at the grid in a few moments. Oh. So we'll run the details through in terms of the championship. We haven't got the grid placings, unfortunately, but we'll have a look in the meantime at the previous race and the details here. Race number 1 in terms of the Brap Super Minis was very close indeed between, well, of course, always going to be a win, you would say, for Joe Dickinson, but it was the rider of the race, I would say, was JJ Cunningham, who fought through the field to 4th place at the end. Ryan Tyes finishing 2nd. There was trouble for Jim Lovell towards the end, but Joe Dickinson, champion-elect, looking in great form as he took the first moto win. JJ Cunningham with some great fight backs through the field. Riders about to line up for the second moto of the day for the Brap Bikes Super Minis. Still plenty of action to come this afternoon. We've got 3 more races to go. After this, we have the Parker Racing Stock 140 Group B and Group A, followed by the Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 and 70 in our final part of the race programme here at Whilton Mill, this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. We move on to the finale in 2 weeks' time at Teesside, of course, for the championship ending this finale. Lots of championships yet to be decided. At the moment, though, you would say Dickinson is the champion-elect, you would say, in the Super Minis. Away they go, Dickinson with a good start.
you hear the real difference in the engines. You've got the scream of the two-strokes, the roar of the CRF 150 four-strokes. Here they come up towards the top corner. Oh, brave move down the inside there from the 151 Jordan Pritchard. Oh, nearly came off. There was really perseverance there from Pritchard, but no, it looks like Cunningham has kept the elbows out, stayed strong. See the different lines there. These motocross divide bikes, of course, they have some pretty decent travel on the suspension, so riders quite aggressive over the curbs going down through Zulu. As down the, oh, a little bit over enthusiastic there for Steve Cornwall. Tried to go for the pass on the 151 of Jordan Pritchard, braked himself and has been repassed. Looks like Tim Cornwall may have got through as well. Here come the leading group though, as Joe Dickinson clears away at the front ever so slightly. The gap already 7/10 of a second. We have a look at JJ Cunningham having a look down the inside of Lawrence Wardle, very close indeed, and down the inside goes Tom Lewis on Jordan Pritchard, but no, Pritchard fighting back at the top on the exit of Christmas Corner. Down to Zulu they go. You see how aggressive again they are over the curbs down the hill through Zulu. Two of the KTM 85cc machines in front here with Wardle and Cunningham. Joe Dickinson on the Husqvarna at the front, 41.523, so they really are rocketing around the track, these Superminis. Down the inside goes Cunningham on Wardle. He moves up to 4th place. Wardle drops to 5th position. Pritchard, Lewis, Steve Cornwall, Tom Cornwall very close. Callum Ricketts and Stephen Brooks a bit further behind from Jake Smith. And Tom Wardell running up the field, but still pretty close, you know, only 15.7 seconds covering the entire field here, so just goes to show what a fast pace this race is going. And Tom Wardell in last place at the moment on the number 12, still lapping with a 47.652. So this goes to show it is a very fast pace here in the Black Bike Superminis. Joe Dickinson on the 48 clearing away at the front. Richard Holmes-Williams still in 2nd place. Ryan Tyers 3rd. And actually setting the fastest lap of the race that time, 41.236, 1.3 seconds covering the top 3. And then this battle for 4th. Cunningham still 4th from Lewis, Lawrence Wardle, Steve Cornwall, Pritchard and Tim Cornwall just a little bit further behind, but all very close. Just a announcement to the paddock, please, to the vets. If you can have James Mostiker, Matthew Davis and Ed Peed down to the Rich Energy hospitality area. That's James Mostiker, Matthew Davis and Ed Peed. Can you please make your way down to the Rich Energy hospitality area by the finish line to collect your trophies? That's the SY Moto Vets. Back to the Brat Bikes Super Minis here, and what's turning into a good battle of 4th place here between JJ Cunningham and Tom Lewis. Joe Dickinson still leads the way, 1.5 seconds covering the top 3 riders, and still very close for 4th place as Cunningham leads him up the hill. Still the number 30 of Tom Lewis trying to look down the inside, can't find a way through at the moment. Lawrence Wardle on the 414 still there in 6th place. Still finally poised Cunningham. Lewis there on the number 30 having a look down the inside. You can hear the scream of the 2 strokes as they make their way down towards Boot. Once again, Dickinson still leads, just about to cross the line. And it's still Richard Holmes-Williams on the 126 in 2nd place. Tyers 3rd. Here's the battle for 4th, crossing the line now. Cunningham, Lewis, Wardle as close as that. Still 7 laps to go in this race as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Lots of action throughout the field as Joe Dickinson leads the way, 41.312 last time round, so he's still matching his fastest lap pace. Whereas down the inside into Zulu, we're having a look. Oh, this is very close indeed between Lewis and Cunningham. Very difficult to go for a pass there, but great work from Tom Lewis to get past JJ Cunningham through Zulu. Cunningham tries to fight back down the inside into Boot, but Lewis has made the pass stick. Still watching is the 414 of Lawrence Wardle. Wardle currently in 6th place. Round the final corner they go. And some great riding there from Tom Lewis. He holds on to that 4th place, but Cunningham is looking strong in 5th place. Steve Cornwall, Jordan Pritchard and Tim Cornwall rounding out the top 10. We're just looking now at the battle between Ryan Tyers and the 126 of Richard Holmes-Williams. There's Holmes-Williams on 126. Round the final corner they go. And just a little bit further down the track is the 48 of Joe Dickinson. Tyers still 2nd, Holmes-Williams in 3rd. Up the hill they go.
Williams can't find a way through at the moment as Ryan Tyers holds on to that second place. Joe Dickinson is still your race leader. Not by that much at the moment though. 1.7 seconds the gap between first and second. We move back to our battle for fourth place. And there we see the number 30 of Lewis still in fourth. It looks like he cut away from the drive for a few moments, but in the meantime, Wardle has got past Cunningham into fifth place. So Cunningham drops to sixth position. Cornwall is just behind in seventh. So the number 4 of Steve Cornwall down the hill really putting Cunningham under some pressure now. 3 laps to go next time round for these leading group of Super Mini riders. And here we go. Let's see what Cunningham can do. He tries to fight back on Wardle. Wardle knows he's there though. Nice sweeper into the final corner. Shuts the door on Cunningham. 4 laps to go. And Lewis starting to pull away now in fourth place from this battle, which is turning into a 3-way scrap for fifth position. Steve Cornwall getting involved on the number 4 in seventh place. Up the hill they go. And Tom Lewis just pulling that ever so small gap away. He set his own fastest lap of the race, 42.918. So Tom Lewis, 20 seconds adrift now of the leaders, but trying to get away from this battle as the fifth place battle really is close indeed. 3 laps to go. Joe Dickinson still leads by 1.8 seconds from Ryan Tyers. Richard Holmes Williams a little bit further behind in third. Then this battle now, fourth place is Tom Lewis. Lawrence Wardle in fifth, JJ Cunningham and Steve Cornwall. There they go, as close as that with 3 laps to go. Jordan Pritchard, Tim Cornwall and Callum Ricketts round out the top 10. Stephen Brooks, Jake Smith and Tom Wardell just a bit further behind as we watch the 414 now of Lawrence Wardle through Christmas Corner. He can't really keep up with Tom Lewis at the moment though. Lewis still pulling away from this battle. Wardle just trying to keep him honest and try and get a pull away from JJ Cunningham. At the moment, Cunningham can't get past Wardle. So Lawrence Wardle on the 414. There he goes through boot, looking strong in fifth place. Steve Cornwall trying to close up on JJ Cunningham as they make their way through. 2 laps to go, and there's the race leader, 48. Joe Dickinson already making his way down into boot. So Dickinson really has put a good run of pace on in this race. And there he goes, number 48, the race leader, Joe Dickinson, round the final corner. Down the finish line straight. This should be the 1 lap board going out now. Yes, it is. So 1 lap to go for Joe Dickinson. 41.265 last time round. He's got some very consistent pace here. He's matching his best lap pace. Ryan Tyers still in second, but 1.7 seconds down. So at the moment, it's just a case really for Joe Dickinson of keeping smooth lines, keeping the pace up, not making any silly mistakes, you would say, as down the hill they go. Dickinson down the hill. There's Tyers still in second place. And there's Joe Dickinson, 48. Round boot for the final time. Looks like it's another hand on the title possibly for the Rap Bike Superbikes. There he goes, 48. And Joe Dickinson takes the checkered flag. And I think that may even possibly be the title with it as well. Tyers in second place, 1.3 seconds down for Ryan Tyers. Who's it going to be in third? There's 58, a lap down Smith in 12th position, just ahead of Wardell, a bit further behind. But Richard Holmes Williams takes third position. Should be Tom Lewis in fourth. Well, it's going to be close. There goes the number 30 in fourth place, Lewis, just ahead of Wardle. Cunningham and Cornwall taking us through to seventh place, 8th position for the 151 of Pritchard. Cornwall and Ricketts running out the top 10. Just going to quickly have a look at the point situation, because I think that may well have been enough for Joe Dickinson to take the title for 2020 in the Brap Bike Super Minis. Well, he was well ahead of Lawrence Wardle, of course, and I think that may have been enough to we'll confirm that, of course, with the lap scorers very soon. But provisionally, I would say Joe Dickinson has won the 2020 title. Congratulations to Joe Dickinson for some great riding throughout the year. And we move now from the Super Minis to the pit bikes, you would say. It's the Parker Racing Stock 140s coming up very shortly indeed for their second and final race of the afternoon. Group B about to get underway, so this is Parker Racing Stock 140. Group B about to take to the start line.
So 3 more races to go here at the penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes, and we will start with Pit Bike Stock 140 Group B in association with Parker Racing. James Lewis will lead them away from James McMillan, Dean Quincy 3rd, Brett Neesham in 4th, Louis Lockyer 5th, and Mark James Cockfield in 6th position. 7th for Ben Jessup, 8th is George Kelly, 9th Mike Smallbones, Ben Blick rounds out the top 10 from Gaz Pearson and Tom Spencer in 12th. 13th position in qualifying was Richard Seal, unidentified rider on 14th position, Matthew Corbett, Lewis Mackay in 16th, Ian Gamble and Chris Bird in 18th place. The rest of the field made up of Jack Seawright, Marcus Burton, Jack Wolfe and Ben Pearson. Heavy no in, Reed Jones no time. Only 15 riders though taking part in the second race, so a little bit of attrition going on there, a few riders dropping out from race number 1. We have 2 more races to go after this, of course. We have the Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A to follow, and Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 and 70. Second race of the day, that will be the final race of the afternoon. Just a little bit later on, the racing is about to get underway. Just again a shout out for James Mostiker, Matthew Davis and Ed P to the podium. Here we go. Oh, trouble at the back, as that's a nasty moment there at the back of the field as one rider, that might have been the number 55 possibly, just seemed to loop out at the start of the bike, getting away from them, luckily avoiding all other riders. I think that was Richard Seal in trouble at the start, but I think he's okay and hopefully should be able to continue in the race. But James Lewis getting a good start, the 7-11. Brett Neesham and Dean Quincy also well placed, Louis Lockyer and Ben Jessup in there as well. So I think aside from Richard Seal, I think most riders, it might be Marcus Burton actually, one of the 2. There he is at the back there. I think that may well have been Marcus Burton actually. All of the riders have got away safely as they go through Boot for the first time. Daylight beginning to fade a bit now as we head towards the final part of the day. Could be a factor for the riders as James Lewis goes through 49.451, fastest lap of the race in the early stages. Dean Quincy 1.5 seconds adrift as we look at the number 99. Lockyer down the inside of Brett Neesham, doesn't quite make the move stick. There's the 411 of Neesham. So down the hill they go. There's Neesham, there's 99, Lockyer. Neesham a bit more aggressive down the hill over the curbs through Zulu. Here they come towards Boot once again as Neesham goes through. James Lewis, still your race leader though, and 1.5 seconds last time round. Let's have a look at the gap as they cross the line. Well, there's nothing much to say between the top 2 riders. James Lewis 1.3 seconds from Dean Quincy, almost identical on pace. Quincy just a little bit faster in second place, but it's very close indeed. Pulling away now from Neesham in 3rd, and this great battle with Louis Lockyer, Ben Jessup, George Kelly and Ben Blick in 7th place, Tom Spencer. There is the number 8 of Ben Jessup as they go through to Christmas Corner from Ben Blick and Tom Spencer. Chris Bird in there as well. Good ride actually from Chris Bird there on the treble 6 up into the top 10. Down through Zulu they go. There's the 4.35 of Tom Spencer, currently in 8th place at the back of this little battle here on the 5th through to 8th position. Small mistake there, ever so slightly, just a little bit heavy into the corner from Ben Jessup, recovers well and holds on to position. Round the final corner they go, 9 laps to go. And still James Lewis leads the way, being closed on though by Dean Quincy. Brett Neesham still in 3rd. Just focusing on this battle though for 5th position. Ben Jessup on the number 8 holds on to the 5th place. George Kelly, Ben Blick, as down the inside goes Kelly. Gonna have to be brave on the brakes, but no, he can't quite get through, can't make the pass stick as Jessup had the momentum on the outside going to Christmas Corner to hold on to position again. Kelly having a look down the inside into Zulu. Have to be careful here because Ben Blick is starting to close up in 7th place. Tom Spencer as well. 9 laps to go. James Lewis still leads. Dean Quincy in 2nd place. The battle for 5th making its way through Boot once again. And James Lewis now making his way up towards Christmas Corner. 7-11, the race leader. 2.87, Dean Quincy in 2nd place. Oh, as Ryder hits trouble. Oh, that's the 3rd place man out of the race. It would appear Brett Neesham has hit trouble. That's the final corner. And that is 4.11, Brett Neesham on the final corner. looks like the visor's up. It looks like he's out of the race, so that will change things for Louis Lockyer going through to third place, shaking up the top 5 battle. At the moment, though, James Lewis, 711. This is the rider in shot with the Hurricane Yamaha-style crash helmet and those very distinctive day-glow and black leathers with Parker Racing there with the race sponsors. Of course, it's always good news to see their rider out at the front. But being closed on now by the number 287 of Dean Quincy. Again, Quincy closes up only by a few tenths. The gap goes down to just shy of 9/10 of a second. So Quincy, 287 in second, is just picking away here and there, ever so slightly on the race leader. So with Neesham dropping out, that means that Lockyer moves up to third place, Jessup into fourth, Blick into fifth position. But we concentrate on the 287 of Dean Quincy down the hill, closing up all the time here on James Lewis. We've still got 6 laps to go at the end of this one. Still a long way to go in this race. Lewis holds on to the lead. Quincy right on the rear wheel now, though, as they go through Boot. Here they come down towards the final corner. Quincy nice and neat on the exit of the corner into the final pit straight corner. Here they go, and you don't need the stopwatch to see that Dean Quincy is right with the race leader now. 46.837, fastest lap of the race. Here they come up towards Christmas corner. Could we see Dean Quincy make a move? Well, Lewis guards the inside line. He knows that Quincy's there and will now make that Parker Racing machine as wide as possible. Riding smart, holding the apexes here. Again, forcing Quincy wide. Quincy tries to get him under acceleration, going through Zulu. But no, Lewis has got the line, holds on to the lead. Quincy with a nice move. Oh, he almost toppled over there. He's going to go for the move into Boot, down the inside. And Dean Quincy takes the lead. So 287, Dean Quincy, your new race leader. But they are closing up on slower riders. Could this play a part? Lewis looking to try and fight back, and Dean Quincy, 47.4 last time round, already pulls away from Lewis in second. They are closing up on some of the tail enders as Quincy has a glance over the shoulder. Knows he's pulling away now from Lewis. He can use his own lines, but here we are. Here's the slower traffic. This, I think, is Ian Gamble and Marcus Burton. And this could potentially be the worst part of the track to encounter the slower traffic for Quincy. But he sweeps around the outside quite nicely and will look to try and break away. This is the, as we said before, the really technical, slower part of the track, and it can potentially be difficult to safely pass these riders on the, as Lewis backs out of that one going into Boot, and that will really allow Dean Quincy to pull away here. So Lewis has taken his time going past the slower riders. There's the 47 of Ian Gamble around the final corner. Still Lewis can't get through. So in fairness, of course, to Burton and Gamble at the back of the field, they're entitled to have their own battle. This is all allowing Dean Quincy to pull away as we watch the number 99 of Louis Lockyer now, of course, up to third place with Brett Neesham dropping out of the race. Here they come up the hill up towards Christmas corner, and Lockyer looking good in third. He's still got the 86 of Ben Blick just behind him in fourth place. George Kelly and Ben Jessup rounding out the top 6. Dean Quincy looking good as we look at Lockyer momentarily. So here we go, 3 laps to go in the pit bike stock 140 race B, and Dean Quincy pulling away, taking advantage of the back markers as Lewis struggled to get through. James Lewis in second place. Dean Quincy has a look over the shoulder as he goes through Christmas corner, and will now know that he's got the race all to himself so far. This is a nice cushion to have here, 5.4 seconds. So although Dean Quincy will not be putting his feet up by any stretch, it just takes the pressure away a little bit for him. He can run his own race, use his own lines here. He doesn't have to worry about faster riders coming up on him. So he's just got to run his own race here, keep it nice and smooth. But for third place here, Louis Lockyer, anything but here, because he's coming under some serious pressure from Ben Blick and George Kelly as the leaders make their way through. There's the 711. Lewis still in second, closing up a bit now on Dean Quincy, but 2 laps to go. Still a long way to go in this race, you would say, for the third place battle. Of course, we head towards the final part of the day. The light is starting to fade. I would say the camera's doing a great job to make it look light, but here on Christmas corner you can see it's looking a little bit darker. Floodlights are now on. I'm just looking out at the commentary points here, so this could play a part for the riders. It makes it a bit more difficult in these final 2 races as the light starts to fade. And you'll also see actually in the paddock one or two of the early departures riders in the earlier races. They'll be switching the lights on as Blick goes up to third here, but they've got the 58 of Burton in front, and this could allow Lockie to fight back as they go into boot. No, it's Blick holds on to that third position. The 86 now into third place. Lockyer drops to fourth. Say the line really starting to fade now. 5 seconds between first and second, but all the action here as we go into the last lap is for that third place as Blake holds on to third. Locke is still in fourth. Kelly and Jesper a bit further behind. There we just momentarily saw the 7-11 of Lewis. There you saw the floodlights as well in the background as the light starts to go down in these last couple of races. Still Blake holding on from Lockyer. Kelly and Jesper a bit further behind in 5th and 6th place, but Dean Quincy still your race leader as this pit bike stock 140 Group B drawing to a close. There's the number 287. It's Dean Quincy around the final corner. Checkered flag now been readied, and Dean Quincy is your race winner. Second position, he really charged through on the final lap, but Lewis has to settle for second place on the 7-11. Who's it going to be in that close battle for third place? It's very close to the line. Oh, look at this. Drag race to the line, but Blake just about holds on from Lockyer. And it's going to be George Kelly, Ben Jessup and Tom Spencer just a little bit further behind. Battle to the line here with the 4-3-5 of Spencer. Just losing out to Ben Jessup for 6th place, but well done to the 287 of Dean Quincy making his way back to the paddock. We'll see him, of course, next time out at Teesside. But we move on with Parker Racing, our pit bike specialist, to our penultimate race of the day. It's the Parker Racing Stock 140 Group A, and they'll be underway in just a few moments. Two races to go in what's been an action-packed afternoon here at Whilton Mill. We will start things off with the Parker Racing Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A. Riders are in the waiting zone. We had such a thrilling race last time out at Three Sisters, and the first moto earlier on today was also very exciting indeed. Riders then, as you say, in the waiting zone, about to make their way out onto the track. We'll look at the qualifying charts from this morning. Jim Lovell was the fastest qualifier from Rhys Stevenson. Ryan Tyers in third, Billy Pearson in fourth, Ben Lord and Chase Collymore rounding out the top 6. 7th for Mick Lord from Ben Clucas, Chloe Jones and Joe Woodward in 10th position. Matt Davis and Ed Peed in 12th position. Ryan Clark, unidentified rider in 14th from Carl Sanders, Sebastian Barron, Connor Wyatt and Matt Lockyer in 18th position. 19th for Dan Merrin, Ben Ray, Matthew Wood, Rob Shearer, Shane Hopkins and Daniel Pearson in 24th position. Running up the field, Joe Mills, Jake Marsh, Chris Edwards, Darren Hall, Louis Smith and Will Loader in 30th position. So the riders now making their way back towards the finish line. Now just to recap in terms of the championship for the 140s, going into this penultimate round here at Three Sisters, Jim Lovell leading the championship on 328 points, Ben Lord on 317, Ryan Tyers and Mick Lord 312 and 275 respectively. So Mick Lord trying to get back up in contention with the likes of Ben Lord, Ryan Tyers and Jim Lovell, all very close, and you would say this is going to make for a very close final round of the championship at Teesside. But of course this race about to come up very important indeed for the likes of Jim Lovell, Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. Thrown into the mix, of course, we've said this in the first race, is Rhys Stevenson, who of course not really a championship contender but right up there at the sharp end of the field and could really play an important part in the championship even though he is not directly a contender himself. Chase Collymore is in trouble on the grid there. I think they're just trying to get the bike restarted. And there is the number 97, Jim Lovell. This could be a very important race for him in terms of his championship aspirations. But it looks like Chase Collimore's got himself sorted out and we are ready to go. Pit Bike Stock 140 Group A. Second race of the day is about to get underway. Here they go. It's a good start. Stevenson gets the jump into the first corner. It looks like it is Jim Lovell in second place. Good start as well for Billy Pearson up to third. And here they come up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Rhys Stevenson dives into the inside, protects that inside line into Christmas Corner on lap number 1. Running up the field there was the 211 of Will Loader.
everyone seems to have got through safely. Here down the hill is Rhys Stevenson. Lovell second, Pearson, the top three breaking away slightly on that first half lap. Ryan Tyers, Ben Lord, Chase Collymore all in there as well. The leaders make their way through boot for the first time. So there's Stevenson. It's Lovell in second. Top four really breaking away now. So it's Rhys Stevenson, your early leader. Jim Lovell in second. Billy Pearson, Ben Lord. Ryan Tyers a little bit further behind in fifth place as we look at the number 53 of Billy Pearson coming under some pressure. Ben Lord down the inside. There's Chase Collymore, and Collymore ahead of Ryan Tyers. And well, to me, Ryan Tyers seems to be hitting some trouble here. He's not really looking comfortable and has dropped a couple of places. 84's gone through. Ben Klukas up to sixth position. And this is bad news for Ryan Tyers, certainly in contention for the championship. And 312 points, losing points on Ben Lord and Jim Lovell if things stay as they are. So there's Lord in fourth position behind Pearson, and Lord really does need to try and get past Pearson now and up with Jim Lovell in terms of the championship. This is good news so far for Jim Lovell, even though he's not winning the race. Oh, look at Pearson. I don't think he was expecting Lord down the inside. There he goes. Nice sweep down the inside for Ben Lord. So at the moment, I would say this is good news for Jim Lovell in second place, even though he's not leading the race. It's Stevenson leading, but remember, of course, Stevenson is further down in the championship. He's not a contender, so effectively Jim Lovell leading the championship race in second place, but Lord is trying to close up now. Ben Lord really needs to get past Jim Lovell as they make their way down towards the final corner. Stevenson still leads, Lovell second, Lord third, Pearson fourth. It's very close indeed. 2.8 seconds covering the first four riders, and Ben Lord with the fastest lap of the race, 43.566. Ryan Tyers has fought back now to fifth place, gets past Chase Collymore. There's Joe Woodward on the 46 in seventh place, staying ahead of 84. Ben Klukas, Mick Lord in there as well. Matt Davis 110, rounding out the top 10. 9 laps to go, still a long way to go in this Parker Racing Pit Bike Group A. Chloe Jones, Ryan Clark, Ben Ray a bit further down, heading towards the midfield. Just saw Chloe Jones and Ryan Clark momentarily just on the edge of this battle for the top 10. There's Matt Davis on the 110. Davis currently sitting in 10th place. Chloe Jones starting to close up, and Jones really being pushed by Ryan Clark around the final corner. Very close battle here on the edge of the top 10. There is the 69 of Mick Lord. Chase Collymore coming under some real pressure now from Joe Woodward as I look down the inside into Christmas Corner. Look out for Chloe Jones, number 151, currently in 11th place, closing up on the 110 of Matt Davis. And there's Collymore, number 7. As you said earlier, of course, one of the up-and-coming stars of British mini bikes. Now making a name for himself in the adult ranks, and was very unlucky not to win last time out at Three Sisters. He was very, very close. He just lost out by the slenderest of margins to Jim Lovell in what was by the very definition of a photo finish, you would say. Not quite as competitive here at Whilton Mill, but still running strongly in 6th place, but coming under some real pressure from Joe Woodward once again up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Collymore tries to guard the inside line, and he does so, blocks the apex on the run up to Christmas as Lord tries to make a move. He gets past Klukas, now trying to get past the 46 of Woodward as the rider hits trouble further down. Now I think is possibly the 5.56 of Matt Lockyer, possibly. Try and pick that up later on. Stevenson still leads with 6 laps to go. We're looking now at Chase Collymore holding off a whole train of riders. Around the final corner they go. Collymore, oh, there's a big shunt there for the 110 of Davis. I think he's okay. The crash barrier doing its job there, and Davis, spectacular looking crash, but the rider fortunately is okay, but he loses some positions as Chloe Jones moves up to 10th place. Matt Davis crossing the line in 20th position. A frightening looking crash there for Matt Davis. Just seemed to lose traction on the final corner, but hit the ground well, you would say, kept the bike running and was able to stay in the race. We're looking now at the 53 of Billy Pearson, still there in 4th place. Ryan Tyers, here he comes now in 5th position, closing up on Pearson, and he really does need to get through in terms of the championship. Ryan Tyers, you would say, becoming more of an outsider in terms of the title race now, and really needs that position. But look at this now as you look to Christmas Corner. the two championship big hitters, Jim Lovell and Ben Lord. 11 points separated these riders coming into this round. And really, you would say that Ben Lord really does need to get past Jim Lovell. So look out for the number 1, Lord. There's Lovell, who won in dramatic style last time out at Three Sisters. He's still in second place. Reece Stevenson pulling away now. The gap goes up to 1.8 seconds at the front as we head towards 5 laps to go. There's Stevenson, the race leader. Goes past the 181 of Darren Hall, currently in 26th place. And this could be a really important moment now in terms of the championship. Very close indeed between Jim Lovell and Ben Lord. Lovell ahead going into this round at Whilton Mill. So that means, of course, that Ben Lord really needs to get past Jim Lovell to close the gap going into Teesside in the final round. Jim Lovell, if things stay as they are, even if he dropped to 3rd place, he would still lead the championship race, but he'll really want to stay ahead of Lord. Here they come through towards the boot complex now. Lovell holds on to that 2nd place. Reece Stevenson. 3 laps to go for Stevenson when he comes and crosses the line now. Goes underneath another back marker. 3 laps to go for the 1, 2, 3. Reece Stevenson looks like he's gone past, I think that may be Chris Edwards who's been lapped. Yes, it is. He's got the battle now between Louis Smith, Jake Marsh and Will Loader just ahead of him. There's Edwards about to be lapped by Lovell. Lord just a bit further behind in 3rd. Let's have a look at them coming down through Zulu. Lord a bit more aggressive over the curbs. Lovell guarding the apex, making that bike as wide as possible. I think he's gone a bit defensive now. Lovell just keeping those apexes guarded. Here they come into the final corner. Lord is starting to make a move now. There's Stevenson, the race leader, crossing the line. 2 laps to go. They're closing up on the midfield runners, about to put them a lap down. This could play a part in the race. We shall see. 2 laps to go as Lovell leads them up the hill. Lord is looking down the inside into Christmas Corner. He's not close enough to make a move though. Lovell holds on to 2nd place. Stevenson, your clear leader, 2.3 seconds. He goes down Zulu. And there you can see him closing up on those back markers again. Just hustles the bike over the curbs. Very aggressive through Zulu. Across the line, take the last lap forward very shortly. We're just going to keep an eye on this battle between Jim Lovell and Ben Lord. Here they come. They've had such a close battle this year on various occasions. Here they come around the final corner. 1 lap to go. Reece Stevenson is in there now with the riders towards the back there. Louis Smith, Jake Marsh and Will Loader. Here they come. There's the 211 of Loader. They're having their own battle here though. This could be difficult for Stevenson. He's going to be brave into Christmas Corner. Nice riding there from Stevenson. Sweeps through the slower riders and should now realistically be clear on his way to victory. What's going to happen though with Jim Lovell and Ben Lord? They're going to come into the slower riders now in Zulus. The worst part of the track to encounter slower riders, I would say. No real overtaking opportunities here. Lovell down the inside of Loader, puts him a lap down. Oh, and it crucially separates them, but Lord nips through. Stevenson round the final corner is going to take the checkered flag. Here they come. Pit bike stock, Group A draws to a close, and Stevenson wins it. Who's it going to be in 2nd place? Oh, it's Jim Lovell just ahead of Ben Lord, but Reece Stevenson, a great win for him there, number 1, 2, 3. Here he comes into Christmas Corner, so not quite as close maybe as last time out at Three Sisters, but very thrilling nonetheless. Lovell in 2nd place. That's going to be important in terms of the championship from Ben Lord. Ryan Tyers in 4th. 5th position for Ben Pearson. Chase Collymore in 6th place. Joe Woodward 7th. Mick Lord, Ben Clucas and Ben Ray in 10th position. Clark Sanders Davis a little bit further behind. So that draws to, there goes Ed Peed and Sebastian Barron, Matt Lockyer, all very close indeed. And we seem to sadly lose Chloe Jones on the final lap. That's a shame because she was running well in the top 10. But very well done to Reece Stevenson for taking the checkered flag. Another win for Reece Stevenson. It's been a good day for him so far. And we should be expecting to see him out in action very shortly for what will be our final race of the day. They're in the waiting zone now. And in association with Race Fasteners, it's the Mini GP 190. And they'll be out on the track in just a few moments. So as the light starts to fade here at Whilton Mill, the floodlights are now on. This is, of course, where we've got the Zulu track. It's all floodlit in its entirety. And the meeting's run very well so far today. Let's hope we have a good final race as well. It's the Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 and 70. We'll see how they line up. Rhys Stevenson, who just won the previous race, he will line up at the front of the field from Luca Allen, Tom Lewis, Jack Bednarek, Daniel Goodman and Luke Schofield in 6th place. 7th for Dougie Craven, 8th Mikey Schuker, Ted Wilkinson and Zach Weston, Peter Willis, Ryan Tyers showing us no time. I believe they will not be part of the grid, so a bit of an anomaly there, but don't worry about it too much because they're taking their place on the track now. 157 Daniel Goodman leads them out as we very shortly, of course, will bid farewell to Whilton Mill for the final time in 2020. It's been a good venue, I would say. We had 2 very good championship rounds here a bit earlier in August on the full international layout here. Today the more technical Zulu layout, perhaps better suited for winter racing, perhaps with the full floodlights in place. Don't forget, of course, that the final round of Rich Energy British Mini Bikes will be taking place in 2 weeks' time at Teesside. Follow all the information for the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship on the Facebook and Instagram social media pages. All the racing covered here on Alpha Live on both the Facebook and the YouTube channels. There we've just seen shot. There's Rhys Stevenson straight onto his second bike and out onto the track to catch up with the rest of the field. Just a quick announcement for the Super Minis for Joe Dickinson, Ryan Tyers and Richard Holmes Williams. Can you make your way to the Rich Energy hospitality area to collect your podium trophies? Here we go then for our final race of the day, and in terms of the championship, of course, it's going to be very important for Daniel Goodman here to get a good result. It's still finely poised going into the final round of the championship at Teesside. That looks like Stevenson taking his place at the front of the field. One more race to go then. Race Fasteners Mini GP 190 is about to get underway. Here they go. Good start from Stevenson down the inside from Luca Allen, Tom Lewis, Daniel Goodman and Luke Schofield rounding things out. Just a shout out before the riders make their way to the top corner for the stock 140s for, well, we can't say Rhys Stevenson just yet because he's too busy leading the race at the moment, but Ben Lord and Jim Lovell. That's Ben Lord and Jim Lovell. Can you make your way to collect your trophies from stock 140? We would say Rhys Stevenson, of course, but he's otherwise occupied at the moment. So 5 riders in this race and a good clear start here so far. Rhys Stevenson leads. Another good battle in prospect here, you would say, between Luca Allen and Tom Lewis, 2nd and 3rd. They had a great scrap in the first race. Not such a good start for Daniel Goodman in 4th, but he's still right in there. Luke Schofield in 5th position as they make their way through. Just in terms of the championship, Rhys Stevenson, the race leader, very much the rider to beat in this class, and, well, I don't think he'll have done quite enough to take the title in this race. I think it will go through to Teesside in 2 weeks' time. I think Daniel Goodman, provided he finishes, of course, he should get enough points to keep Rhys Stevenson in check, but, well, it's certainly going Rhys Stevenson's way at the moment. He was 165 points going into this round and looking on for a double here today, but as you say, Daniel Goodman has been consistent all the way through the year. He's still there in 4th place in this race, so should get enough points to keep on with Rhys Stevenson. At the moment, they will look at this race and the battle here again between Luca Allen and Tom Lewis as Lewis looks down the inside, can't find a way through. Holds on to that 3rd position and looking good. Still there, Lewis finally got through into 2nd place. Let's see if Allen can fight back as they make their way through boot once again. And the final corner, Tom Lewis then clear in 2nd place, but he can't shake off Luca Allen in 3rd. Here oh, Allen has a look down the inside into oblivion. You can see the exhaust firing there on the machine number 30, Tom Lewis. Up towards the top corner, and again Allen down the inside into Christmas corner. No, Lewis has got the outside sweep into that corner, holds into 2nd position. Into Zulu they go once again. It's been a good day so far weather-wise. It has been quite dark and overcast, but it has been steady. It's been quite cool, but I wonder if the track temperature will drop here as we head towards as the daylight goes, and the temperatures will be dropping now in these later races. Whether that will play a part for the riders, I don't know. We can see actually looking at, I think he had that visor earlier to be fair though, but the 68 of Luca Allen, you can see he's wearing a yellow tinted visor. which might perhaps help him in some of the darker conditions. And Stevenson charging away at the front. He does seem to like those iridium goggles, and sometimes might not be so good when it's lower light, but he seems to be coping with them well. Stevenson, your race leader, again very aggressive over the curbs, going through Zulu, standing up on the bike, motocross style almost there. Letting the suspension do all the work. Stevenson leads the race by 5.5 seconds as Allen has a look down the inside on Lewis. Oh, he tried again, but again Tom Lewis had the sweep into the corner. And Lewis certainly knows that Allen's there, so the 5 riders in this race, it's Reece Stevenson leads, the battle of a second just going through now, Tom Lewis and Luca Allen. Daniel Goodman second in the championship, he's in 4th place on the 157, and Luke Schofield rounds out the field as, oh, round the outside there, trying to get through as Luca Allen. Lewis has the line into Christmas Corner. This is a very close battle indeed. Into Zulu they go, this really tight right-hander. Down the hill they go, again aggressive over the curbs. Using all of the track as they make their way into boot. Stevenson cleared away at the front. But we concentrate on this battle between Tom Lewis and Luca Allen. Luca Allen, they're trying to get down the inside of Lewis into the final corner. Oh, squeezing on the outside. This is a very close battle indeed. It really is nip and tuck, you would say. Lewis looked faster early in the race. We can't find a way through past Allen, who again tries the outside sweep, switches to the outside into Christmas Corner. Can't find a way through at the moment. And still Lewis holds on to that 2nd place. Stevenson still clear away at the front of this one. 6 laps to go in this final race of the day. And Lewis, there he goes, in towards boot once again. Still with Allen right on his tail in 3rd. Daniel Goodman and Luke Schofield rounding out the field a little bit further behind in this 5-rider field, but still plenty of action. Stevenson looking again for his 2nd race win on the trot, you would say, and he's lapping very well actually. Reece Stevenson, the race leader, lapping in the 42s. Fastest lap of the race is 42.22, and he just went round in a 42.47. So he's maintaining a nice pace at the front. Tom Lewis and Luca Allen going down to Zulu now. 2nd and 3rd place, all very close indeed. Tries to find a way through, and not too much of a gap between Daniel Goodman and Luke Schofield, a bit further behind as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. There's Goodman actually, there's the 57, currently in 4th place going through Zulu. About 10 seconds behind the battle here for 2nd place, and there we get an idea of where they are on the track. There is Goodman, and he's about 2 or 3 seconds ahead of Luke Schofield, who rounds out the field. And still we look at Allen. Both these riders are setting their own personal best last time round as Allen has a look down the inside. No, he can't find a way through. This is the thing, it's a Christmas Corner, with it being an uphill. The camber works in the rider's favour there, so it is possible if you're on the outside to sweep on, even if you lose the corner. As we just saw Tom Lewis there, he almost lost the corner to Allen, but he had the speed on the outside to squeeze the door shut on right on the apex almost. Quite a interesting part of the track there, Christmas Corner, that top of the hill is. We look again at that battle of the 2nd. Reece Stevenson all on his own at the front, still lapping in the 42-second region. So Stevenson, this is a really good race actually from the race leader as he maintains that pace. Again, we look at Luca Allen down the inside. Oh, as we cut to Schofield momentarily around the final corner. There he goes, number 64, trying to close up on Goodman. Oh, and it looks like Allen has taken 2nd place. So eventually the pressure pays off for Luca Allen. He's gone through to 2nd and immediately pulls away from Lewis. Now let's see if Tom Lewis can fight back. He has a look over the shoulder. He knows he's got the track to himself. Down the hill goes Daniel Goodman from Luke Schofield in 5th place. So 2 laps to go as Reece Stevenson goes through. Again, to re-emphasise the point, Reece Stevenson running very well here as we look at the 64 of Luke Schofield running up the field, and he's doing quite well as well actually. He's not too far behind Daniel Goodman. There's Goodman, 2nd in the championship, and I think this will be enough to keep him in championship contention going into the final round at Teesside. Luke Schofield, in fairness, you know, 27 seconds covering these top 5 riders. It's a decent pace out there. No one really dropping out of contention. There's Goodman, the 2nd place rider on the 157, looking neat as he makes his way in towards the top corner. Christmas Corner, down the hill they go towards Zulu, and making his way back towards the finish line area. Oh, and whatever's happened to Tom Lewis here, he doesn't seem too happy. 1 lap to go. Rhys Stevenson goes through again, still lapping well in those 42-second regions. Luca Allen really has dropped the hammer in second place, 42.79. And his best lap of the race, 10.4 seconds adrift of Rhys Stevenson. There we see the 64 of Luke Schofield. So everyone's on the last lap now. Daniel Goodman, and there's the, what you say is the rider of the race so far in terms of action, Luca Allen. But we look again at the man of today, Rhys Stevenson. It's been a great day for him. The 23 wins another race, 4 race wins today. And Rhys Stevenson takes the final race of the day here at Whilton Mill. We look again at the 64 of Luke Schofield. Great ride from Luca Allen to take second place. A little bit disappointed there for Tom Lewis, but nonetheless he was great entertainment in that battle for that second place. Tom Lewis takes third, and Daniel Goodman should be coming around the final corner any moment now. There he is. Goodman will take 4th position on the 57, keeps himself in the title race, and running at the field, Luke Schofield, but very well done there. Only 33 seconds covering those 5 riders. It was a very closely fought race, and a great way to round out this penultimate round of the championship here at Whilton Mill. Don't forget, of course, that next time out will be the final round of the championship at Teesside in 2 weeks' time. So don't forget to check out all the action on Alpha Live on the Facebook and the YouTube channels. Big shout out to all the team here at Alpha Live for all their hard work today, the cameramen and everyone behind the scenes. Will give a full shout out in just a moment. Thanks, of course, to our hard-working marshals and the medics for all of their help here today. And that pretty much rounds things out here for Alpha Live and round number 5, penultimate round of the 2020 championship. Thanks a lot, of course, for following all the action here today. The shout out, of course, thanks, of course, to everyone here at Alpha Live for all their hard work. The producer here today was Darren Hassan, James Williams, the runner today, Slavek, Piscors, Piers Pryor, the camera operatives, along with the drone, of course, the drone operatives, to James and everyone on the drone as well. Thanks for everyone for all their hard work today. Thanks, of course, to Rich Energy, to Parker Racing, OMG, SY Motos, Ovali, everyone for all their support and race fasteners in 2020. Just another shout out again, please, for Rhys Stevenson, Ben Lord and Jim Lovell, to the Rich Energy podium area for their trophies. Thanks a lot, of course, for joining the action here today at Whilton Mill for round number 5 of the championship. For those of you who've watched the live stream here on Facebook and on the YouTube channels, thanks a lot for watching. We hope you've enjoyed the afternoon's racing. And don't forget, of course, to keep in touch with the series on Alpha Live and on the Rich Energy, British Mini Bike social media pages. I've been Chris Czora. It's been a pleasure to talk you through the afternoon's race action. Thanks a lot, of course, to Whilton Mill for their hospitality in 2020. And we look forward to the finale at Teesside in 2 weeks' time. See you then.
B&B 2020. Are you ready?